on my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
It's our honor showtime. It's our honor showtime.
I gotta be calm, I gotta be strong. It's time bringing the glory and honor. Casting out the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steep by step again. We're gonna dream it up high to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. Honor. I'm a warrior, burning, burning, burning up the flame. Write a story. A rebel, rebel, rebel won't be tamed. I'm burning up the fight, and I'm reaching for the sky. It's honor, prime time, we gonna get it. I'm a warrior, running, running, running for the game. Make it glorious, running, running, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we kings will never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it honor.
Write our story, give us glory. Gotta take it, all that I can.
Soon enough, you know my name. Fortune and fate, we're not the same. Yeah, this is our stage, we dominate. I got lightning running through my veins. Not a trace of fear, my heart eyes burn. Living to flames, all the chains will break in their hands. To win is better, we have faith, we on our way. We on I'm a warrior, burning, burning, burning up the flame. Write a story, a rebel, rebel, rebel won't be tamed. I'm putting up a fight, and I'm reaching for the skies.
It's honor, prime time, we gotta get it.
I'm a warrior, running, running, running for the game. Make it glorious, running, running, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we kings will never die.
We keep rising high to the sky.
We gonna bring you honor. For honor, we're beating the odds. For glory, we never back down. For honor, we're beating the odds. We got the honor, we got the honor, 'cause we are the kings. It's honor showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. The ones that needing for trust, we got the confidence.
Let us step it up, be ready all the time.
Now,
Take a breath. Yeah, my baby's colder than ice, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap. Got my body's in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steep burns, step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chance
waiting in the wings, looking for the right approach. He will be spotted. The board is going to be set up in here. They have the boat. They go in. Whoa! But Justy with the steal, and then out with the box. Dragon trying to flash away. Musa King gets picked up. They find him, but now Chess looking to protect Guyu, who's on the chase. Wants to get it, and Musa King is down for the count now. Justy trying to find Ji-Hong, goes in, taking the top T3, and Justy single-handedly looking to go and close this game. They find Ji-Hong with the pass to keep it alive, but can they survive? Chaz is taking tower shots, and the boat will take him down. And Blacklist International off of the ace will be equalizing in this series as they take game number 2. I mean, he's going to really rely on his dragon and be like a little bit aggressive, but he needs to be careful again. Wendy could just spell doom for him.
White off, white here for CY.
They find him in the backline. The Stampede, the Wombo combo is real, and Yulong is going to be picked off as well, and CY is solo. He has the shield, and Siang is going to be killed as well. They've got 3 members, and Sun gets on his dragon to get out back to safety. And Schwan with this. This is going to be a tough one, but now they're kind of dancing around. Waypick gets back to safety. The pushback onto CY, who just wants this Tyrant. It might be a bit of a 50-50. And now with that overmove, they find Muji. That's the pickup that they want. And now CY with that battlefield command. But the Umbrella Opera stopping all of that. They have the Stampede. They kill Schwan. They find CY. A triple kill going the way of Yulong. And now APG on the run. Is under siege. They need to be a little bit careful. Guyu's there with that force field suppression. He's just trying to deal with the minion wave. It's going to be a little tough for this one to crack into here. Really but now they turn this on to play by Chad. The Umbrella Uppers use at the last second. He gets on back. The Stampede, he's being chased around. But Musa King gets the pick on a Chad. And now Guyu, he's going to be there. But the base is going to be taken out. And Justy with the backdoor play. Justy. They got what they wanted, but on the backside, Guyu's there, tries to go for the pull, but he's taking a lot of damage, and Justy with that damage is doing some serious work, and Chad with the box, the 4-man box locking him in, the Cannon Blast going to be off, but Justy's going to be killed first, and now Ji-Hong trying to just outduel this one, not able to do it. Phoebe is down for the count. 4 members from HBSC are down, and it's only Musa King remaining.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. The words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy this.
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PKL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami baru kejuaraan.
Hi guys, I'm just a juggler from Blacklist International and welcome to my vlog. So, first of all guys, when I wake up, I drink water. Just need this in every day. And then after that, like, I'm going to like wash my face and also to brush my teeth. But I think there's a people here. My roommate Golden guys is inside. Hey Golden! he's saying he's taking a bath. In the playoffs?
Yeah.
For me, I think the venue, because I think it's like so much bigger compared to the other venue, and also like there's so many people will going to support and also watch us. So I think that's the most exciting part.
Oh.
And also the SB19 one, because they're going to perform at the grand finals. So like I hope we can make it to the grand finals. After I wash my face and also brush my teeth, like I go like to exercise always. Because there's a gym here.
Can we go to there?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, alright, let's go.
Let's go guys. In this gym guys, you can connect to the speaker. I love like, you know, the speaker compared to the headphones or like AirPods. After I finish the workout guys, like exercise, this is like my finisher. Like walking into the shirt. It's more fun to play right now because the competitiveness of the tournament is like getting closer and closer compared to last year. Because last year is like Malaysia is here, that like all the regions is here. But I think right now it's really like this or really equal. So guys, I'm done. So I think I need to prepare and go back to my room because we have a media day for each occasion. There's my teammate also, guys.
Hello. Hi, bro.
I think this one is Golden Kite, guys. You think so? I'm going to take a bath, guys. Bye. Let's go, guys, to the media day.
So now guys, we're here in Termuros in Baluarte de San Diego. This one is like avocado and mango guys, flavor, so good. Should try.
Congratulations, bro. Bro, Chami. Next time, Chami be like that after 2 years.
After 2 years?
Hey. Hi guys, we're still here in Tramuros, like doing some video shoot and like that. Yeah, it's for because it's a midget day right now, and this one is for, I think, for the trailer for HOK playoffs. For me, I think Nova, because Nova's playstyle is really good. Like their playstyle from early to late game is super good. I think we can win the championship.
Our media day is done now, guys. Thank you guys for supporting us, and I hope that you will continue to support us, especially in this upcoming November 28 to 30 in Ayala Mall, Manila. See you guys.
wings, looking for the right approach. He will be spotted. The board is going to be set up in here. They have the boat. They go in. But Justy with the steal, and then out with the box. Dragon trying to flash away. Busan King gets picked up. They find him, but now Chance looking to protect Guyu, who's on the chase. Wants to get it, and Busan King is down for the count now. Justy trying to find Ji-Hong, goes in, taking the top T3, and Justy single-handedly looking to go and close this game. They find Ji-Hong with the pass to keeping him alive, but can they survive? Chance is taking tower shots, and the boat will take him down. And Blacklist International off of the ace will be equalizing in this series as they take game number 2. I mean, he's going to really rely on his dragon and to be like a little bit aggressive, but he needs to be careful again. Wendy could just spell doom for him.
White off, white here for CY.
They find him in the back line. The Stampede, the Wombo combo is real, and Yulong is going to be picked off as well, and CY is solo. He has the shield, and Siang is going to be killed as well. They've got 3 members, and Sun gets on his dragon to get out back to safety. And Schwan with the... This is going to be a tough one, but now they're kind of dancing around. Waypick gets back to safety to push back onto CY, who just wants this Tyrant. It might be a bit of a 50-50, and now with that overmove, they find Muji. That's the pickup that they want, and now CY with that battlefield command, but the Umbrella Opera stopping all of that. They have the Stampede, they kill Schwan, they find CY, a triple kill going the way of Yulong, and now APG on the run. Is under siege. They need to be a little bit careful. Guyu's there with that force field suppression. He's just trying to deal with the minion wave. It's going to be a little tough for this one to crack into here. Really but now they turn this on to play by Chaz. The Umbrella Upper uses the last second. He gets on back. The Stampede, he's being chased around. But Busan King gets the pick on a Chaz. And now Guyu, he's going to be there. But the base is going to be taken out. And Justy with the backdoor play. Justy. They got what they wanted, but on the backside, Guyu's there, tries to go for the pull, but he's taking a lot of damage, and Justy with that damage is doing some serious work, and Chad with the box, the 4-man box locking him in, the cannon blast's gonna be off, but Justy's gonna be killed first, and now Ji-Hong trying to just outduel this one, not able to do it. Phoebe is down for the count. 4 members from HBSC are down, and it's only Busan King remaining.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy this.
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PKL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Finding illusion as well.
Congratulations! Ele cai! E tem o roubo! Simplesmente!
kings, it's an honor showtime. Kings, it's an honor showtime.
Their chance to be arms reached to become the next kings of the world.
We won't surrender to any challenge. For our community, our family.
Every match, every failure, every rise, it all builds us for this moment.
We are here to show you the best twists are just beginning. This is not only for us, but also for our nation.
Now we bring our dominance to the world stage.
Every victory this year brought us one step closer to the ultimate honor.
No one can stop us from taking the throne.
Everything is pointing our way. All of it leads to our final goal, the championship.
Let the non-believers question us.
We are much stronger from the shadows.
Prove to the world that we are capable of becoming the new kings.
With everyone's support, here and now, let us rise as we fight for our honor.
After days of blazing through the fire, we've reached the final stage where history will be made, heroes will be born, and kings will be crowned.
6 teams have proved that they're the best out of 16. Now, they're here representing different flags. Malaysia's Alpha Gaming, Nova Esports, and Homeboy's Blackshrew Esports, Italy's Twisted Minds, and Philippines' Boom Esports, and Blacklist International.
Rise for honor, rise for the crown. Welcome to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025.
Welcome to the stage where only the best can stand.
Feel the weight of the competition, the growing pressure, and the rising flame. Prestige awaits those who can earn it. Casters, lead the gorge.
After days of competition here, we went from 16 teams now to only 6 teams here in the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is Knockout Stage Day 5, where we are at top stake currently, but I am your caster and also Deso's analyst for today, Sagi HOK. Alongside of me is the Voices of the Gorge, featuring Kindofu and also Blamoba.
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu, and it's going to be a very exciting day.
Oh, absolutely. We're into the knockout day number 5, lads. I mean, it's getting very close to the end of the KIC 2025, and it's only going to get harder from here.
Exactly. And we talk about KIC being such a phenomenal event and a prestigious one going towards the year end. And so far, it's been 2 weeks. We got our break. The players got their breaks here. From 16 teams all the way to 6 teams, it has been a tough journey here. But which was your favorite series so far?
I think, you know what, for us, I think it might be the Boom Kagendra one.
Ooh.
But that's also because it's one of the 2 teams that are from PKL left at this stage in KIC 2025.
I don't know. It has to be Blacklist against Homeboys Blackshrew Esports as well, right? That full best of 7 went the country mile, and obviously HBSE were able to take it in that final round. So Blacklist hopefully climbing up for a vengeance on that one.
Oh, man. The storyline in this tournament has just been phenomenal. We've seen growth, we've seen excellence coming in for these teams because you know what they're playing for? It's not just for the glory only, it's also for a lion's share of the total $1 million US here with the champions. My goodness, 300,000 in towards their pockets here.
Yes, that's a lot of money. Now, second place, not as much, but still a lot. It's 150,000. We're going to go with 110,000 for the third place. Fourth place is going to be 80,000 USD.
And then obviously 5th to 6th place, we have 60K. 7th to 8th place, we have 40. Then 9th to 12th, we have 25K. And then the last place is 13th to 16. Still walk away with 15K, which is still quite a decent prize money.
Of course, and talking about the current brackets of today, you see the 60,000. They are minimally guaranteed of that 60,000 here. One more win will defer them to almost 20,000 cash for that upper spot here. And this is the updated knockout bracket so far, with Nova and HBSC, both of the MKL top 1 and top 2 securing their slot minimally to the grand final. That will be on tomorrow, but our focus here today is to find out whether Blacklist International and Boom Esports can break the curse and make it past the top 6.
Yes, it's a very important day for the PKL teams because they are the last two hopes. Is going to be Blacklist against Twisted Minds, and we're going to have APG against Boom. This is the timing of the matches. We're going to start off with Blacklist going up against Twisted Minds. This one is guaranteed a banger of a series.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you couldn't have written this one better, right? Obviously, two PKL teams into this part of the competition. Going up against Twisted Minds, the KMW Hopefuls, and then obviously APG, third seed of the MKL. Going up against Boom once again. I mean, this has been quite a bit of a history so far, just within this tournament.
That's true. And we talk about APG and also Boom Esports. Their history comes from Group C, where APG slammed Boom Esports in that BO5 series and sent them to lower bracket to face Hagendra. So whether or not they can actually take on the challenge to really defeat them will be the case of the story today.
Yeah, but taking on chances, you want to vote for your favorite teams, players, and voice as well. Wait, hang on, Mara is now #1. So if you are in PKL, you are in Manila, Philippines, vote for Mara as well. Zhangqiu now stands atop the players, and of course, Blacklist International, #1 across all the 16 teams you can vote for.
I mean, you couldn't make it any better as well, right? Obviously, Mara taking top space. I think it was literally in the early hours of today as well. So if you want to keep her in top space, make sure you do go vote over for Mara to be one of your favorite voices within Honor of Kings.
Well, talking about top 1, right? You do see the fact that, okay, Mara has overtaken Linger in that talent prediction. And also, towards the side of the teams, APG has been lowered by Blacklist International to first and second. And will that be the story of today for Blacklist to defeat Twisted Minds in the upcoming showdown here, where embers are left burning? We talk about embers, we refer to KMW's last hope, Twisted Minds. And also, do we get the first ever team, Blacklist International or Boom Esports, piloting and moving towards that top 4 spot?
I mean, at this point, it's time to prove your worth, right? You want to make sure that you have your best performance today. The players have already arrived in the building. We'll take a look at Blacklist International first. I have really high hopes for them, but the challenge is not going to be very easy because they're going up against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to take it, almost take their homeboys Blackshore Esports, right? So I feel like Twisted Minds is definitely going to be one of those teams that are looking to prove themselves and not fall in the competition just yet and break that top 6 curse as well.
That's right. And these two teams, they come from the same style as well, whereby we saw Blacklist International. They lost the Game 7 against HBSC. That's #1. But KMW Twisted Mind, they won and had to go through a full best of 7. Game 7 against none other than Bigatron by Vitality to make it towards this stage right now. And this will be their featured head-to-head for both teams.
So this is going to be a very interesting one, because if you take a look at the stats across the board, there is only one stat that looks a little higher for the side of Blacklist International, and that is the average kills per match. But we all know killing is great in this game, but you need to take objectives off of that.
You do indeed need to take the objectives, right? So obviously you see here Blacklist, they do like to brawl, they are a team. I mean, it's PKL, right? Obviously last year, or at least in the spring, they looked very brawly. Going into the fall series, they've definitely made it and kind of maintained and nurtured a brawl etiquette, but still been able to come out on top of some of these teams like the MKL.
When we talk about brawl, we have to feature both of the junglers here. When we talk about jungle, it always comes down to one thing. Whoever's team can play better towards the jungle tempo will really foster this early lead for their team, for these jungles to get those early game objectives here. Of course, Blacklist Just G going up with Twisted Minds clean, one of the few players to have a vast variety of the hero pool in the best of 7 series.
Yeah, very important to have a deep hero pool in this particular series, because there is a very high chance we're getting all 7 games in this particular one. I mean, Blam, what is your expectation for both of these junglers?
I think nothing less, right? It has to go the full mile. Obviously, we are into an elimination. Tournament life is on the line for both PKL, top seed #1, and the KMW hopefuls here, Twisted Minds. So really, we're looking at hero oceans, not pools.
Hero ocean, very well said there, Blam. It's a test of how much heroes you can actually bring out and the strategy depth to really bring out in a long form format in the global ban pick and also the ultimate battle strategy here. But we talk a lot on these teams. Why not we introduce you the first team that's coming up for today in our books? It will be Blacklist International.
Introducing none other than the Clash Lane Chami1. Joining him into the jungle is going to be none other than Just Chi. Then third, but obviously one of the twins, it's none other than Dragon in the mid lane. Completing the couple, it's going to be the twin Golden Kite into the farm lane. And last but not least, it's the man with the burst ram, it's Chaz in the farm lane, this is a full roll.
It is time to put them all to sleep. Is Twisted Minds in the Clash Lane 90. Very few has been as clean in this guy. It is jungling Twisted Minds clean. And in the mid lane, the waves, the guy that makes it all happen, Twisted Minds, Hailong. Be careful of your backs, this guy is gonna get you. It's Twisted Minds, Shanks for the farm lane. And of course, the one that supports the entire system in the room, it is City Boy. And there you have it, Twisted Minds looking for the win today. What is going to happen in this best of 7?
It's going to be interesting when we talk about Twisted Minds in this setup here, but do bring me over to the opponents here, Blacklist International.
I mean, they've been introduced once already, right? But let's go through them again. The guys obviously in Blacklist is Chami1 into the Clash lane, Dragon into the mid lane, Just Chi into the jungle, Chaz as their roam, and then Golden Kite as their farm.
They have a lot to prove, especially in the whole crowd itself. I see a lot of fans when I just lift up my head. Everyone is here to cheer for the home crowd favorites. But we love a Cinderella story, but there are always challenges at the opposing end.
Everyone has their own limits, and this team have broken theirs. Twisted Minds, represented by Shanks, 3.90 high line and clean as well. They have made the biggest breakthrough in this tournament so far, which is to win OG. They have broken that curse. And right now, playing in the home ground of Philippines, Manila, they have to do it against Blacklist International, who I would say right now is at the peak of their strength.
Yeah, I mean, they've had like, what, 10 matches against OG Esports. They lost every single one, but then won it when it matters most. And that's the real kind of story here behind Twisted Minds, is they always get the dub when it means the most.
The historical value that this team has proposed really showcased what Blam actually said. You can always win in the local tournament, but if you don't perform at the international tournament, at the most important best of 5, similar to OG Esports in their series against Twisted Minds, you really cannot generate the success that Twisted Mind has had throughout the past year.
And there is no bigger competition than this one, right? At the end of the year, KIC2025, the most prestigious, the most big competition you can win. The prize pool is insane. And we'll take a look at the side selection here. Twisted Minds have opted for the blue, which means they get that prior pick. That is something they're looking for.
They're looking for something, obviously, onto the blue side. But, I mean, we have to, obviously, cover this point as well, right? Both of these two teams are fighting for that third invitational spot, aren't they? Into, obviously, the future tournaments coming up as well. So they want to be trying to further themselves, not only in the KIC, but going further into the and the Honor Kings ecosystem.
Yep, the Honor Kings ecosystem is an interesting one, where if you continue yourself to advance to these grand tournaments, you are rewarded with what? More fame, more tournament opportunities, and the prize pool is a delicious plate of meat for these players to look at, to really long their, how would I say it, their commitment in that tournament itself.
It's all about the future.
Correct.
Do well here, you secure yourself a big pot. That's great, but you have now funds, resources to make it better, make it stronger, and perhaps even be on top of the entire HOK global esports world.
Yeah, I mean, we're not talking about the pot of greed here, but we are talking about the pot of opportunity for these players. Not only try to advance their pool of money, but also get some kind of wealth of knowledge as well as they go further.
And one thing we really missed out, the winner of this KIC 2025, the FMVP player, will get a signature hero of his choice for that MVP skin here. So definitely, stakes are at hand. But to reach the top, you first have to come from the lower bracket all the way to that grand finals here, which is what we are featuring today on November 28th in this lower bracket first matchup between Blacklist International taking on Twisted Minds.
It has been a long journey so far, but this journey is only going to get tougher, because right now in this best of 7, both teams, they have experienced a full best of 7, but Blacklist did not come out of it well. Twisted Minds, they won their best of 7.
Yeah, but you can argue, right? Twisted Minds played against Bigatron Esports, Blacklist International against HBSE. I'm not throwing any shade onto any players, but I know which team is definitely going to be one you really want to try and take to the full best of 7.
That is true here. So talking about best of 7 and ultimate battles here, both teams are non-strangers towards the format itself. And with what we've seen so far in the best of 7, as Blam said, against Blacklist International with HBSC, it seems like the Athena Rome has surged in popularity, especially in that first pick here.
So what are we thinking here? Are we getting that in the first game? Or are we going to have it in the most critical point in this best of 7?
I mean, you don't want to kind of give your hand over too often, right? But if you are going to do it in the first game, get that first game point onto the scoreboard for your team.
And if you're Blacklist International, we know for a fact that TG is already looking like towards his past mistakes here. Yes, you open the Athena Rome game 1, and undeniably, game 7, you cannot really reject it here. So in the few days of rest that they had, I'm pretty sure they have found a decent way or a consistent way in countering the Athena Rome.
Oh, I mean, for a region that has played the Athena Rome quite a bit, right? I think it's very important that they know how to, deal with that particular scenario itself. With that being said, Twisted Minds, have they experienced the Athena Rome before? I don't think so, right?
No, I don't think so either. I don't think they've actually encountered that big pick. I mean, something that Bigatron Esports didn't really actually go for, or maybe aren't confident to play. So this will be the first time if they do go up against it and see how they actually fare.
That's true. And talking about Twisted Minds as a team itself, they are a team that likes to play towards the mid-jungle synergy here, Hai Lang and also Queen. If you give them those strong early game heroes like the Mai Nui, like the Pei, you better be sure to be geared up for those early game setups here coming in from this duo.
Yeah, I mean, this is spelling out the same hero for both sides, right? So we're looking at the Tigress here. That Tiger is gonna feast, because put it into the hands of Jashi, put it into the hands of Clean. Either one of them, they're gonna destroy the game with it.
I don't think there's any jungler within the KIC that really kind of like cannot shine on that pick, right? Like it's one of those heroes. I mean, like the Jing, that has a bit of a disparity. Some players can play it, others can't. Whereas the Tigress, it's kind of just like, hey, if you let that go, you may be losing the game point.
Yeah, that's the difficult part, especially when we talk about hero difficulty here. For the side of Tigress, which is known as the pay, it's more towards the decision-making that you do and how much macro knowledge that you have. But there are also exceptions as well. We saw how Queen and Dao, when added with those item swaps, those fast ham item rotations here. So we might see the same thing here in today's highlight with Just G and also Queen in the head-to-head.
So at this point of the competition, we've seen what makes the difference between a good team and a great team, right? So good teams, you have the strong picks pay very fast, very quick with rotations as well, but you need to allow your team to catch up because you don't want to enter a 1v5 situation all the time, right? With that being said, I feel like both teams, they already know how to make those initial rotations. Right now it's about what kind of mistakes do you punish and what kind of risks do you get away with in this particular series?
That's what it's all about, right? Obviously taking those early game risks, as we've been seeing for a lot of these teams throughout the KIC as well. Did they decide to go for a level 1 invade, depending if they go for the pay, go for something a bit more aggressive to try and steal away either the Azure Golem or the Crimson Golem. And then it's down to the enemy team. Do they punish or do they allow them to take it and then try and take their own?
And so far, based on our observation of both teams, right? Twisted Minds, yes, they like to play the fast tempo early game skirmish strat, but from what we saw in the HBSC and Blacklist series, for me, yes, HBSC did win, but Blacklist International, the way they control the river, the way they go for those early game team fights, the way they rotate has been really phenomenal so far. So it will be a heavy clash between these two teams for that river control.
I like they use that word because that's the next lane we're going to explore. The Clash lane, one of the most prominent lanes, and to be honest, these two teams, they have one of the strongest Clash laners in the entire KIC 2025. I'm talking about Chammy 1 for Blacklist International. I'm talking about 90 for the side of Twisted Minds. Both of them, they've shone really bright right now in this 1v1 matchup. I mean, is it going to be an absolute beatdown or is it going to be just scuffles here and there?
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but the Agudo cosplayer was throwing up like a score line for a best of 9. He's not going to get a best of 9. He's getting a best of 7. Don't get too ahead of yourself, man.
Best of 9 is definitely going to be, how would I say it? A very stressful and long format here. But today we're playing the best of 7 series here featuring these two teams as we do apply the global ban pick rule as well. Do bring me over again. What is the global ban pick rule?
Alright, so to make it simple, if you're new to HOK, you can only play that hero once in the entire series unless we reach the ultimate battle. But we'll talk more about it later on. So the global ban pick, if you are going to pick a Lady Jin, for example, in game number 1, you will not be allowed to use it for the next 5 games, at least until game number 7. But we'll talk about this ultimate battle setting. What does that happen for us?
Well, that's where it all reverts back to what we know from 2024, right? Go back to the blind draft, back to basics. You can draft whatever you want to. Obviously, there's a side selection that takes place. Both coaches decide where they want to go. Then they have 3 minutes to lock in that draft, and then they've got to hope for the best that it's going to be the game-winning draft it is to win that best of 7.
One more difficulty added to that. You don't know what your opponents are picking. So we could have mirror matches. We could have very big counter matchups as well.
That's the big brain part about coaches here. You have like the biggest brains in the world, whereby in game 7 itself, you're thinking like, do I go for the specific counter towards your ultimate battle draft, or do I draft the best possible comfort draft for my team itself? So it's very like random in this sense because it's like a game of rock, paper, scissors.
But it's the biggest challenge, but it's the most satisfying challenge. Maybe not for the players, but for us, right? For us, for the audience, this is exactly what we want to see. I mean, if there's any way to prove that this was the tightest series ever, it has to be game number 7. It has to be ultimate battle because we've seen when it comes down to an ultimate battle, we truly see who the stronger team is.
Correct, Jack, because it's literally no holds barred, right? Like they can literally go ham, but at the same time, I don't want to go to be the bearer of bad news, right? But at the same time, Blacklist doesn't have the greatest stretch when it comes to that best of 7. That ultimate battle, they need to definitely brush up their game and brush up, whether it's kind of pre-show jitters or it's just kind of like what's on the line, that is your last round. It's got to be definitely ironed out, especially in this series, because they may be facing elimination.
I'm going to put you guys on the grill here. Your predictions for today's series here, gentlemen, and who are you siding on?
Look at that. I came all the way from Laguna just to see Limger in person.
What a big
This
fan.
guy is committed.
Yeah, where is he seated at? Oh, okay, he's seated at the front row as well. I mean, okay, to bring it back to your question, I feel like it's going to be an exciting series today.
Ah, you're dodging my question here. Smart approach here. But okay, for this series, from our expectation, it's going to be a heck of a series that will go to the fullest extent only if both teams bring their A game today. We've seen the potential of many teams, but if you aren't able to bring it towards the tournament lineup, the tournament setup, it really doesn't generate much value.
I think at this point, okay, so I will answer your question now. I think the scoreline has to be a 4-1 score. If you're not going to get a 4-1 score, it's going to go the distance. We are going to head into the ultimate battle because these two teams are very clinical at this stage. I mean, the growth of Blacklist International has been insane. We've seen the breakthrough of Twisted Minds as well. Both of them know what to do, know how they're supposed to do it, but can they do it?
I mean, there could be some libidos growing with those signs, right? They're saying the Filipino junglers are the hottest junglers within Honor of Kings. So real big statements here, and real big statements for Blacklist to live up to.
Just G, Carl. And we always see these two bring a crowd towards the entire stadium. But of course, it's not just to support their favorite players, it's also to support the homegrown talents, the team itself. Blacklist International bringing the competition to Twisted Minds here. Two interesting storylines. If Blacklist International wins, they survive another day and potentially can book their slot to their top 3 or to their grand finals. But KMW's very own Twisted Minds, after putting defeat on towards OG, they now carry the entire region's stress on their shoulders to really prove themselves in KIC itself.
So both teams have brought a lot of things on board. They've brought their energy, they've brought their players, they've brought their stretch. Right now we have a request to make of you in the audiences as well. If you have the time, if you are free, bring down yourself in person. Meet us here in Manila, Philippines. We are at Ayala Mall's Manila Bay. We're not that far away. You get to see, I mean, this place is packed so far. And we'll see if that's going to be a big support coming in for the side of Blacklist International as they make their stage against Twisted Minds.
It's not only the chairs that are packed, right? Like, if you look up, there's people all around us. I feel like I'm kind of being honed in on, like, I've got a piece of, like, fresh meat, and there's loads of birds just, like, waiting to pounce on me here. So you definitely want to get in down to the mall and get some space where you can actually see the stage and see the action go live.
And action will be going live soon as we see the issues have been resolved. On towards the stage itself, we will be going into the pick and ban shortly for game number 1 between Blacklist International and also Twisted Minds. With my expectation of this game 1 here, do you think that the Dolia and also the likes of the Athena will that be the primary point of contention in this game 1?
I sincerely don't think so, right? If you're in the shoes of Twisted Minds, I think one of the most important players you pay attention to at this point has to be Hailang, or you put it at Queen. So I think that Prio Pick Pay or Tigress is going to be really important.
Speaking of that, which it's going to be the Athena ban being parried out here. The Sacred Warrior is not becoming going to be so sacred in this one, right? They are sacred within the ban phase here for the side of Twisted Minds. They know that Blacklist are looking to get that one dub onto the board with the Distraction Athena strat.
My worry coming in for Twisted Mind, they have shown in the group stage and the earlier parts of the BO7 that they are not a team to really prioritize both the Athena Sacred Warrior and also the Sea Singer Dolia here. So that really limits their pull as a team to go into that long term of a stretch like a BO7 here. And with the bans coming in, with the Fire Ninja, Tigress, and also the Liang Tollmaster here, we finish up our ban phase here. Some of the junglers have to remove from the pool.
Alright, we're going to see the Marshall Monk being teased at this point in time. Twisted Minds, I think we have already seen the performances of 90. He has been really consistent on this Dharma itself. Is it going to be enough? I think definitely. But at the same time, he needs backup, right? Who is this jungler that they want to prio on the side of Twisted Minds?
I mean, either depending on what they go for their support, right? It could be another tank jungle. We could look at going for the Ogryn here as well, saying that great team by potential. But, oh, Xiaomi1 locking in Guan Yu in game number 1. I mean, definitely a bold strat here.
2 FMVPs here coming in from both teams. Twisted Minds 90 back in KMW Spring. He was the primary target in that spring season that brought the victory coming in for Twisted Minds and also Blacklist International, the recent FMVP Chami1 here. You can see the priority on the pick and ban itself to focus on both of their Clash laners in this early game itself.
lovely. They also pick up the early, the Parasola at this point. But I want to revert back onto this Guan Yu, because we have seen the Guan Yu wall scene being countered so many times. The Mai Yin, the Charlotte, right? These are big counters. So the fact that Twisted Minds have actually allowed the wall scene out on the side of Blacklist, I'm not sure if this is the formula, because you are giving Shami one of the best clash laners this wall scene.
I mean, and his performance has been pretty on point as well, right, with the Guan Yu. Obviously, as you said, their FMP performance for the side of Blacklist. But it looks like they're going to be giving over the Mutsu here to the side of Twisted Mind. So it's feeling like the Orgrin is a potential setup here. Obviously, having the Cannon Blast, having the Truth Mantra, some great team fight setups here for the side of Twisted Minds.
And there's also a potential for the side of Blacklist International to really pick up the likes of the Luna on this third pick here. Because if we were to look over to the side of Twisted Minds draft, yes, you have a lot of crowd control, but if you use all of it towards the side of Golden Kite on that early, you don't really have much of a resource to funnel into the other targets here. Hence, Blacklist International going for a double marksman setup here. The Agudo jungle towards the side of Just-G, and also the Parasolar early for the side of Golden Kite.
Very scary, because on the Wild Rider, it's actually quite a task to catch one marksman. Now you have two, and you have a wall saint running around catching you in the net as well. So this is a great strategy from Blacklist International. But if we take a look at Twisted Minds, I mean, the Peacekeeper, not too much peacekeeping at this point, right? He will be looking for those cannon blasts. And like you said, Lam, the mighty stun combinations play time over time. I mean, if you get one stun, essentially you're going to be stunned for days.
Exactly. I mean, we saw the performance on Chaz as well, right? In the last best of 7 they played on this Motsu. So those flashes, those think inside the box combos that Kim was alluding to there a moment ago. So Blacklist really need to make sure that they are accustomed to this, especially playing against it. But it's going to be that Luna that we was talking about pretty much a moment ago, Moonblade being banned out here for Blacklist.
Yeah, more junglers will be removed from the poll coming in for the side of Blacklist International here, because they do want to give Just-G an early game priority in that 1v1 matchup here. We really have to go back to what we discussed back pre-draft.
Yep.
When we talk about junglers, it's really about how you as a team play around the jungle, secure those early game objectives here. We're not talking about Tyrant only. Towers, objectives like the Space Sprite, objectives like the bottom side control, all these are much needed here. And another counter here, the Hano as well being removed from the pool coming in for the side of Blacklist International to remove that Agudo counter.
I really love that ban itself, because Hailang is one of those players where if you underestimate, you make a small mistake, he's going to come for your head. Hano is one of his premier picks back in 2024. He has shown us it is still viable in 2025. So I'm curious to see what is this pick that's going to come up for Hailang. In the meantime, Blacklist International, they go for the Yuhuan here.
The Tunecaster being locked in for the side of Blacklist International here. So this roam will synergize pretty well with Just-G on that Agudo Wild Rider, where you have a double healing strategy for long-term fights here. That means if Twisted Mind is unavailable to find those big engages at the start of the fight, the long fights will come in favor for the side of Blacklist. But take a look at Twisted Mind. They say like, sure, you want to play healing? Let's cut that with the Sword Master Musashi.
Yeah, and we're also going to have the Shi as well, right? This is a lot of control coming in, meaning if any single member gets caught by Hailang, I would think it's safe to assume that that person is gone, because one of the things is, look, it's a Shi. Yep. Number two, it's Hailang piloting this Shi. He has not missed too many silk imprints to make sure that his team will get the kill.
Yes, he's definitely made an imprint into the KIC with this pick. They're sure coming through into the mid lane for Twisted Minds. But like you were saying there, Sagi, if you want to kind of reduce the heathen, or at least kind of fade off for a little while, that imperiled state here by the side of Twisted Minds clean on the Musashi, the Sword Master is definitely going to be the thing you need for that.
Now, Princess Frost is an interesting pickup there, because why? When the Musashi Sword Master lands onto the ultimate, he's jumping onto you, and if the... Oh, it's a change up here coming in for the new one. So they are really putting on more late game pressure onto the side of Blacklist International. For the draft itself, it's, how would I say it, very greedy of a mid to late game draft. If they suffer any form of early game casualties, that may really impact their ability to scale towards those late game item power spikes here.
I mean, I like that you pointed that out, right? The question now is, look, Blacklist, they have a decent draft, but can they last in the late game? Because it's all about Twisted Minds in this game one. It looks like they have a very strong lineup. They have a lot of chase down, a lot of control. And, I mean, they have a lot of turret pushing ability as well.
They do indeed. They have loads of siege, loads of chase downs, obviously. But to the side of, obviously, Blacklist, the one thing that Blacklist have that Twisted Minds doesn't have is that sustain, right? So, really, are you going to be jumping onto the Agudo? Are you jumping onto the Yuhuan here with that Musashi, the Sword Master?
Oh, I like how you bring that point up. The very super good Agudos, I believe Just-G is one of them.
Oh, yeah.
If they time the ultimate Gorge mobilization well, you can sort of use the iframe to dodge away from due to the death. But the timing is very peculiar here.
All right, you know what? That's a bit too high level for me. I mean, I know about how it's done. I've seen it done before because I was the one on the receiving end. But with that being said, this is going to be a tough challenge. And of all the games to watch, welcome to game number 1.
Yep, game number 1 here featuring Blacklist International coming in from the PKL first seed. Taking up against Twisted Minds, the sole hope coming in from KMW, taking on their regional pride to fight for survival in this lower bracket here, kid.
It's a very important day. And of course, if you want to have an important day, you start it right.
You do start it right here, and there's only one way to start that up, and that's elimination on the line here for a PKL team going up against the KMW Hopeballs Twisted Minds.
To rise for honor, they need to prove themselves, not only out of the game, but to bring their skills right towards the gorge. This is Game 1 Blacklist International taking on Twisted Minds. Casters, you're live.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the kickoff of the KIC at the Manila Bay Mall is going down now. Blacklist and Twisted Minds are underway for a fall series here.
Yep. Right now, it's all about pacing, right? We need to know how fast do you go, because Twisted Minds, they have a natural early game advantage. The only question here is, does Blacklist try to, reinforce the defenses in the jungle against the aggressive playstyle of Twisted Minds, or do they just try to make sure that they get the first blood instead?
Exactly. I mean, it could go two one ways, right? I feel like there's going to be a hyper-focus into these side lanes that you see right now. Top side of the map, obviously, Chami1 doing a lot of bullying here onto 90 rotations from, obviously, Dragon and Chaz coming up to just give him an aid. Because really what we want to be doing here, especially on 90's big pick Dharma, is just mitigating any kind of big impact that he has.
Yeah, and you can start straight away see, right? The rotation coming up from Blacklist International has been a lot faster. Yes, City Boy is kind of helping clean to try and get the Azure buff, but for now, it's natural that Blacklist Joshi will have an advantage in the farm, as well as the lane rotation.
Yeah, exactly. A much faster rotating hero, especially an early game aggressor onto the Agudo here. But I mean, looking at obviously a first itemization for Joshi here, going for the Giant Script, going for that more tankier build here, but now obviously maybe a dive, but just baiting them out with that more full tempo.
Yeah, that was kind of close. I thought he actually committed a flash there, but thankfully it is not an important resource they have burned at this point. So we'll see what they do, right? Everything about this game is how do you respond? So Twisted Minds, they've put 3 people on top, they've secured the space, right? They make that initial rotation down for the side of Clean. But Blacklist, they also do the same kind of movements. You actually get the initial wave clear by Joshi in the mid.
Exactly, but I mean, I think they have a bit of an upper hand here on the side of Blacklist, right? Obviously, Dragon on the Nua has the emergence. They can get up and down that gorge a lot quicker than the likes of the Shi.
Oh yeah, that's true. Shi is also someone that, puts yourself in a risky spot. It's a double-edged sword. You can get the catch, but you will be easily caught as well.
Exactly here. And I mean, just kind of just making sure that Shanks has a bit of an advantage here onto Golden Kite down to the bot side of the map. Obviously, he can get rid of those soaring signals with the Maple Dance as well, but what he cannot block is those Spirit Wolves.
Oh yes, that one is going to be quite the difficult situation to deal with, right? Because Arlie is a single target burst hero. That is the whole kit of the Ari Parasola. But with this pack leader on the channel itself, Shanks, he knows what to do. Right now it's about getting the stuns. If anyone on the side of Twisted Minds can get that big stun on the Golden Kite, it might spell disaster for them.
It could do, but I mean, at the same time, the fact is that they have Chaz onto the U1 as well. He could be the saving grace, right? Using that more full tempo, just to kind of mitigate any kind of interaction or engage from the side of Twisted Minds onto that Parasola.
Yeah, I want to see what this first initiation will come and be like from both teams, right? Chami1 so far keeping pace in terms of farm and EXP alongside his, opponent 90 in that Dharma.
Yes, obviously getting that space right down to the top side of the map means that rotation from Clean was very fast, very clean, as we're going to be heading into that 4-minute mark very soon. As you can see, big prio into this mid lane here. The pull, the secret press, and it's going to be the takedown onto Chaz, and now into the back line. It's going to be 90 with a pickup as well. That is a 2-0 trade here for the boys in Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they are the one in control of their fates at this point. Twisted Minds, a big start to the game. This is going to net get them a 1,000 goal lead. Not the biggest of differences just yet, but we have seen what Twisted Minds can do with a goal lead. And so far, I was about to say, Twisted Minds, hey, nothing's happening yet. They haven't slowed down the side of Blacklist. But you know what? I didn't speak, and if I had, I would have spoken too soon.
You know what they say, if you say it best when you say nothing at all, right? But then Twisted Minds comes through with that one. But I mean, we're talking about that gold lead being ever so slightly around about 1k. The thing that's really going to upset that is the takedown of this Tyrant. If Twisted Minds get this, it enhances that gold lead a little bit further, because that enhanced damage for temporarily here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the thing now for Blacklist is, okay, how do you respond, right? Do you try and take a turret? Do you try to take a team fight? Which obviously, if you take a team fight now, not the best idea. It does work, but you need to have a miracle happen at this point, because the goal lead is still at about 1,000 for now, but it's going to start stretching a little bit further in, of course, advantage to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just trying to stretch Blacklist sort of like thin and wide here so far within this one. Obviously, the nice hit with the cannon blast there, trying to get the full onto Dragon, actually using those creation blocks to push them away here. And now Chami-Wan, once again, I feel like this is the way that Blacklist gets around Twisted Minds' draft. They just push them away rather than bringing them to them.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is that they're trying to force goal sharing. But right now, they get a nice setup from the side of Chance. It could spell end for the side of Twisted Minds. But now, look at what they're doing. Blacklist, on the bottom side, they've given absolute freedom to the side of Golden Kite. And you know he loves this kind of spaces. If they can make this defense at the top, it'll be great.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. 3v1 dive here, top side of the map. We use the emergency here. 90 is on the run, but that Chance gets a multiple tempo. The stun comes through, and down goes 90, and they get the T1 into the bot side of the map.
Great recovery, and this is spelling good for the side of Blacklist. Now, goal lead is still close to about 1,000. Hang on!
Oh, we are speaking of any duel to the death without the Masashi, the Swordmaster. The Golden Kite comes through, claims a kill, but it's still going to be that 2-2 trade overall here for these two teams.
Yep, Twisted Minds, they always has an answer. But Twisted Minds for this one, I feel like they didn't take the biggest win, because Blacklist, they got a T1 on the top. At the same time, if they get this Overlord without punishment, I think Blacklist will be able to recover quite a bit of that gold. In fact, take a look at it. That gold gap has absolutely been cut.
Yeah, it's actually no longer that 1k goal lead here for the side of Twisted Minds. It's definitely looking more of a few hundred here. Able to actually maintain and take away a little bit of that privilege down to the bot side of the map now. It's going to be Twisted Minds with that takedown thanks to Shanks.
Yeah, right now, you know what? I'm super curious about this sustenance that's coming out from Blacklist, right? Can they actually out-sustain the damage on the side of Twisted Minds? Because Twisted Minds, they have to commit quite a lot to get the catch. Yeah. And at this point, you know, City Boy, nice if he lands the cannon blast. But the most important formula is Hailang. He needs to land those Suki imprints.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players don't think their shirt can have that damage output, but when you see at the end of the game, if Twisted Minds takes this one, you're going to see a lot of damage going over to Hailang here in the carry position, but now obviously a bit of a barrage onto that T1 into the mid lane here. A Blacklist, but a good defense by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this one is great, because not only did they defend the T1, they also got the T1 at the top. Now, this is going to be a very important marker for the side of Twisted Minds, because we've seen the weaknesses of Blacklist International, which is the macro game, right? Yeah. If they can kind of fix that problem, then it's going to be a hard fight for the side of Twisted Minds. We haven't seen a full-blown 5v5 yet. And once again, Twisted Minds, now that everything is reset, it is reinstating their 1,000 goal lead going to the side of TM.
They've done very well to recover it, right? They've definitely made the miles and stones and turning everything here for the side of Twisted Minds to get that goal lead. But nice catch here. Takedown thanks to 90 is going to be taking out that huge damage output for the side of Blacklist. That Dragon getting taken down.
Exactly what you expected out of Twisted Minds. They need to make sure they shut down Dragon. Every time he gets taken down, it's another timer put on top of this Blacklist International mid laner. Dragon, one of the two twins available here, looking to have a great stage, but so far it is all in control of DM.
Look at this, a little bit of a pincer mover around that ball camp as well, looking to try and get that silk imprint onto Chaz, but he uses the unending sorrow to block that one. But now it's going to be an attempt here off 90. He's trying to get them into those walls, but no success so far.
I mean, that movement by Chami-Wan is very important, right? He want to make sure that he was in a very awkward spot, because you can only choose one direction to use your ultimate, right? You can't catch everyone when they're in a circle. And with that being said, Blacklist, they try, but Twisted Minds, I wouldn't say have a vice grip, but this is a pretty strong hold.
Oh, they definitely got him in a headlock, right? They are trying to get them to tap out into these lung out drawn team fights and these skirmishes here, as you can see, back into the mid lane. They're just looking for that stamina test onto the side of Blacklist.
I mean, we have to take a look at the itemization at this point, right? The biggest thing for me now is how sustaining Clean can be. He already has the Active Torment as well as the Protector Kira, so he has plenty of physical pierce, but also physical defense as well. And I feel like that's going to be a big difference maker here.
Oh, absolutely. A big difference maker for the side of Twisted Minds in terms of that, but there's a full switch through here for sure. He is able to go in with a multiple tempo. They get the takedown on the City Boy. Big crucial engage come through top side. Behind enemy lines. 90 gets taken down. Blacklist are looking for a brawl.
Yeah, that's a great answer if you've seen one. Blacklist International finding ways to come back into the game. Yes, it is just City Boy to start, but 90, that's a very important clash lane on the side of TM, and once it's down, there is very little they can do to force a comeback fight.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you've got rid of those two kind of a crucial team fight setups here, on the side of Twisted Minds, you've now really got to rely on here Highland or even Clean maybe to commit that duel to the depth.
Yep, look at this rotation. Champion 1 is consistently holding Joshi. And I feel like having Joshi on board a lot, this duo is a great answer, because if there is a situation that Joshi feels in danger, Champion 1 is that support that kind of pushes them back, or maybe even pulls the members of TM deeper into the grave.
Exactly. It depends on how popular or how confident they feel going into that team fight, right? Do they have the angle? Do they have the right take here? But speaking again, take it down. Give that Crimson Gold to the top side of Blacklist here. Really trying to funnel over some extra damage onto Golden Kite.
Yeah, it's very important, right? Because he's one of the biggest slippery eels on the side of Blacklist International. And look, Dragon already has the Tome of Wisdom at the 10-minute mark. This is one of the most important objectives in the game, the Shadow Tyrant. This is going to be massive value for whoever takes it.
I mean, you can already see it's massive value, right? You have two teams crowding around here. We have the Radiants being propped here, trying to get a bit of vision onto the side of Twisted Minds, but it's actually going to be used to a bit of a unusefulness here that now we are seeing Blacklist trying to start the Shadow Tyrant.
It's all about buying time, right? Blacklist, they make that very smart decision to clear the wave in the mid, so you have to get the rotations in.
Yeah.
Right now, it's going to be an unfair fight, right? Because not the entire team is here, but you go one-on-one.
There we go. There's 19 trying to get the knockdown onto Chaz, but Chaz is now into it. Champion 1 gets to take that up the Highland. They get the Tyrant. 90 and Clean go down. Shax goes down as well. We have minion waves in the mid. Bot side of the map. Ace for Blacklist.
This is the Blacklist we're looking for. What a time to hit it as well. Right at the 11-minute mark. T2s are being taken down. There are 15 seconds left on the side of Twisted Minds. Can they finish? I think not.
No, I mean, they have the critters, right? When you have the critters, you don't need the minion waves, but now we have a 5-second timer on Highlang. Is it going to be enough here? But Blacklist with an 11-minute and 20 seconds win takes Twisted Minds.
That is a big start. Blacklist International. What a way to start this video 7.
The early game was so in control and favor coming in from Twisted Minds, but when the clock hit that 10-minute mark, it's the explosive team fight coming in from Blacklist International, taking zero-man trade for 5 full members coming in from this Twisted Minds watcher, immediately allowing them to both secure the Shadow Tyrant and into that game-winning push.
Yes, game-winning point there for the side of Blacklist. That's nice to get that first point onto the board, especially for the fans here in Ayala Mall, Manila Bay.
Yeah, it is a very important one because, look, I want to question how long has the PKL squads been, learning HOK? That's the first thing. But the growth they've had, do we expect this kind of quality to come out from the PKL #1 team today?
Well, for me, it's been 1 year and 6 months.
Yeah.
So that's equate to 18 months of growth coming in for the roster of Blacklist International. And for them to really generate into such commanding rotational advantages has been phenomenal thus far. We always say back in spring, like, hey, your mechanics might not equate to the world's best yet, but after improving from KWC, improving from Spring, getting that fall champion, coming into top 6 itself, and with the opening game, they are looking ferocious in their team fights.
So the thing here is, okay, obviously, I don't think this is the strongest that we have seen Twisted Minds at.
Correct.
But to lose game #1, that does dent your confidence a little bit, right? So the question is, how much are they going to try and recover in the game #2?
I mean, that's the whole point and the problem of the global ban pick as well, right? Anything they tried in that one, and they had some great picks, especially onto 90, onto the Dharma, as well as obviously Shanks onto the Chano, right? Like, those are some big, expensive picks that have been already taken off the side of Twisted Minds, and they didn't get the first game dub, which is also going to blunder their confidence. But let's take a look at that post-game analytics here.
We saw the early game coming in for Twisted Minds with Highlang and Queen finding those initiatives in that mid lane 3v3 here. So if we were to look this game from a top view perspective, it's both teams fighting for that mid lane rotation. Whoever clears first gets to access towards the side lane, but they sort of tunnel vision on that mid and allowed Golden Kite to freely get these turrets on the side lane.
And which is kind of crazy because if you take a look at Dragon, 1, 2, and 7, he died twice. So technically he's not supposed to be rich. But if you take a look at his gold, he's at 7,000. So that's one thing. You take a look at it corresponding, and Hailang, he's close to 5k. His job is to give his gold to the jungler, but his jungler is still losing in gold against Joshi.
And the problem is as well, right, when you have so much sustain and so much healing onto your enemy team, you kind of force in the mid lane to build that venomous staff, which means that the damage output's not going to be quite there in the early game for the sure pick.
And a lot of times that we observe in the game itself, there were really some errors coming in from Hailang Shi, which we can really explain from game 1 jitters. He was flashing forward, but the combos just weren't coming out from the Shi itself.
Yeah, this is very rare to see of Hailang. And I mean, this is the first game, right? It might not mean the end of the world for Twisted Mind, that's a guarantee. But at the same time, this is a huge boost of confidence to Blacklist International. They are here, they're live in person, home ground support, home ground buff.
I mean, this was the head-to-head we was talking about in the introduction, right? Is that clash lane. Chami won, got up against 90 here, but obviously it's now into the mid lane, obviously here. Now we have Hailang and Dragon, which is obviously what you were talking about moments ago, right? Yes, he died twice, but the fact is he got that home of wisdom here as well very early on, whereas Hailang, he needed the anti-heal.
It goes back to a discussion back towards the drafting where Hailang and also the side Twisted Minds needs to find those big moments to formulate that early to mid-game rotation here. But of course, like you guys mentioned here, Chami won, bringing his team back from that deficit, being the bodyguard for both the side of Joshi and Golden Kite to safely farm and head towards that mid-game power spike.
Yep. The hero he was using was the Guan Yu, also known as the War Saint. 1-0 and 7. The value that this guy provided was not just being a spear, but also being a shield. In the critical moments of the fight, he was actually able to separate the Twisted Mind members away from the important members on the side of Blacklist. One thing you will see later in the highlights, which I really like, Chami 1 actually gave vision on the side of 90, right? And this allowed Golden Kite to play with so much fearlessness because he knew, hey, he's too far, I will not get caught. And the only person that got caught was Chaz. And Chaz is ready to give his life because he has his unending sorrow to kind of turn the tides.
It's like Saki always says, right? Intel is the Wintel, right? And obviously, if you do have the Intel onto 90, you kind of already taken away the prowl of this Tiger.
And the highlights really show us how well the early game was for the side of Twisted Mind in finding those big leads here. But take a look at 90's position here. This was a crucial misplay that he didn't set Dragon towards the wall, and he got punished immediately coming in from the members. And this was the final fight. Take a look at Hailang here. He flashed forward, but immediately got stunned coming in from Chaz for full tempo, and leading to this to be none other than a 0-for-5 exchange in favor of Blacklist International.
The biggest thing I want you guys to notice about Blacklist is the fact that Golden Kite as well as Dragon, the two twins, okay, telepathy maybe from the twinning, but they were never standing together.
Correct.
So even if 90 got that correct positioning, he would never have caught both of them. And either one of them, you let loose, you lose.
Yeah, there's definitely don't be letting loose whilst you're playing the game as well, right? Obviously, that's a lot of pressure that you may be getting rid of here. But speaking of pressure being alleviated, Blacklist getting that game number 1 point is definitely going to be a huge stamina boost here for these guys. Obviously, we've already seen them when they played against HBSE, right? They lost game number 1, whereas they're perfecting this one against Twisted Minds and winning game number 1 themselves.
When you win game 1, you don't immediately win the series, but it sets you into a correct mood and tempo, like what Vlad mentioned, as you pace towards a long format like the best of 7 itself.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's very important that Twisted Minds kind of equal this series and make it 1-1. Because if you don't, now you're staring at the halfway mark. They are halfway there if it's 2-0. But of course, we don't speak too much about it. We want to have absolute control. We want the control to be smart from both teams as well.
Well, to really observe these two teams, I sort of figured out a systematic way that they play. The mid lane control is something that they always want to fight about. Even though, yes, the early game, it looks good coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. The Shi was finding a lot of those big picks. The problem is, they hardly is able to translate those mid lane objectives into side lane objectives. Oftentimes you see, okay, they got kills. What's next? Why are the side towers still not really down? But on the side of Blacklist International, they took it down very easily.
But with that being said, if you're looking for absolute control, you want smart control all the way, it is Madia. Smart control anytime, anywhere with energy management as well as AI technology features. This is also known as the AI Eco Master. Now, this is going to provide a lot of value for us. I mean, it's pretty hot right now because that was a pretty hot Series 1, game number 1 of Series number 1 for the day. But I think it's important that we learn from the best of the best here as well.
Correct, and the way you can do that is by following over on our social medias as well. That's where we start posting those highlight clips. We start putting those interviews with these players to give you those top tips coming through from the pros, and they play at the best of the best.
The best of the best. Or if you're into a comedian or the back side of the behind the scenes, you can check out ZanQ, you can check out interesting topics like Just G, Carl, and also the side of the MKL teams. Everything is with HOK Esports social media here, so do give us a follow and claim those free prizes.
Yep, a lot of prizes to be claimed, and the ultimate prize today for both of these teams is to be able to move on into the next set of competition. Because, okay, the stakes are high for this one. If you win, you progress. But if you lose, it is bye-bye, you go home.
It is bye-bye night for either of these teams that do lose this line within the tournament, right? But as you can see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the updated global ban picks. We're seeing some expensive picks, some great synergy picks here being used by both of these teams. But I feel like Blacklist are really happy with the fact they got the Guan Yu in game number 1 and got the dub with it too.
Yeah, exactly.
And Chami has been on form so far in the playoffs itself. Yes, even though they lost to HBSC in the upper brackets, but the performance of Chami to really counteract against these Crash laners is pretty good thus far.
So they have swapped sides at this point for game number 2, right? So Twisted Minds now, they're going to be on the red side, counter pick side. They've chosen to be here because they lost game number 1. Now Blacklist being put into the blue side, what are we looking at? Who would you want to prio in this particular role?
Well, I mean, what we saw from the last game was obviously the prio onto Chami, right? So maybe they look to try and get the pay through this time. Maybe go for the Byron pay combo that we know that obviously Chami is just like an absolute monster on here. But they have to be careful, right? Because obviously being on the red side, that's something that they could allow Twisted Minds to get here. I mean, I can't imagine they'll give Shanks over the early pick, right? Obviously, Blacklist got it in game number 1. I don't think they're going to allow it in game number 2.
That's why the blue side priority is so high in this game itself. Ooh, we see Mara. Hello, Mara. She's been treating us a lot of food lately. We love Mara. But talking back to the draft itself, blue side in the early phase of a BO7, you are open up to like the pay buyer they talk about. Pay is still yet to be picked by either teams. The side of the Dharma, yes, 90 has used it, so that could be one of the key picks coming in for Blacklist International. And finally, there is still the availability of the lone pick coming in for them. So the priority on the blue side, still a lot of options to even explore, even though you still have the likes of the Fire Ninja, Mai Shenui.
That's true. I mean, we have not seen Hailang shine today just yet, but it's game number 1, right? And now there's a lot of big picks that are still available for him. The Heino Fate Turner still available, right? Fire Ninja, the Mai Shenui still available as well. These are all big picks that Hailang has used to not only just save Twisted Minds, but empower Twisted Minds to come back into series.
Exactly that, but we're going to get into the BP of game number 2 here between Blacklist and Twisted Minds, and it's going to be the Ali and Dharma bands coming through here. They don't want to give the Dharma over to Chami, but also, likewise, they don't want to give over the Ali to the likes of Shanks, and really, we've been seeing a big focus on the Liang here. Kind of shifted focus from the Dolia over to the Liang.
It really forces the side of Twisted Minds to be like, hey, do we ban the Athena or do we look at the side of the Luna Moonblade here? And as we know from the HBSC series thus far, Athena has been the primary ban here. With that being said, Blacklist International putting yet another temple jungle onto the side of Just G in that jungling role here. Pay, the Tigress has been locked in.
So do you take the Mr. Mace to try and break this combination, right? Do you take the Byron on the side of Twisted Minds? But no, they pick up the Fire Ninja.
This is definitely something Twisted Mind is alluded to. When they see a squishy, their neurons are locked in. They're like, okay, lock me in that Mai Shenui Fire Ninja. I'm gonna be the man itself to bring in the tempo that you need to counter against Just G on that pay.
I mean, we saw that obviously Hailang didn't get that carry pick last time in game number 1, right? Yes, obviously it is a big setup for the team, but again, we're seeing some more CC immunity come through here, maybe to kind of try and upset that big kind of engage that Byron can give over to the side of Blacklist.
And for a moment, I was kind of worried for the side of Twisted Mind here because they were immediately looking for that Zhuangzi lock-in, but it does give you the side of Blacklist International that option as well. You see Reaper Datu, Lapu Lapu, and you see Mai Shenui here, so can you soft guarantee yourself to lock in that Zhuangzi Free Wanderer already for that Blacklist?
I don't think you need to be honest, right? Because they have quite a lot of big bursts available on the side of Blacklist. And we've seen in game number 1, right, this very important positioning that both of them have played. This is going to be interesting. Now, the Zhang Fei right now being teased on the side of Blacklist International. Great answer. When you're dealing with high burst heroes, either you get instant high burst, why? Why are you playing with my heart? Yes, I want to see the Zhonghui, I want to see the Void Caller, but no, we're going to get the Beast instead. Still, same fundamentals. Big tank to deal with the big burst.
Yeah, I feel like that was just fan service for you there, Ken. It was just like, you know what, let's just highlight it, let's get his little heart going.
Oh.
But at the same time, Twisted Minds has got fan service here, potentially for Keke. But again, teasing us, but it's going to be 90 taking the Mai here, going for a little bit more controlled dive potential.
I'm not going to believe these pro players when they are like hovering those heroes anymore. It's just teasing us at this point. We will only talk about it when they actually lock it in. But the Mai Martial Genius being locked in by Twisted Minds here does give for the side of TM's 90 a very strong 1v1 matchup towards the Clash lane. As you can see, the potential counters towards the Mai is oftentimes coined as either the Byron or the Charlotte that they potentially ban in this phase.
Yep, I mean, potential? No, it is now locked in, confirmed. So this is going to be a tough one for the side of Blacklist, right? Still many options to explore. They ban out the Jing as well. I think that's a great answer. You don't want to give Clean one of his, I mean, arguably, if not the strongest jungling assassin hero he has in his picks.
Yeah, I mean, they could potentially still go for maybe another jungle tank pick here for the side of Twisted Minds, but Shanks picking it up the Lady Sun here, potentially. Obviously, the grenade, it's going to definitely fall hard, but when we think of Lung, we think of Consort Yu. Thanks to that, Protected Winds, the Woodland Ranger comes through.
And to really look at the Woodland Ranger coming in for Consort Yu, yes, statistically, it does really well into both Bloom and Pain, but you have a Light Plume Umbrosa just charging into your face here. You're forced to use that spell too. And then we might see Blacklist International lock in something like a Lady Zen, Long Range Mage to really counteract against this, I would say, close to mid-range of a marksman coming in from Twisted Minds farm lane.
I think this is a very scary pickup from the side of Blacklist International. So they have two very big sustains here. One in the form of the Umbrosa, the Night Plume, or you do have Zhang Fei, the Beast. But for now, it's going to be Cascada locked in as the final pick for the side of Blacklist. The Lady Jun pick, is it going to be enough? Because Twisted Minds have now gotten one of the strongest and best performing assassin junglers, the Fade. Battlefoot.
Wow, this is such an aggressive draft coming in from both teams. You can see the fact that, okay, Blacklist International, they want to play with both Pain and also Zhang Fei to engage in that early jungle-centric rotation here, but they really lock in these two things, Mai Shunui and Lapu Lapu. This will really equate that early game that has been brought up by Blacklist to force a 50-50 here. So these players will be the primary focus going into that river brawl.
I want to give you the high risk that Twisted Minds are taking right now. Fade, amazing jungler, will be able to get you those resources, objectives as well with your Hardened Jade mark. But if you lose the early game, if you lose First Blood to Blacklist International, this could go very sour and very south very quickly.
Yeah, you don't want to go south, especially if you are Twisted Minds. But I mean, to your point there, maybe they've picked the Fade up because they just lost that neutral objective towards the end, right? Obviously, losing that Shadow Tyrant cost them that game number one. So using that Hardened Jade Steel here, maybe the lifeline that they were looking for to make sure they maintain their neutral objectives.
To see that neutral objective come towards live, that 5v5 scenario at that Shadow objective here, we need to see how Blacklist International and Twisted Minds play that early game tempo here. Is it going to be in favor of the Tigress Pei in the hands of Just Chi, or is Hailang with his signature Fire Ninja Mai Shunui, are they able to duke it out and to determine who wins that early game here, kid?
Yeah, I mean, so many different factors to consider. And to me, I mean, I like this Lapu Lapu pick, right? The Reef High Datu, we've seen it come to a lot of success to many of the teams in KIC 2025 so far. With the big ultimate setup stunts, it's going to be critical.
It's going to be critical, but what's even more critical is this next game point here between Blacklist and Twisted Minds. And like you were saying, kid, they have two great team fight setups. They have the Beast onto the side of Blacklist, and then they have Lapu Lapu, the Reef Heart Datu, on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, now which means the laning phase is extremely important. You need to squeeze value out of every single lane, every single minute, every single camp.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You need to get into the meats and potatoes of this and get all those resources that is possible here for either of these two teams, right? Because like you were saying, if the First Blood goes over the Blacklist, it could definitely go south really quickly here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it really is about, hey, how many camps can you steal? Chance has already stolen one away from TM. Right now, what's the response from TM, right? Do they get this steal? This will be amazing if he got that steal. Unfortunately, that's not going to be off of cooldown. The swan throw will not happen. So TM, for now, no answers just yet.
No answers just yet, but I mean, you see here, Twisted Minds are definitely taking a leap out of Blacklist book from game number 1, right? They're committing a lot of resources top side of the map here in forms of City Boy as well as Highlang.
Yeah, right now, different kind of strategy going into the mid lane. You can see the lane sharing, gold sharing, EXP sharing for the side of Dragon along with Joshi. You can see that on the side of Highland though, he is trying to do the same, and finally they do make that rotation count. So for now, Clean, I think matching pace. In fact, he might be leading against Joshi a little bit in terms of EXP.
Just ever so slightly. Just ever so slightly, they're leading in the XP here. But I mean, gold-wise, it is going up to Blacklist just ever so slightly as well. So they're just trading those two concessions.
Yeah, we'll see. Because I don't think both teams want to take a huge risk at this point. One,
the huge risk! Oy! He was hoping for level 4, but he weren't able to get it. So he weren't able to go for the Undying here. Knight, he's able to clean up and take that healing pool for himself.
And 90, what a great play. Joshi's here to slow him for a little bit, but 90, what a great start. Once again, Twisted Minds, maybe this is the game they come in with force.
Yeah, looking to neutralize this game point that we see here already for the side of Blacklist. But I mean, we're already getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves, right? I mean, it's definitely early game. First look over to Twisted Minds. Definitely what we were looking for within that draft.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the other focus is in the farm lane. So far, no farm laners has actually tried the lane freeze just yet, right? They want to rush their levels, rush their goal ASAP. For now, Clean, hitting close to level 6 soon. We'll see if this is going to be the difference maker. If you can force out a flash from either side, especially in the mid and farm, that's going to be big value in the 4-minute fight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you are forcing flashes around about this time, they aren't going to have it for the Tyrant, right? So definitely maybe a point of concession here for the side of Twisted Minds, but they're looking to go for the space fight and looking to clean up that gold lead a little bit further from the side of Blacklist, but just making sure that they don't lose their own jungle, I feel like is the primary goal here of Blacklist, forcing out the flash here and the protective wins from Shanks.
That is not going to be available for the next 2 minutes. That's a long time in HOK.
It's a long time, but I mean, Clean, he doesn't need the smite, as we've already alluded to. He has the Hardened Jade Steel as well. So coming into about 45 seconds, sorry, these neutral objectives come onto the board here. He still has a horse in this race.
Okay, so we'll see Blacklist really trying to force that slower rotation coming out from the side of Twisted Minds, right? Keeping 90 in lane, that's going to be very important. Now, if they can find some value with a kill at this point, it will be important for both teams. You can see they're already setting up for Twisted Minds, but this is the beast.
It is a beast, but he misses out his unbridled outburst here very early before that Tyrant, so I feel like that's an actual good point here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I think Twisted Minds, they should have this 4-minute Tyrant. I don't think as Blacklist you want to contest that because, look, Hardened Jade Mark, very hard to get rid of it. Essentially, it means you have to take Clean out before the fight even happens.
Exactly. I mean, he's already looking a bit better than Bruised there. He has lost one chunk of his health bar, but I mean, look at that T1 down to the bottom side of the map. The RC and the Blacklist trying to go for big pressure, but there it is. Jungle getting taken down at that 4-minute mark is going to be scary for Blacklist.
Wins all over the place for the side of Twisted Minds, and the protecting wins, no, this is the finishing wins coming in. They can take down Joshi. That's going to be a very important marker for the side of Twisted Minds. They can take this as your goal, that'll be great as well.
It would be great, but nobody's starting for the Tyrant here. They're just trying to force the Dragon into the pit. They force out the flash here. Looking to steal away the Azure Golem. The Hardened Jade still does come through, and Clean gets it.
Yep, big start for the side of Twisted Minds. I really like this. Now they're ahead by close to 1,000 gold, but Golden Kite, he has vision now. It gets caught here though.
Yeah, but he has the infinite fastness, right? This is the key thing about the Lung pick. You can take to the sky, become a dragon, and save your own life. But there we go. They're stealing Azure Golems away. And look at the start for the Tyrant here. A good play by Blacklist.
Not what I thought would happen.
Nope.
They actually get the first Tyrant. So Blacklist, great answers. But now they have to deal with the pressure of Twisted Minds.
No, they know the Dragon doesn't have the flash. But there it is. The Destructive Deluge. Gonna keep Clean in place. Takedown for Blacklist.
It was looking good though. Everything was going the way of Twisted Minds. And somehow Blacklist, they squeeze out an angle. They take out Clean. He has no buffs to work with right now. Those buffs are not coming back on their side of the jungle anytime soon.
It was the placement of that Destructive Deluge, right? Like just sticking it into that brush. I mean, it meant that the health of Twisted Minds could not come through just yet, but you're seeing here another push for the top side of the map again. Looking at that same MO from Blacklist of game number 1, sorry, where they got the bot side, looking to take top here. They're just using Golden Kite to just absolutely macro this game.
Yeah, super smart play as well. I mean, that's one of the big burst damage damage potentials, right? Golden Kite on this Lung, also known as the Alwyn. He is responsible for one of the quickest takedowns in current history across the game in HOK as well. Now, the only other thing that I want to really look at on the side of Blacklist for now is Chami 1. Nobody has shut down this guy too much just yet. He has only fallen the once.
Yeah, only fallen once, and that was what the first split of the game where he had no help top side of the map there. But I mean, you can see right now, Highling just trying to alleviate that pressure, but using that space bright very nicely here. Golden Kite, like, this is one thing you never used to associate with Golden Kite. This is macro playstyle. He's huge.
Yeah, exactly. He's kind of getting all of the gold across the gorge at this point. It's going to hurt them quite a bit. Twisted Mind. They should know. They actually got it stolen away. That's a huge marker. Right now, it's all on 90. 90 on the side of Twisted Minds. He needs to be responsible to take the T1s. Also, hopefully force Chami into 1v1, but that's not going to be easy anymore.
Oh, the unbridled Embers into the back line. He's going to catch enough Highlang. It's going to be the blow inside. They get the takedown, and now the Stampede comes through from the Beast, forcing the flash. They get the T1 into the mid lane. Is this going to be a saving grace here by 90, forcing out the infinite fastness right now? Needs to get in the fear. Not quite. The flaming bombs comes through, and Blacklist with a T1, 1 kill, 2 kills in this game number 2.
Yeah, Blacklist on another level, and what a time to hit the strides at this point as well. They are now 2,000 gold ahead. Now the kill score is only 3-2, one of the lowest kill score games we've ever had 7 minutes into the game. But this is also something that I find really weird. Blacklist have a decent control, map control. We have not seen this in KIC 2025 for them at least.
Exactly. I mean, Golden Kite's definitely playing to a golden standards here. It's that farm lane. I mean, maybe Twisted Minds wasn't expecting Golden Kite to play this way, right? Maybe there was like, right, okay, he's onto the lung. Maybe he's going to play a little bit more of an assassin playstyle, but if you can't find him, you can't force out the infinite fastness.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is that right now, Joshi is close to 1,000 gold ahead of Clean. Not something I would have expected from Clean today. I mean, Clean has always been one of the strongest junglers in KIC 2025. Now with a representation as the last potential team of KMW, this is a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure indeed for the PKL to actually rise to the standards of Twisted Minds and potentially take them down here, using the Radiance to try and slow them down. Able to get that next Azure Golem as well. They are starving Clean.
Yeah, I mean, he's hungry right now. And Joshi, this is why, when you're hungry, you feast. The Tiger is fed at this point.
He's looking for that Shanghai Lumbia right now. He's liking those rolls, but he's not be able to get them just yet. But maybe here, T2 takedown for the side of Blacklist when they have just Chi. Chami 1, it's going to be a fast takedown.
I mean, we've had a lot of fun over the recipes of Filipino foods this past few days. You know, we had the IKL for lunch the other day from, Blacklist and Boom. But right now, it looks like KMW is on the menu as well.
That's it. Some big King Major West meat coming through here for the side of Blacklist. But into the back line, it's going to be Highlang. He's looking to try to keep away Just Chi. They get the Heart and Jade Steel takedown here for Twisted Minds.
It's a great start for KMW, but they need more, right? They need to make sure that the objectives are protected as well. This is where Clean is able to get more farm across the map. Now, with that takedown onto Joshi, he's recovered that Azure Golem, which is great. He needs it.
He does need it, but for how long is he going to have it, right? Do they try to go for, obviously, Just Chi's Azure Golem in moments notice, or are they really going to try and focus this next Tyrant? But I mean, that damage going over to Blacklist, if they do get this Tyrant, is going to be a hard contestation here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it is, because then you really get that aggressive fighting power and prowess you're looking for. So the fact that number one, Joshi is not on the map at that point in time, they still got the Tyrant, that's a big win for this on the Blacklist International. Now, Golden Kite, if they can force it out.
Yes, Clean having to kind of be faced away from this mid-T1 aggression here. Trying to force Golden Kite has obviously got the ultimate off of him here as well, which is going to be a good point for the side of Twisted Minds. But Blacklist, I feel like now it's their game to lose.
Yeah, I would think so too, but we know about that 10-minute marker, right? When the timing comes, when you hear the bell ring, maybe that's the turnaround the Twisted Minds are looking for. Right now, this is a very important objective. I mean, all stats point to them winning at this point for Twisted Minds. They should get the steal.
They should get the steal here with the Heart and Jade Steel as well, but now it's going to be at the behest of Blacklist International. Can they break the code, or can they break the Emerald here onto the side of Twisted Minds? Only time will tell. Resetting that Tyrant is going to be a good cause here for Notion of Twisted Minds. City Boy in the brush looking for a recall.
Oh no, he got stopped.
He got stopped there. That's a little bit unsavory, but it's going to be the Radiance. It's going to try and slow down Chami 1, but he gets out of the bounds just for now. Double knock up into the back line for 90. It's not going to be enough. The Flaming Bombs comes through.
Yeah, they can't do it. The waves are crashing down right now. Blacklist has all the advantage in the world. It looks like they're going immediately for the trade. Clean here, he knows what's at risk. but hang on, maybe they can get a kill here.
Uh-oh, Highlang is in a little bit of trouble there, but they do obviously have that resurrection of the Chami. Just forces them away from that Tyrant. They try and go for a Hail Mary play from top side of the map to get that Overlord to try and vanquish that bot side wave, but it's a little bit too late.
I think at this point it's okay, because it's damage limitation for Twisted Minds. This is strength in numbers for the side of Blacklist. They only needed 4 members. They had the potential of the chance to steal as well. Yes, he got the stun, but got it off at the wrong time. Now with that being said, Twisted Minds, now they're behind by 2,000 gold. Blam, is this something that they can't come back from?
I feel that they can collect it. Obviously, they force a fight with the Shadow Vanguard into one of their selected lanes. Maybe here we could be getting some prime player pickups here, but I feel like it has to kind of like rotate a notion around Dragon. If you get the takedown onto Dragon, you get rid of that Destructive Deluge. That's a lot of damage onto the side of Blacklist that gets taken away.
Okay, I like that you pointed out, right? I think so far Dragon has been one of the guys that has set the pacing for the side of Blacklist International. Not only getting the freezes, the stuns, but like you said, Destructive Deluge. It brings the control, but more importantly, it brings the damage, which is, for Twisted Minds, not what you want to experience at this point in time.
Exactly. When your only tanky hero is the likes of the Lapu Lapu here for the side of City Boy, it's going to be hard for you to contest that damage coming through for the Destructive Deluge here, but a lot already be resourced there to try and get the takedown onto 90, but back into the mid lane, looking for an invade into that Crimson Golem territory.
Yeah, it's all about the information right now. They're going to get the T1 at the bottom. That's great news for the side of Twisted Minds, but they need a little bit more, because take a look at what Blacklist are doing. They're actually trying to pull them in towards their Crimson side. With that could spell potential death for any one of the Twisted Mind members.
Yeah, and they've kind of backed up here. They're like, you know what, let's not lose everything for that Crimson Golem. Back up and now in 1 second, looking like they're going to feed it over to Shanks here, because we look at the team side of the Twisted Minds. Shanks hasn't really done anything just yet that's really kind of like stellar or even got a takedown.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Maybe this is the winning formula. Take a look at on your right-hand side of the screen. City Boy at the bottom right, he has the Howling Wind, right? So maybe if they get the timing of the Howling Wind right, they might be able to catch Blacklist International off guard. But for now, it needs to be like a miracle play or something, because Chami 1 has given them every shred of information of where Twisted Mind members are at.
Yeah, it's like he's knowing how City Boy is going to go and what the rotation, what brush is going to sit in. Like you were saying there, Chami has been fantastic at gathering that intel. It'd be really good to see his vision score as well come through at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at it, right? It's not just a physical ability or making sure you're limber.
Trying to get the Hardened Jade Steel onto Chami 1, but those flaming palms, oof, brother! You don't want to take too many of those.
That was a gut punch if I've ever seen one. A probable knockout at this point. And Chami 1, he can keep doing this all day.
Oh, absolutely. He has his ultimate, right? He has that inbuilt Sage's Sanctuary for that Night Bloom, the Umbrosa pick.
Yeah, this is going to be very valuable. Like I said, right now you have to deal with so many things. Oh, hang on, does he?
Oh, careful.
Oh, no.
3 men being committed. He's still going to lose the Lapu Lapu ulti there, but they are going to get the takedown. But it's going to be that minion wave bot side of the map, and even into that mid lane here. But it looks like maybe Blacklist are taking a fight.
I was kind of saying, oh no, because Blacklist are on their way.
They are on their way. The Unbridled Air Burst is only going to get onto 1, but it's going to have physical immunity onto Shanks, keeping him alive in this early team fight. But the Flaming Bombs comes through. Cascader goes down onto the side of Blacklist, but now Golden Kite is online. He has the infinite vastness. He's like, you can't lock me down. But still, he lands. He gets hit by the Lapu Lapu ultimate.
And Twisted Minds come back. What a fight for them at this point, taking 4 lives away from Blacklist. This is the formula they need, but they need a lot more. They're going to start working on this Shadow Overlord. And Blam, at this point, if Twisted Minds cannot find any more openings, this has to be the one.
That had to be the one. This is the knife to open the can right now at their side of Blacklist. And we were talking about that gold lead moments ago, saying how can Twisted Minds come back? And that's exactly how. You force a team fight, you're now putting pressure into the enemy jungle, you're taking away those resources.
And once you give them a taste of what victory looks like, Twisted Minds, they come bearing their fangs. So at this point, I think we take a little bit of a slowdown for the side, because Twisted Minds, they can try and drag this game as long as possible once they get the goal lead. And I feel like that's only going to come with the Tempest Dragon.
Yes, it's going to regulate emotions, regulate those kills, and just make some motives here for the side of Twisted Minds. But once again, Chami just trying for looking for that intel, trying to get the pick up, doing a lot of damage on Highlang, forcing him out of that team fight.
A very scary position for the side of Blacklist International. Now, with that being said, Twisted Minds, I think they can play this calmly, slowly as well, because they have the Shadow Overlord at the top side. Right? Wait for that to crash towards the T3s, and then you start contesting with Blacklist International. Or maybe even now.
Yeah, even now, especially with Golden Kite away from this team fight. But I mean, he's been pretty much absent from the team fights for the entire of the game. Radiant's being used there by Chaz, just to try and see if there's anybody in that nearby brush.
I mean, that advantage is slowly getting cut out. If Blacklist, they're able to deal with that Shadow Overlord on the top, there is a potential for them to win big in this team fight. Now, Clean, like you mentioned before, not the tankiest.
Uh-oh, once again, double invade here, but he does have the Sage's Sanctuary. Yep. Is that going to be the saving grace? Just G comes back, and is he going to go down? No, Golden Kite is, however. This is Twisted Minds, pushing that mid lane, pushing top side of the map here, looking to aggress their base.
Yep, they're pulling them in all different directions. Twisted Minds, they have taken another T2 in the mid. It is now open for the T3s as well. Twisted Minds, they smell blood, they want this.
They do want this, and they are going to go and try and take it before that Tempest Dragon even gets onto the Gorge here. Tyrant looking to be taken down there for Clean. He gets that kill. That extra damage coming through for this siege is going to be huge.
Right, this is now a test of time. Can they last against the damage of TM?
They got to be careful. There's the Untitled Chapter burst. It catches onto nobody just there, unfortunately, for the side of Blacklist. Stampede comes through, tries to lock down Clean. He gets taken down. Chami1 with that built-in immortality.
Yep, crazy stats and movements coming in, and that was crucial from the side of Chami1. Right now, it's about damage limitation. Twisted Minds, they got the biggest reward. They got the T3 in the mid, but what more can they take? Because Blacklist are returning, and they're coming back with such force in the mid lane.
Exactly, and more importantly, they got the boys in blue. They have the minion wave into the mid lane here, trying to use that O-port to clear them out, but they get the T2 here. Can Blacklist formulate some kind of comeback here, get that dominance going into their favor, into that mid lane?
I mean, I think it's dependent on the next decisive objective, right? If you take a look at what's happening now, I don't think they can push against Twisted Minds. Yes, you clear the jungles, get the buffs. That's the maximum extent of structural and map control you can do. At this point, I think you have to be patient, right? Wait for that Shadow Overlord, and then you plan your next move.
Wait for the Shadow Overlord. I mean, we are getting very much closer to that Tempest Dragon territory, right? We do have a minion wave pushing top side of the map here as well, but looks like Clean's just going to kind of clear that up, get some gold resources over to himself there as well, because he's not currently, actually he's 6 slotted itemized here as well. We do obviously not see that Unbridled Airburst not just come through there for Chaz. We heard a boom, but it wasn't the right one.
We'll see how this is going to be like, because the Unbridled Airburst is such an important skill here. And Joshi, he might be baiting. I mean, he's already used 1 life of that Sage's Sanctuary, right? So it's on cooldown now. Let's see if he's going to use it again and potentially try and win the game from here. But you also have to pay attention. 90 is on the back line. He's approaching. Golden Kite, he does not know he's there.
He doesn't know he's there, but that minion wave bot side of the map is going to put pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds. But there it is, 90 on the prowl. Only gets a knock-up onto Dragon. The Unbridled Airburst catches onto non-Clean. Has the Sage's Sanctuary, gets taken down here, but it's going to be the proc of that. Can Golden Kite be the saving grace here? Because 2 members of Blacklist have gone down. Chami1 with the speed, with the flash. He gets out alive, and it's just Chaz alive here, facing the full brunt of Twisted Minds.
He can't last. Chaz will be taken down, and Twisted Minds, this could be that opening they're looking for. Is Chami1 against the wall for 20 seconds? I'm not sure if he can do it. Howling win.
How will he do it? He's got the Sage's Sanctuary though. That gets proc first, but now he has that immortality as well. The Ardent Jade steal, but Shanks gets the kill. Twisted Minds with a minion wave. Top side of the map gets game number 2.
A response from the side of Twisted Minds, a great one with that being said, and it is now 1-1 in this best of 7.
You can never count them out in the best of 7 series here. When times matter, they do show up in these moments here, and with that comeback of victory, Twisted Minds, they equalize the series and make it a 1-1 for all.
Yeah. So at this point, you kind of ask yourself, do you really want to give the Mai over to the side of Highland? Because he had an insane game. And the Reef-Heart Datu, also known as Lapu Lapu, the value that CD Boy gave was so immense. I mean, every single time there's a setup from Dragon or a setup from Chaz, you are instantly answered with that big ultimate from the Lapu Lapu pick. So I think very smart decisions from the side of Twisted Minds.
It's very scary. I mean, the initiation, I mean, especially the shutdown onto Golden Kite, right? That was the first time we saw that Lapu Lapu ultimate really shine. He caught that infinite vastness on the down low.
Oh yeah. The team fights really, at the start of the game, it was the same story coming in from game 1, where Twisted Minds found their early game lead, and mid-game it was the pacing that was more consistent coming in for the Blacklist International. But the difference in this game 2 itself is the fact that Twisted Minds fought back even harder, while the fact that Just G on that pay was a lot of times getting caught in the side lane, and that converted into more kills where Mayin, Shiranui, the combo coming from Twisted Minds, was also punishing Golden Kai for being alone in the side lane. So all these double marksmen, it worked out in game 1, but it didn't really work out in game 2.
I mean, this is what you expect out of TM, right? Especially with the Mayin pick. We were questioning, okay, in game number 1, where was 90? And he was actually telling us, chill, I have the second game on board. We will have it for you. And we'll take a look at the itemization here. The one that I'm super curious about is actually on City Boy, because City Boy was actually tanking so much. You can see why now. He had the Glacial Buckler, he had the Frigid Charge as well. So multi-man catches with his ultimate, but also with the item passives and active skills as well.
Yeah, I mean, that Succubus Cloak definitely towards the end of that itemization really kind of mitigated any of that damage that was coming from Dragon, which we obviously coined in the early game. Was brutal placement of that Destructive Deluge, really turned those team fights.
And talking about team fight, you have to put your focus on towards Hailang here. The Fire Ninja that's being piloted by this player, just absolutely phenomenal. Even though early game is where we usually say like, oh, Mai Shiranui, she's an early to mid-game hero, but the late game potential that he has been showcasing with the ultimate dive coming in from both Clean, City Boy, and 90, he was on the aggressive end, finding those big plays for his team.
And the biggest thing you'll notice on the side of Twisted Minds is that, you know, early parts of the game, there were a couple of times where Clean was in a very vulnerable position. That never existed in the later part of the game, right? It was always Clean making sure he had a setup, and everyone enforcing that will of Clean, especially that hardened Jade mark, onto the side of Joshi as well.
Exactly, but we're going to take a little look at the head-to-head here after that gold grab that really just painted the picture there, but it's going to be the Clash Lane head-to-head that we were promised in game number 1 and going into game number 2 here. Chami 1 actually having a lot of the most damage onto his team at that 99k damage. I mean, I didn't even know that Ambrosia had that damage output potential here, especially when you have the likes of a Lung and a Cascada on your team.
You can check out the itemization coming in from Chami 1. He knows for a fact that with the Undying ultimate here, he's capable of going towards the backline, finding the Mai Shiranui, finding the Conjure U. Hence, you can see Siegebreaker, Axe of Torment, and also a breaker here coming in to really complete the build itself. But you gotta give him props. This man himself has been setting up plays for his team with the side of the Mai Shiranui here, just making every single play look easy coming in towards this game 2.
Yeah, but City Boy here, he is one of the core reasons why they found the victory in the first, also known as Reef Hadatu. The amount of insane setups with the ultimate, that was what changed the game for Twisted Minds, because if you take a look at the highlights later on, Blacklist, they actually had a pretty good hold on this game.
They did have a good hold on the game. Blacklist, like we said, at one point in the game, it's their game to lose, and exactly that happened there. But I mean, the no-death run here from
holding about 4,000.
Dragon was supposed to be in a win condition. You talked about this earlier in the game. When there is no Destructive Deluge, when there's not enough control, Blacklist International, they cannot handle the strength of Twisted Minds. And when you give them an opening, it's not the smallest opening, but it was an opening nonetheless, and when you give it to them, they will come back and bite you. So right now we are head-to-head. It is Blacklist, Twisted Minds 1-1 in this best of 7.
Yes, that 1-1 now would be the scoreline here between these two teams, but did we expect anything less, right? This could not be a 4-0 sweep, even if these teams tried their hardest, because talk about life being on the line. You know for a fact that Twisted Minds and Blacklist, they're playing to go and progress further in this bracket.
They have different pressures on towards their shoulder. As we always repeat, Blacklist International taking half of the pressure coming in as the only 2 PKL representatives in towards the playoffs to make sure that they can push it towards the lower bracket gauntlet. And for KMW, it's also the same. They're taking on the full pressure, being the only team as the region's representative in making sure that their region rides on in towards this entire KIC itself. So they sort of have the similar storyline, but sadly, only one can make it through in this gauntlet itself.
Yeah, I mean, this is so scary. It feels like we're in the gym, right? You talk about weight, the pressure on the shoulders, and right now they have to lift all of this burden because 2 PKL teams left. Okay, even if Blacklist International does not make it here today, we still have Boom that can carry the hopes and dreams of PKL. But for KMW, they have to make this work now. If they're gone, it's over. This is going to be a PKL versus MKL journey to the end.
I mean, I don't know who Jim is. I thought it might be our 4th co-caster, but I don't know what Jim is. He spelled it J-I-M. But let's look at the global bland picks up to date here. Obviously, not getting the dub here with the pay is going to be a hard-fought loss here for the side of Blacklist International.
We gotta give props towards the side of Twisted Minds. They do draft in towards their comfort here.
Yeah.
The Fire Ninja Mai Shunui has always been a point of topic when we talk about Hailang as a mid player here. When times are rough, when times are difficult, he whips this pick out and they could always find the win thanks to their IGL, which is Hailang himself.
Yeah, I feel like, you know what, in this game number 3, I'm feeling for Twisted Minds. It is time to bring out the Ogren, put the Lady Chun in the mid, because right now there are very few answers to the Ogren pick. If Blacklist gets, Twisted Mind get that Ogren pick. So right now, we'll take a look at it. Blacklist, they want to choose the blue side again. There's something they're looking for. Is it their turn instead to also use the Ogre? Because big counters like the Musashi not available anymore.
Yeah, and respectively onto the side of Blacklist as well, right? They don't no longer have the Lady Jen, but they still have the likes of, obviously, they could go for the Sheriff for themselves, but they could also lock in the Princess Frost, which kind of emulates that same kind of thing as the Lady Jen.
That's true. So for this upcoming pick and bans here, the planning goes back to the bans again. So for the side of Blacklist, you default have to take away the likes of the Arlie and potentially the Pay here. These are solid bans that you do not want to give away towards to the side of Twisted Minds because they pilot these picks super duper well. And on towards the flip side here, Twisted Mind on towards the red side, they will have to take in one, the Athena roam that they don't really play thus far. And the second one might be pivoting towards the likes of the Mai Shunui or potentially the other picks they have more high value, especially the Clash Lane.
Yeah, I feel like going for damage is definitely a great answer. I mean, both teams, I think they figured out their kind of positionings, right? Right now, it's all about can we catch the important targets. We've already seen game number 2, Twisted Minds. All the attention was on Golden Kite, right? Golden Kite or Dragon. So they really love the twins. Not the kind of TLC we're looking for, right? This is not tender loving care. It's more like tables, ladders, and chairs for both the twins. So we'll see how this is going to be like because Twisted Minds, I feel like they found their form. And Blacklist, if they don't step up, this is game number 3 going in the hands of Twisted Minds.
I mean, with the heat that Twisted Minds brought on that one, it could be even tenderloin chicken, right? Like, that was looking like some tasty buffet for the side of Twisted Minds. I mean, I even coined it. It was the KMW buffet for the side of Blacklist to have, but they flipped the tables. It's like, you know what? We're not hungry. We want famine.
They're not hungry, but I'm hungry here. All the chicken talk in here, all the adobo, all the barbecue here, putting me into much more of a hungry spot here. But let's ignore the fact that I'm hungry. Let's put our focus on towards the hungry teams here, looking for that Game 3 victory here. This is the final game before we head towards the break for them to reset their mental, reset their strategy here. So this will be an important one going in before that.
I think if we are heading into a break in this particular best of 7, the best situation to walk away in hand is let's take the dub, right? Both teams obviously want to win. Nobody drafts to lose. It's all about can you make that draft work. So we take a look at what the options are left for both teams. Blacklist, they take out the Pay. This is one of Clean's strongest, if not strongest, jungle heroes. Twisted Minds, they give the respect back to Dragon. Look, he had a pretty dominant game 1, decent game 2, but you don't want to give these 2 picks. Athena and Mai, no way.
Yeah, that's definitely a no-go going into this game number 3 here between Twisted Minds and Blacklist International. But now, what do they go for here onto the side of Blacklist, right? Obviously, they have the Lung, but they look to go for the Luna this time.
So, if you are following Blacklist International, they oftentimes will like to go for the side of the picks known as the Luna as a counter bait for the side of Twisted Minds here. They will be telling the Twisted, hey, the Luna is open here, do you want to pick it? And then once the Luna is locked in for TM, they will go for the Organ and Daji counter here for the side of Blacklist.
Well, I think we're looking at the Tri-Light. Oh, we're going to have the Wild Spark here, the Nerta and the Yangjian, 2 available options. And Twisted Minds, I think if there's any team you have to be afraid when these picks come out,
that's scary.
It has to be TM, right? It has to be them. Right now, Blacklist, I feel like they're in a very tight position. Because, what?
Oh, okay.
The Forgotten Blade.
The KMW hopeful, the Elaine plays here for 90.
Very interesting pickup here. Usually when we see the 1-2, it will come in the form of the Zolia into a prior pick here. As we see, prior pick, yes, it's not going to be the Forgotten Blade Elaine. It will be Aoi and Long being locked in for the side of Twisted Minds. This opens up Blacklist International saying like, hey, I don't think you can go for the likes of the Daji anymore or the Ogren. Let's lock in the Luna to potentially prepare for the Tri-Light and also the Wild Spark that will be locked in for Twisted Mind in this 3rd pick.
Okay, I think that's a great pick. You want to be able to tank through the damage, but we have seen the potential of Luna, right? The Moonblade, one of the biggest strengths is the fact that she is able to control, get the damage in left, right, any angle you want. But Blacklist, they're going to try and mitigate this damage input from the side of Twisted Minds. That's going to take the Byron.
Yeah, the Byron come through here as well. Obviously, we didn't get it with the pay, right? Obviously, it was something that was banned out. So obviously, Spark Mace comes through this time around. And now Twisted Minds, they're looking for that third final pick. What are they going for? Did they look to go for their jungle before we start to see some of those big bans come through here?
What?
This could spell a little bit. Oh, wait, there we go. Ooh.
There we go.
Oh,
Using
they lock it in. I mean, this was one of Blacklist's huge pick, and they're like, you know what? Hold my beer. Let's go.
And you show it towards me as a counter here. I can play this hero. It's pretty easy, and Hailang is definitely a person to be utilizing this. He plays a Shu. He plays a Mind Shooting. All these are setups here, and what makes it easier against a rotational heavy, dash heavy hero like the Luna? I got you on lockdown with double ultimate coming from the Dolia here. Blacklist International might be tasting their own medicine.
Yeah, this is a very scary one. The Heart Seeker for Tachi is, for those of you that are new to the pro scene, look, Tachi is rarely picked. Right? The fact that number 1 she's picked here means that she has immense value. Why? Because if just she goes in unawares, one stun, one ultimate, you are gone, my brother.
Oh, absolutely. That charm is definitely a hard one to come through here, but I think it is good that Forgotten Blade that gets picked up here as well. I mean, getting paired with that Dolia, that used to be the tried and tested combo when you saw the Dolia come through. At one point in time, the Eleme, the Forgotten Blade came through with it.
Now, if you're Twisted Minds, your composition is a very late game team comp. Yes, it makes a lot of sense, but if you falter against the Byron and Liang combo that's being committed coming in for that Blacklist International, you might not see the day that you will use the Heart Seeker combo in tackling that backline itself, because this is a super fast tempo game coming in from Blacklist. There is no late game. What is late game? We are breaking you at 10 minutes.
Okay.
The Mad Lash, baby.
Oh, it truly is debut pick, I believe.
It is.
Yeah, this is debut pick for Xuanche on KIC 2025. This is one of the most aggressive and irritating members. Like, you can put him in the jungle, put him in the roam. He's so hard to deal with. Once he gets that leash on you, you are going to be a pet.
Yeah, and he's recently been buffed as well, right?
That's correct. So, Mad Lash, for those who don't know, he's more of a marksman assassin. When he gets a takedown, he gets increased attack speed and movement speed, and he just resets and go for more and more here. So, what does Twisted Mind mean here? The moment someone gets altered by the side of Blacklist International's Tollmaster, they are immediately pouncing on Torius with the Eleme, with the Xuanche, to look for those backline access.
This is a holy dive, hashtag dive, right? We're not in the gorge anymore, we are at the swimming pool. All 5 members on the side of Twisted Minds will dive the heck out of the Blacklist International lineup. So this game, First Blood, is not a want from the side of Blacklist. It's a need. This is now a prerequisite to even the game against TM.
Yeah, it's definitely a commodity here. It's going to be that First Blood, but I mean, some big juicy picks coming through, but we need it within this best of 7, right? This is a marathon, not a sprint.
The global ban pick is just so interesting as a format here in KIC 2025. We might not even see Mad Lash without this exact format here, and Clean himself, one of the junglers with the most diverse pool in the tournament, has pulled out this Mad Lash in-game tree here. A decisive one to decide who gets that dub, who gets that lead in this game tree here. Casters, do take it away.
Yes, we are into the game before break point here between these two teams, Blacklist and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds going with a few zesty picks here with the Dachi, the Heart Seeker, as well as the Xuanche. The Mad Lash, I feel like that is going to be a name coin for anybody in the UK doing a pub crawl.
I mean, okay, look, at this point, I feel like this game, in terms of drop, is very much skewed towards Twisted Minds. They have the damage, they have the burst, they have the dive. Everything on paper looks great. So this First Blood, hang on, 90.
90 maybe going in here, obviously gets a level 2 before Chami1, but I mean, you have to put respect onto Blacklist as well, right? This is Chami1 on his Byron. That's going to be a lot of damage, obviously, onto the side of Twisted Minds that he's going to have to mitigate, but if he's able to sustain it for his teammates, you're really looking at damage. You're really looking at Just Chi here on the Luna to come through and just clean up shop.
True, I feel like this is a numbers game at this point, right? Yeah. In the early parts of the game, if Twisted Minds do not put the appropriate number of members against Blacklist, they lose. They lose every single engagement. In the later parts, no matter, they have the items, they can dive individually, and they can continue to dive because of the Celestial Melody coming in from CD Boy's ultimate, right? Yeah. But until then, you have to play the numbers of advantage. You have to be in a 3v3, 4v4 situation against Blacklist. That's what we're getting now. Numbers advantage.
Yes, top side of the map here. Just force away that Storm Strike there. Spike sparks Maze, but there it is. Chami comes in, swinging the Maze. There it goes, double kill. Going over to the side of Blacklist. They pick up another one, baby.
Yep. How many do you count? Too many. And that is where Blacklist, they understood what the win condition of Twisted Minds was. And the biggest thing, this guy did not really show up too much during the initial stages of KIC2025. But boy, Dragon is here to feast. The Frigid Prison caught the most important member on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that's scary, right? I mean, you're already kind of like looking at Just G and Chami into these team fights, but what you're not looking out for is Dragon on that Princess Frost landing those Frigid Prisons.
I mean, you can't say, oh, hang on, another one!
Even more, we have the winter is here, and that's not what we want here in Manila. We want to continue that sun, baby, but now for Blacklist, it's exactly what they want.
I mean, this is going to be a thriller here in Manila, and Blacklist International 4-0. This is 2.5 minutes, by the way.
2.5 minutes, 4 kills onto the board, 2k gold lead here for Blacklist International.
Yeah, this is crazy. Now, 2k gold lead. This means they are having, look, it's almost, 1,000 gold per minute? That's crazy.
Oh, absolutely. It's a big step up here for Blacklist. They're playing an early game draft here very well.
Yep, this is scary, right? So we'll take a look. Now they have found the initial success. Oh, another one.
Speaking of which, we're getting ultimates out the wazoo. But there it is. It's going to be the Adept on Sunset getting the escape here for 90.
This is the lifeline that we're looking for. Twisted Minds. Now that they have survived this combination, you know it is possible. The only thing is, okay, if you can survive it, what's next? You have to Defiant. And Twisted Minds, so far, Defiancy not yet found. We'll see what the answer is later.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that's the way you want to get rid of 90's Death on Sunset, right? Is the fact that you can't use it aggressively, you're using it defensively, and that's exactly what you want, because then your backline is safe, which is Dragon and Chaz.
But here's the thing, City Boy was not in there during that time. So when City Boy comes into the fight later on, this is where we see the true test. Blacklist, great. I love the fact that you have a 4-0 against Twisted Minds at this point, because this is unexpected of the draft. But later parts of the game, Twisted Minds will destroy you.
They may do, right? But I feel like it has to come from as well as clean, right? Like he should be... Yes, he's been quite absent into these team fights, so you should really be thinking that that gold lead is looking a little bit more heavily in favor of him, but Just Chi is about 1k gold ahead, so if they get this Tyrant here for the side of Blacklist, it's going to spell trouble here for Twisted Minds.
I mean, it's all about being stationary, right? That's what Blacklist wants for you. You stay in the power of word for the side of Chess. He's going to take you down really quickly.
Very quick indeed. Speaking again, quick takedowns, it's going to be that Tyrant going over to the side of Blacklist International. Do they look for some Cryo clear down to the bot side of the map here as well, really putting pressure onto Shanks on this loon.
I like that you can see from the perspective of Twisted Minds. They don't see anyone. It is just Chemi 1. And now, okay, the Cavalry has started to show a little bit of where they are at. Dragon is going to be here, which means Chemi 1 needs to play a little bit safer.
Yeah, absolutely play safe here. They have to make sure that they're just not committing too much for that T1 takedown. They want to keep as many lives as possible here, but there's that intel from Chami. He gets the Storm Maze, the knock up here on the 90, really slowing that tempo into this one.
I think the biggest thing here is also to pay attention to Hailang, right? Yeah. I think Hailang hasn't been able to find a sole target, which is kind of scary, because the more members there are, the lesser your damage is going to be for your ultimate on this Heartseeker Tati.
Exactly, and there we see the Magistrate there, Golden Kite getting that T1 takedown to the bot side of the map as well. Really the blessing of that hero is every third token, it gets extended range, so you don't have to even have minions nearby.
Yeah, so they can actually get free damage on the turret, exactly what Golden Kite is already doing now. And the moment they have the TP, the defense is going to be put up here, but 90, this is a 2v3, do you really want to dive in?
I mean, they're looking for it, right? 90 there now gets the backup of City Boy into those team fights. They were really looking for that T2 trade for the T1 top side of the map and weren't able to quite just get it now. But there's going to be the Death on Sunset here for the side of Twisted Minds. Celestial Melody goes over with the suppression, the cleanup to City Boy gets taken down. Minion Wave bot side of the map should naturally break that one.
Yeah, take a look at what they're doing. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Golden Kite going to get free damage. That T1 in the mid secured, and what does that mean? Woo! That means your map is open, Twisted Minds, and you might not be able to take the perfect fight.
You might not be able to take the perfect fight, but Twisted Minds have always come back from these little scenarios, right? I mean, they were able to literally save that T2 top side of the map, but now Just Chi maybe getting taken down here. He has to go and flick away. He has the flicker, but now he has to run because the damage from Highland comes through. But now Chammy into the back line. He's looking for the zombies. He gets swinging. He gets the kill.
Chammy won. This is why he's so dangerous. This is why you don't keep your eyes off of this Clash laner. And right now, Blacklist International, they're looking for one more target here.
Oh, there it is, the wave breaker, just kind of sensing and feeling out, getting that feel of the ocean here onto the side of Twisted Minds. Really going to save them in this engage here, but that Radiance has come through to get a suppression onto Golden. It's going to be the takedown onto 90 as well. The winter is here. Ultimate City, baby.
Yep, consolation prize is the Crimson Golem. Oh,
Dragon Flash. It's going to be the... Okay, Shanks gets consolation prize there.
Okay, that's a big one for them, right? Getting the kill and making sure that Shanks survives because he has the Crimson buff as well. That's important. Twisted Minds, they have survived, but they have only survived. Where is the comeback? Where is the opening that they're looking for?
Yeah, they survived the battle, but are they going to survive the war here? Blacklist are looking to bring every general into the base of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and right now, this is still in the timer of Blacklist, right? They have hit that initial marker. They're looking for the next upgrade on their ultimates, specifically Dragon as well as Chance, right? This double ultimate setup is going to be huge. And until that 15-minute mark, that is where Twisted Minds will start being a little bit too big for Blacklist to handle. So I want to see, can they last the battle? Because if this game ends before 15 minutes, you know it's a Blacklist win.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at that gold ranking as well. That's definitely a Blacklist win now. Putting the pressure onto 90 there, and that's suppression. You can't get to the sunset if you get suppressed. And Blacklist picking up another kill. That means the back line onto the side of Blacklist International is going to be safe.
There's 20 seconds of pain for the side of Twisted Minds as well. T3s are the targets right now. Blacklist, they're dealing the structural damage. They're going in.
Structural damage, but also back shots, baby. We're getting Twisted Mind takedown. Highland goes down 90 as well. We get 2 of the turrets as well. High ground city.
Too big to handle, too much gold, too much equipment, and too much pain. And Blacklist International, they have decoded Twisted Minds for the time being. The question is, can they finish them off?
That's exactly it. Do they break the code of the masterminds here? They're looking for another one. Shanks didn't know what hit him. It was too fast, too furious. And there's going to be the Death on Sunset right now, trying to save 90, trying to put pressure on the side of Blacklist. But they're looking to this pro. Highland's abilities get that damage, but the sustainability is not going to be enough here for Chammy. Has Twisted Minds found their wind?
Oh no, they're doing it! It's not enough for the side of Blacklist. It's too much. And Chammy 1 and Joshi, they will take a fall. Twisted Minds, though, this is a decent defense, but they have lost quite a lot. T3s in the middle, in the bottom, have been taken down, which means once the dust settles, Blacklist, they're still on top.
Yeah, the dust here has settled here for the side of Blacklist. Obviously, they have had their wins knocked out of their sails just temporarily, but they're still 5k gold ahead for now. Twisted Minds weren't able to really get any kind of objective or maybe just a little bit of room here to breathe, but that instant replay is going to look solid.
So take a look at this. I think the biggest difference is that, look, Blacklist, I like that they're being aggressive and they're looking for those openings. But at this point, when your lives are so low, do you really still want to fight?
I mean, they're looking for it, right? They just want to brawl. They're like, you know what? We have the lead. It's our game to lose. And they've really just displayed it there. Twisted Minds actually coming back with that boom, boom, pow.
I mean, if you take a look at it, whether that risk was justified or not, I think I can see the reasoning behind it, right? Joshi on the Luna, every time you get your skills set off, you will get a shield. So you can potentially get that outplayed. But with your other members being so low, I don't think that was the best idea, right? And will they get punished for it for now? No, look at how greedy they are. Blacklist International, they have a 4k goal lead. They're going for the double objective take. This could be the end of Twisted Minds.
The nail in the coffin for Twisted Minds going into game number 3. And before that breakpoint is so important here for both of these two teams. But Blacklist are looking like they have the solid golden pony in this race for now. Getting the Tyrant, getting the Overlord here, both Shadow Barons.
And it's so apt that you might have the golden token to finish this arcade game. That is this 5v5 against Twisted Minds. Game number 3 does not give you the win just yet of the series, but it puts you in a super great position.
It does indeed, especially if you get the next point and then the following point, then that's it. You are literally at home stretch for Blacklist International. But I feel like Twisted Minds, they have that 5 minutes left on the board, right? We're getting about 4 minutes, like you were saying earlier, Ken. If they get to 15 minutes, it could spell trouble and disaster for Blacklist.
It really could. This is the last potential attempt here for the side of Blacklist before Twisted Minds find their power spike. It is going to be quite a lot of damage. They have taken the T3 down a healthy amount. It is now an empty base on the side of Twisted Minds. Can they twist their fates? Can they come back from this?
We see the Night Night Po emote being spammed here by the side of Blacklist. They're looking to go in for the full assault after the crystal, but now it's giving that door to the death on Sunset, but getting catch by the suppression is going to be what cleans and opens up the crystal of game number 3 to Blacklist International.
Clinical strike from Blacklist International, and that's exactly what we want to see from them. They ignored the fight, went straight for the crystal. This is where quality needs to be at the highest because we're in the final stages of KIC 2025.
The idea was great coming in from the Daji and also the Mad Lash coming in from the side of Twisted Mind, but when it comes to execution, I love the Liang Princess Frost combination coming in for the side of Blacklist International. Just so darn consistent in those plays, which the most important one was the top lane one.
Yeah, I think it's super funny because we never really got to see the Princess Frost Liang combination in the group and knockout stages. Suddenly it has burst onto the scene, and burst it did. I mean, the amount of heals they got, 90 on their lane. They got him once, and it looked like it was a purposeful catch because they had the refresh, they had the heals coming out from City Boy as well, but it was not enough.
It just wasn't enough, but that suppression is so deadly. I mean, that one time where we saw Shanks get caught out, right? Like, he was just like, woke up one morning, got hit with the flu, and then that's it. He was down for the account.
That was really unfortunate coming in for the side of the lane, Forgotten Blade on the hands of 90, where we see actually, yes, there were a few moments. If a lane got the double ultimate to soar up to the sky for the second Death at Sunset, it could have worked. But due to the fact that they lost that early gameplay at the top side, which resulted in this monstrous lead for Blacklist International, we say that yes, if Blacklist loses early game, the game is very difficult for them because of their super strong early game lineup here. But they never lost.
Yeah, they never lost at all. I want to point you in one direction. Take a look at Joshi on the left-hand side of your screen, right? So we normally compare, hey, jungle versus jungle, they have a lot of gold. No, this is Joshi against the entire lineup of Twisted Minds, right? He is on top of every single person, inclusive of Clean, but it's also one person that couldn't do anything, and that was Hailang. He never got the chance to kill him off.
Now, I want to point you in towards another direction here. The Dragon, the player on that Princess Frost, I just gotta give him so much props here. He was doing so much plays later that we can see towards the highlights here. Ultimates coming in from Chaz, yes, splendid, and he followed those Frigid Pigeons, beautiful, but the problem is, for the side of Twisted Minds, they often got caught without the presence of the Liang. It was a single Frigid Prison that was set up by this player itself that led towards this monstrous goal lead of 7.8k at the 11-minute mark.
Super crazy game at this point, right? And a lot of you might wonder, if you're new to HOK, why do they keep taking out City Boy? It's a roam. It's one of the squishiest heroes out there. Why is that so important? It's because there is no refresh, there is no heals coming out, there is no disruptions coming out as well. And once City Boy was down, instantly you win the numbers game. 4v5, how do you lose that?
Exactly, that's going to be scary when you get rid of the healing, get rid of that wave breaker that was really trying to be used as that intel into those brushes, and just definitely already came into fruition here, but we're going to have that jungle off once again. It's going to be just Chi going against Clean, and the Mad Lash wasn't looking too mad.
The idea was great coming in for this pick here on towards Clean. You want to punish the Lunar for coming in, land the hook with the sure hit ultimate to fling her behind your backline here, because you have the Daji Heartseeker in utilizing that on hit, the direct stun on towards your opponents here. But due to the fact that Blacklist International, they really got this heavy lead, that 4 to 5k only at 7 minutes. The game was already super duper hard coming in for the side of Twisted Mind, which allowed this pick of Mad Lash to be unavailable in those games here. But Chaz on that Liang as well, the combo of the P-Frost and Liang, the key member in bringing those big plays towards us live at Manila Bay.
Yeah, I mean, maximum value extracted by Chaz. You thought his mortal was good? No. We have the Liang, the Tome Master, 1-0-11. It's not about the damage, it's not about the damage he took, it's about the setups. Every single catch with his ultimate power word control, it was used on the most important member, which was the first part of the dive composition, the Eleme.
Beautiful.
Many a times when he caught 90 out, it was 994.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well, right? Like, this is the thing that really kind of upsets me to say is the fact that we're seeing back-to-back MVPs for supports. They clearly do matter, right? Like, I give support players a lot of jip when we see a lot of support mains, but you're going to see a lot of great suppressions in this highlight.
Chami one with the Flash Bomb Strike here, catching on a 2 here, and the Frigid Prison capturing the tail of 90 here. Really set the pace of this early game that we prize Blacklist International's comp here. If they were to fall behind, this game will be super duper hard for them, but they ride the momentum, and every single play from here on out was so important. But this is the one I want to highlight here. Yes, we saw Blacklist International capturing Shanks here, but check out how they actually won this. Take a look at Dragon here. His spell 2 on the Princess Form was just so key in capturing multiple members here. 2 key members at the back line.
Yeah, very important at this point. And the most important part of this was just understanding the level differentials are so important in Team OK. The difference one level can make can lead you to a situation where the timers don't really matter anymore.
Exactly that. I mean, just look at that base takedown of that game at number 3. Definitely a decisive. I mean, if anything, the symbol that Blacklist is giving here is like, we want to break. We want to break because we've had 2 11-minute victories.
And what better way of going into the break after this than a 2-1 sweep victory coming in for the side of Blacklist International. But however, this is only halfway through the best of 7 journey here. It's only the start. 2-1. Yes, Blacklist is leading here, but we saw how Game 2 actually went down. You can never count on Twisted Minds.
Yeah, you definitely don't count them out. Twisted Minds, one of the teams known, very notorious for their comeback factor, right? We've seen that many a times, not just here, but also in Major West where they reside. They have now broken the curse, taken away the chances of OG, now representing KMW with that sole membership. Now, can they do it against PKL? And of all the teams to do it against PKL, it is now the #1 team from PKL, Blacklist International.
Definitely going for the rundown into the lower bracket, right? Looking for that Cinderella story for Blacklist International as they lost against MKL's first seed, but now they're looking to make sure they're bringing a Thunder into the lower bracket.
These are the moments that you really prize yourself as a professional player and team, where if you're on Twisted Minds, the pressure is stacked on towards you. The local crowd is in favor of the side of Blacklist, and you need to figure out, can you really withstand that pressure here? But with that pressure set alone, we will have to give them a short break to really reevaluate both teams to reset themselves going into this game number 4. Let's take it over to the break.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is day 5 of the knockout stage, and you can see our big stage here in Manila Bay of Philippines here. And so far, gentlemen, do update me on what is going on in the series.
Looks like it's going to be a very interesting time because Twisted Minds now are trailing to Blacklist International 2-1. And I mean, the picks in game number 3 have been really out of meta, I would say, kind of different from our usual picks.
I mean, this is the thing as well, right? The last time we saw the Swanser come through with Mad Lash was when, obviously, Coach Shuai was on Gen G. And now he's the coach of Twisted Minds. It comes through as well. So is this just a coach pick that he loves to see, but unfortunately just didn't bear the fruit that Twisted Mind hoped?
I think we keep on talking about all these game plans. On paper, yes, it works out really well. A reference that we can really take was the Zhuangzi into Nova Esports. And people say like, oh, you have Dharma and Mai Shinui. That's not really good against the Zhuangzi, but it always comes down to one thing, execution. This matters a lot, especially, yes, you drop a super good lineup into the Luna, but without the proper execution and with the early deficit, it's really hard to pull off with the Mad Lash.
Yeah, very difficult, right? And at this point of time, this is not the position you want to be at. 2-1, it may not seem like the most dangerous thing, but this also means that right now, Blacklist International are on the cusp of a series point position.
They are on the cusp of a series point position, right? I mean, if they get to 3-1, then it's literally just one further step. But then the worst case scenario could be Blacklist goes to 3-1, Twisted Mind takes it all the way to 3-3, and then Blacklist is going to try and win the ultimate battle here.
Oh, that will be an interesting storyline here. But if we were to talk about numbers and facts, so far, Blacklist International hasn't won their ultimate battle yet. And if you look towards to the side of Twisted Minds, they have won their one ultimate battle against BTR by Vitality. So that's just numbers.
So, I mean, the game plan is very simple, right? For the side of Twisted Minds, bring this
to
an ultimate battle, and then they can win from there. I mean, that is the most extreme possibility. The other possibility is we'll just win it 4-2.
They could potentially win it 4-2 here as well, right? But I mean, Blacklist, after that game at number 3, looked very dominant. Like, they have the shortest time within their 2 wins. And to be honest, like, Twisted Minds had to go all the way to the 19 minutes, almost at a Tempest Dragon, to get that first dub against the side of Blacklist. So will we see some more quick Blacklist dubs, or will we finally get to see a Tempest Dragon match?
The way to find out is really to see how they play the early game. So far, yes, Twisted Minds, they have been really proactive in the early game, but when it comes to transitioning those early game leads into these side lane towers, into these objectives, it hasn't been crystal clean as compared to the side of Blacklist International here. So for this game itself is to fix their early game and then make sure they can stampede that early game, bring it to a bigger lead in that 10-minute mark.
Early game, right? It's all about early game. Twisted Minds, they're going to get one of either. So either the Pay or the Arlie, or Blacklist might ban them both, and we'll see maybe the Jin come out for the side of Twisted Minds, or even the Luna, right? So let's see what kind of bans they come up with. Twisted Minds, they go with the stock standard. It's going to be the Mai Shinui Fire Ninja, along with the Sacred Warrior, the Athena. That's not going to be allowed in the Blacklist playbook for now, but the Arlie and Pay do not come through, so do we get the Luna?
Potentially get the Luna here for the side of Twisted Minds, or even the Orgrin, right? Like, they've obviously expanded the Dolia. They're going to lock in potential mid lane here for Highlang. They want to give him another carry. Not quite the assassin type of carry, but definitely a late scaling mage here. A lot of turret control. It's going to be the Yixing, the board master.
It's a smart disengage as well in towards the draft. You do not want to give both the Yixing and Dharma towards the hands of Chami1 and also Dragon here. And a smart pickup coming in for the channel. You open up the loan that they have already expended in Game 2. So Twisted Minds, they're going to be forced into a situation where, hey, that's a channel lane counter. Do I still pick the Alien loan in towards the pack leader?
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, maybe they can consider DMJ if that has not been picked up yet, because it is going to be the Dharma, the Martial Monk, picked up for this other Blacklist East International. This is a very tight situation. DMJ, like you mentioned before, able to cleanse himself out of the Dharma Truth Mantra.
But the thing is here as well, do we get the Zhang Fei here for Twisted Minds? Obviously, City Boy hasn't had this pick yet. We see this pairing quite a lot with Yixing, and it would definitely give a good, strong front line for something like the DRNG for Shanks here to shine.
Apparently, they are hovering over to the Yuhuan here on towards Highland. So this will be a Yuhuan roam to funnel in those healing resources for those long and extended fights here. As we always talk about the Dharma situation, if you find a perfect Truth Mantra, cool, very nice. But if you miss it, and the enemy heals back from a low health to a semi or full health, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
That's what happened in game number 1. And now it looks like that's not going to be a situation that's present anymore. Oh, okay, wait, we're back again. They've reverted it back. So what happened in game number 1 was 90 caught out chairs on the Yuhuan when they were switching on opposite sides. Right. But now, does Chami1 get more than what Twisted Minds is looking to bargain for?
Let's see what happens here. Obviously, the Q1 coming through here is definitely going to answer the call of lack of sustainability, which we've seen time and time again within Twisted Minds draft here. So they're looking for their jungle, they're looking for their clash lane. They haven't played Byron for themselves just yet. Obviously, they aren't able to get the pay for themselves this time around. So will we get to see a lock-in of a tank jungle this time for Twisted Minds, or will they still look to try and get a bit of a carry here? But, hello, Ormson. Eat your heart out if this. Oh, there we go.
They're really trolling us.
They keep doing that to us. But yeah, here we go. That's going to be the peace bringer, the Mords coming in, looking for the absolute control. And we already see this is the #1 hero for Chaz in the roam position for Blacklist International.
I still remember the 4-man box that he did in the upper bracket against HBSC. That was just a marvelous attempt coming in from the Blacklist roam itself. As we pace on towards the second stage of the pick and bans here, we start to see more of the junglers and clash lanes being simultaneously removed from both of the pools.
Very important that you take away the tank junglers, right? Twisted Minds, I feel like this, they don't even want to go for the Ogren. So Ogren and Menki are all taken out. Does this mean they will go for the Dun instead?
Yeah, Belligerent may be coming through here for the side of Twisted Minds again, which just add to the sustainability, right? Like, maybe they go for the Dun in top side for the into the jungle here and still have some great initiations with the likes of the Byron here for the side of Twisted Minds.
And an interesting pickup as well. So we usually see Blacklist International, when they pick up the Mozi, they will like to go on with a 1-2 setup here. So you get the Cannon Blast, and then you use the burst spell coming into whichever mid lane that has high burst here. And this direction that they're putting on right now is potentially going to be the Angela that will be locking on this word pick coming in for the side of Blacklist International.
It could even be the Smith and Blade, the God and Mo. You know, that's a nice combination.
It is a nice combination, but I mean, you need to...
What?
Are you serious?
My God.
I mean, we got teased with the Lucian, so maybe it might not be the guy. There we go. Let's simmer down, lads. Blacklist, stop it.
Stop it. They are like playing with my heart right now. It's always at the 0-second mark that the players are just swapping around the heroes and just playing with our decision making here. But makes a lot more sense here. Blacklist International picking up the Angela and Mozi here. So whichever big front line that will be picked up by Twisted Minds will be mitigated here. But they have a lot of CC. And who's not afraid of CC? Mulan, the Iron Bloom. Her heavy sword form gives her CC immunity towards these pesky CC champs like the side of Mozi and Angela.
Yeah, I like this, right? The mobility offered by the side of Twisted Minds actually is quite scary. They also have the potential catch with the Board Master, but right now, we have Mr. Death from Below. Dinkies, I'm not going to be excited. Okay, now I am going to be excited. This is the Jashi Lam.
Yes, Lam coming through here. Direct counter, obviously, to the Agudo. Obviously, being able to kind of climb on top of those critters kind of make a lot of sense here for the side of Blacklist. Stealthin, as we like to call him here, the hero title for Lam.
Yeah, it will be a very interesting pick because this is a no-tank lineup coming in for South Blacklist International. If their formation gets disrupted coming in by 90 on that Mulan. This could go really difficult for them, but hey, it's Blacklist International. They already showcased to us back in Game 3 that they are able to carry out these difficult team compositions with precise execution in this case here. So I'm very excited to see the showcase of both 90s Mulan and also Just Chi on that Lam.
I know, right? This is not what I expected in this series. I expected this series to be close, but right now it's not looking too close in comparison to what I had in my vision at the start of the day.
Exactly. I mean, definitely a game to lose here for Twisted Minds. They have obviously the early game aggression thanks to the Agudo, the fast rotations here that we've already seen being displayed by Blacklist International. So you can imagine that Clean is going to be able to kind of emulate that same kind of performance.
And talking about the two lineup in this game for itself, it's very complete with early towards late game period, but the focus will be put towards the mid and roam for the first few parts of the game, and the late game setup will be on eyes, both on 90s Iron Bloom and also Chamyuan on that Dharma Monk here. So these two players will be pivotal in this game 4 as we head on towards the Gorge to find out who will be victorious in this game number 4.
Game number 4 is going to be a match point almost here for Blacklist, or is it going to be the climb of Twisted Minds? Let's see the action unfold once again, ladies and gentlemen, at the Ayala Mall, Manila Bay. Let's go crazy.
Yeah, we're now at game number 4. This one really sets the tone, right? I mean, at this point, if they get the early wave here, they're able to make the rotations. But I like you to see that sneaky rotation coming in from the side of Clean.
Yeah, forcing the flash out there. Boardmaster Highlang has to be using that pretty early there. That's going to put a lot of pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds. And City Boy maybe getting caught out. The cannon blast into the troop. Beautiful play here by the side of Blacklist, but can they get a bit of a turnaround now? We see Clean with the help of the Iron Bloom. 90 takes a 2-1 trade.
Beautiful start this time. They come back swinging, and Twisted Minds, this is exactly what they need to do. But Joshi, he knows what's going on. He is going to get surrounded though.
He's going to get surrounded, but I mean, at the same time, he's just looking to steal away some of those resources from the side of Twisted Minds. If they're not going to get the kill advantage, you may as well get the gold.
Yeah, that's true. Right now, we'll take a look at how this laning phase is going to go. Golden Kite, he wants to try and rush this lane itself. You can see that already Golden Kite, I think he has taken that Firehawk at the bottom. With that, he will have the level advantage against Shanks.
The scary thing here is as well, right? I mean, Golden Kite is one of the only players within KIC 2025 to get a pentakill, and it's on a Dish Chano.
Yeah, that's a very scary stand, right? And to go up, like, I'm not the biggest believer of stands, but for now, Golden Kite, he has put that belief in me.
Yes, exactly. Imbuing the faith of the PKL fans as well as Kindo Fu, your favorite kind of tofu. Not quite crispy sisig here.
I mean, it could be very flavorful at this point in the game, right? We'll take a look at how this is going to turn out, because even though they have the kill advantage on the side of Twisted Minds, look at the gold. It is neck and neck. There is no difference to speak of at this point.
No difference indeed, right? But I mean, we look at the distribution of those buffs here. Obviously, we see both the Crimson and the Azure Golem going up to the side of Twisted Minds, and just playing a bit of a catch-up here as well.
I mean, there's one thing that... Oh, hang on.
Oh, the force and the flash here. It's going to be the soaring shot, but then the Gorge mobilization. Takedown onto Golden Kite into the bottom side of the map here. Chaz maybe getting lost here into the source, but it's got that cannon blast that drives away Highlang.
But success is found. This is exactly what Twisted Minds needs. City Boy, he got away with a sliver of health. Now with a 3-1
Oh, what a beautiful take in Liberties. They get the board, but can they take the kills here? The blazing brilliant chops down Clean, but Iron Boom into the back line. 90 with the pickup here. The think inside the box ain't gonna stop you when you have CC immunity.
Yeah, you can try, but they will never be stopped. Twisted Minds just keep coming back. 5 kills.
Can everyone get the pick up? He does. He is the Night Prowler.
Yeah, this is so insane. Every time it feels like Twisted Minds have gotten one up over Blacklist, they keep showing up. Chamyuan, what a response. Getting all the buffs onto his hands as well. Now, Golden Kite, this story has not been great for him so far in this first 3.5 minutes, but Blacklist as a team, they are recovering well.
They're recovering well, but the fact is that Golden Kite's been able to hold off this 2v1. But I mean, it's at the fact that he has those Spirit Wolves as well, right? Like, able to take this one a little bit with an ease here, especially against such a mid to short range hero like the Mana straight into the bot side.
Okay, so we'll take a look at the resources available, right? So common spells now, only Golden Kite does not have its flash. Hailang and 90 though, they have taken away their flashes. There is no 4-minute flash available for them. This dwindles their attacking or escaping power.
Yeah, exactly. Now they're getting those tyrant fights here between these two teams once again. Blacklist dwindled their gold lead that they had ever so slightly, but it is the pendulum swinging between these two teams. Chami1 just trying to do some damage onto the back line, onto Clean.
Yeah, it's all about the vision game we talk about here. City Boy knows that Golden Kite is around. But here's the thing, Golden Kite, okay, ball lay down.
Okay, we do get the Cannon Blast. It's going to stop that mobile tempo for now, but it's going to be the inevitable beat coming through. Dragon gets taken down, but can they claim some kills here? We saw the Chami trying to go for a bit of a Hail Mary play, but now we're seeing Blacklist turn into a bit of a whitelist here. They have been taken down, and Team 8 to Twisted Minds.
Big wins, it's just Justy left. He's going to get the return kill onto Highland, but it's not going to be enough. The T1 at risk in the mid, saved by Justy, but this one, it might not be enough.
It might just not be enough here for the side of Blacklist. They are down around about 1.2k gold at this moment in time against Twisted Minds, and they've just lost that T1 down bot side of the map, and that T1 into the mid lane is looking battered.
Yeah, I mean, it's so smart from the side of Twisted Minds, right? They took that fight at the best time possible. Yeah. They knew that Justy was not around. He needed to get those buffs because the Alarm does need CDR. He does need the mana regeneration as well. We'll take a look at that instant replay. So knowing that number one Justy was not around, and to melt down the number one tank shredder, Dragon, in the form of the Scorchet or the Angela, smart moves. Yeah. And the fact that, look, they even caught Chami1 as well. I think that was the biggest win so far for Twisted Minds in all of the games.
So yeah, kind of being played a little bit overzealous here is going to be Chami1 onto that Dharma. We haven't seen a prime pickup just yet. Obviously that 1v1 at top side of the map here, but we're looking for a little bit of an engage once again with Twisted Minds. They're looking to unsettle the balance of that top side of the map. They're really looking for an early game win here.
Yeah, this is where it needs to be won, right? We have seen Blacklist International win all the early game parts of all the games in the series so far, but if they can get this, that would be great. Unfortunately for them, they have to trade off the T1 at the top as well. Everything in favor of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they've got to hold on to this T1 into the mid lane as well, right? Like, that's going to be their sort of saving grace within this 6-minute game so far. But we see here, man, 90 is putting a lot of pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds, onto Blacklist, sorry, but they're going with a 3v1, almost able to sustain that damage, but does fall short.
Yep. They're trying to make some space, and this is where the dive will happen, even with the backdoor protection as well. Ooh. The T1 still stands for a little bit, but for now, I think, you know what, Blacklist, you can kind of consider that T1 in the mid gone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just a little tap here from maybe the Magistrate's third token here, but now we're just seeing them use the more full tempo, just push them away, get that minion way through. There we go, but then bot side of the map here, Justy wasn't just having a lunch snack, he was trying to go for that T1, and it looks like they're going to get it for the team.
We might see a replay, right? The last time we saw Jushi's Lamb, it was the backdoor of his life. Yes. He got the win over the Homeboys Black True Esports base in Crystal at this point. So Blacklist, we'll see. Nice setup.
Okay, the board has been committed, pushing them into the back line of that board. They do escape. Chami1 catches no one but the minions, and then once again, a little bit overzealous here for the clash lane of Blacklist.
But this is where Twisted Minds have forced the errors out from Blacklist International. They can come back into the series, but Justy, he's going to try his best to hold this game, and hold on, they will.
Yeah, trying to hold the fort here. He's going to be Justy, looking to try and just put a little bit of a Trojan horse here, like we saw last time they played against, with this lamp against Homeboys Black True Esports. But we see here the Dragon just being used, that blazing brilliance to clear out these minion waves, but you can't stop it when you got a party of sprites.
Yeah, there's no way, right? And you also have Shanks on this defense here too, just making full use of his passive. For now, it's all about a setup. They did land nice stuns.
Oh, okay. Nicely done. Backline, takedown here, sustain. Being taken up the board here for Twisted Minds. Looking for a little bit more, trying to contest that Azure Golem, but it goes over to Chami1.
Yep. I mean, not the ideal target, but still, at least not giving it away to Twisted Minds. That's the win for this Blacklist. Yeah. But 90 points. This guy has been on a tear this game. Absolute map domination. He's everywhere.
He's been watching Keke's games, man, I swear. Like, he has definitely been on the masterclass there, but the boards have been nothing short, but masterful here for Highland.
I mean, these are the two players we wanted to see shine today, right? Highland as well as 90. They need to get those skills down. And so far, like you said, Hailang, every board has been successful. Was it the perfect one? Not really, but they did get a lot of value from it.
Absolutely a lot of value. Just kind of like sorting out the enemy team there. But speaking of his own death, it's the backline off the side of Blacklist by the Iron Bloom. 90 here, he is on the prowl.
Yep, he did expend the flash, so that was a heavy cost. Rewards, not too worth it at this point. Didn't manage to get a kill, but they have secured some map pressure, which means they have some space for the Shadow Overlord. No, just Overlord at this point.
The Overlord at this point, going into the 9-minute mark. In a minute's time, we will get those Shadow objectives come through here. So just getting this Overlord before that next point is going to put some pressure on here, but Chami has to be careful, don't get caught out with that CC. Has to force the flash, has to force the way out of there. Chaz with the flash, trying to get the setup here for Dragon.
Yeah, you can see Hailang operates as both the offense and the defense as well, with the board, making sure that they get the defense and the save going on the Clean. You cannot afford Clean to be taken down right now because we're 30 seconds away.
Oh, there's the cannon blast on the City Boy, feeds him through. The death from below does get countered there by the Mortal Tempo.
Okay, that's going to be a big ultimate down, and 10-minute mark is coming. So which means this might be advantages for the side of Blacklist International. I mean, the goal difference is just about 1,000 at this point.
1,000, not even that at the points at the time, right? They're looking around about 600, 700 gold right now, but maybe a big play here for Chaz. They know how scary he can be with those cannon blasts.
10-minute marker is here. They're going to try and rush this down. All eyes on 90 though. If he gets the flank, it could be dangerous for the side of Blacklist International.
Can he get the flank, or can Shanks get the shank here is the potential answer for the side of Twisted Minds. They're looking for that Shadow Tyrant, trying to get the cannon blast, but it's going to be 90 into the back line, doing so much damage, but the blazing brilliant. The cost of the side of Twisted Minds might be a little bit too great here, but Dragon down, Chami down, they're looking for some more.
Yep, they got a reset on the Tyrant as well, but this one looks clean for the side of Twisted Minds. They should be able to get this full reset happening, but Clean doesn't have the Doomsday. He does have the lifesteal available as well. The team will help him tank it up, which means Blacklist International now have to deal with the onslaught of power from Twisted Minds.
Yes, that temporary damage up and the movement speed increase here given over to the Shadow Tyrant is going to be something that really could catch the side of Blacklist up. I mean, they're able to get that Crimson Golem away from the side of Twisted Minds, which is going to be that minor victory we're really looking for here for the boys at the PKL.
I mean, look, this is the version of Twisted Minds that we wanted, right? This is the same quality that Blacklist International has shown us since game number 1. And now that we're getting a stronger Twisted Minds in this game number 4, this is what we deserve.
Very strong, very dominant. They're looking to just keep that pressure onto the side of Blacklist. Not able to get that Azure Golem, though. Does go over to Golden Kite, so they really are. They're getting it. They're not getting it, but they're taking it away from Just Chi here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just damage limitations from the side of Blacklist International. I mean, we've taken a look at the strengths on the side of Twisted Minds. Look, the turret kick is just insane. A blind Gorge mobilization to push them away because they will not have their Primal Bond in about 30 seconds. They're just looking to pull attention away from Blacklist International.
Yeah, just looking to put pressure on Blacklist International here. It's going to be Twisted Minds with around about that just under a K gold lead right now. But I feel like if Blacklist loses team fight and Twisted Minds get this Shadow Overlord, it could spell a little bit of a disaster here for the boys in Blacklist.
Even if they don't destroy the crystal, if they take this Shadow Overlord, it's a guaranteed T3 for Twisted Minds.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with that minion wave down bot side of the map here as well, just being pushed through and ushered through here for with 90, that could be the open door, but do we have to send away Golden Kite to get that one?
Yeah, they now know Golden Kite is not here. The pentakill guy is not around. This could be a fight that they could win. Twisted Minds, all they have to do is time it well.
Yeah, the pack leader has now returned to his pack. Can he make an impact? Is what Golden Kite is looking for here. Basing around this Shadow Overlord. It does get reset once again, but we're looking for the contestant of that Crimson Golem. Goes over to Golden Kite.
Yeah, right now it's all about making sure that you get important catches, right? If you force out big ultimates like the Unending Sorrow from the side of City Boy, or even the board from Hailang, that would be, you know, the biggest win for the side of Blacklist because that puts them in the best position to win the team fight.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, you could even look at 90 as well, right? Like, he's been so scary with those flash engages. It's been so harsh onto the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, the same formula is the same, right? Get rid of Dragon. Once there's no more tank shred, you win the fight instantly. And that's what Twisted Minds are looking for. But oh, it's not going to be that easy for the Blacklist anymore. The double pick up Daybreaker for Shanks, as well as the Blood Rage for Clean. This is a great fight for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, a little bit more sustainability given over to the side of Twisted Minds. Clean, and then damage over the Shanks here with that latest itemization. But the Cannon Blasters connect on the Clean here. Oh, nice catch! Get a bit of a catch onto the top side of the map here. He does able to outflank 90 on the Mulan. Gets taken down. Is this the Blacklist comeback here?
Yeah, they're looking for an opening. Joshi, he just needs to find an open angle. In fact, they don't even have to fight. They can actually just take the Shadow Overlord and make a beeline for the top side of the map.
At the same time, they have to put pressure into that mid lane, right? Like you saw Just G cast that wave, because if they weren't, they'd get that T2 into the mid lane, which would be really detrimental to the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, Chemi 1, he's waiting. Oh, hang on.
Gorge mobilization does get procced here, gets takedown onto Chaz. That means they are down, handicap there, but it is going to be the takedown of the Shadow Overlord, but Just G falls in, they just time.
It's okay. It's right now neck and neck, right? Balance, 90 did take a fall. Joshi and Chaz are felled as well, but Joshi did secure that Shadow Overlord, so they will have that save. Right now it's making sure that Twisted Minds does not get the T3.
Exactly, just trying to mitigate that crowd control, the collateral damage here for the side of Twisted Minds. If they're able to get the T3, it could spell a disaster here for the side of Blacklist. Definitely pressure that can't be reversed because they do not respawn.
Yeah, right now it's all advantage to Twisted Minds. If they get this Shadow Tyrant, they could pick a great fight against Blacklist and could potentially turn this whole thing around.
Yeah, they get the neutral objective here, so for the next 85 seconds, they are going to be packing a little bit more of a punch here onto the side of Twisted Minds, and now you're seeing that goal difference come through, but look at Just G, man. Even though he's died quite a few times, twice, he's still maintaining that gold lead over Clean.
Exactly what you want to see, right? This is where the goal lead is so important. Because this also means that Joshi, if he gets an opening onto the backlines of Twisted Minds, you can be sure he can really just press a button called the lead and they will be done.
Yeah, and at the same time, we're looking at Golden Kite getting into that late game as well, right? Obviously, he has the Daybreaker that's been built there as well, looking for that last final item. Has the Sun Chaser, going to give him a little bit more damage, maybe go for a little bit of lifesteal here because sustainability onto the side of Blacklist going into this late game is going to be scary, but Just Chi, he's just making sure that Vanguard, top side of the map, gets the job done.
Yeah, right now they're searching for him, right? They know he's looking for a split push, which is why they're so intent on looking for getting that advantage in numbers. If they get rid of Joshi here, it could spell disaster for the side of Blacklist International. At the same time, look, I'm all about City Boy in this game.
Yeah.
The heals coming from the Unending Sorrow might be game-changing for the side of Twisted Minds.
Game-changing, but the Radiance does get hit. He does obviously use a CC immunity, cancelling out that Cannon Blast, but bot side of the map has to be answered here by the side of Twisted Minds.
Yep, and look at the patience of Joshi. He is just waiting in the sidelines. This shark is ready for the bite, but if he gets it, this is going to be a deathly bite.
Yeah, I can say, because he's just kind of like waiting in the wings, but he's giving comms over to his team. He's like, guys, I'm going to sit here, and then we're going to give comms. We still see 90 trying to look for him here as well. Finds him in the brush, but it's not going to be enough here to get the takedown.
Yep, nice check from the side of 90 as well. This is going to alleviate the pressure and in fact balance it and maybe give them an opening, an angle to find into the chink of the armor on the side of Blacklist International.
Yes, looking for that chink in the armor here is going to be Twisted Minds potentially. Looking just to give over some more damage over to Shanks here, gets the Crimson Golem as well. They're just looking to kind of like formulate everything into their itemization, into their pockets, then to take one last team fight potentially.
Okay, I'm just waiting now because if you take a look at the gold distribution, yes, recovery on the side of Clean in the jungle. But right now, with a 6-slotted Joshi,
yes,
this could be a very difficult position for Twisted Minds, especially when they don't know where he is. So whatever that's happening now that City Boy as well as 90 have gotten attention of where Joshi is, this is great information for them.
Great information. He's just built a Sage's Sanctuary as well, right? So we could be seeing a little bit of an aggressive dive into the back line, but Champion 1 has taken too much damage from my liking before a next team fight. The multiple tempo does actually get the catch out of Dragon into the back line here, but it's going to be that Overlord that's going to be taking place here as well. Just Chi has to be careful. He's taking too many liberties at the same time. Trying to get the dive on the back line. The death from below, but can they pick up a kill here? 3v1. Chaz is not able to get that lifeline and flash into the back line here. It's going to be 90 with that ultimate. Is looking for another pickup. That's 4-0 here for the boys of Twisted Mind take that as a team ace.
Yes, and the doors are wide open. They have a wave on the top, on the bottom as well. Twisted Mind should secure this, and it's T3 broken. Crystal explodes, and it will be a draw now, 2-2.
2-2 scoreline being neutralized here by Twisted Mind. Definitely what they wanted after that break. Maybe the break was the debuff for Blacklist, and what exactly Twisted Minds needed in this one.
90 was so clean on that Mulan Iron Bloom here. A lot of these plays was really initiated by him in towards the early game, and the final heavy sword charge on towards the Flash really set the gameplay coming in for that final push here. Definitely well-deserved break, even for both of these two teams.
This is exactly what we need out of 90, right? This was the biggest difference between him in game number 4 and the first 3 games of the series, because he was never around. 90 was always caught off or taken out in the team fights. This is the first time, and this is the quality that we deserve of 90 going into this best of 7.
Absolute quality. I mean, Clash Lane, we was waiting for pop-off, right? Like we were saying that entire game. Where is 90 in this series? We are waiting for those plays, and definitely on the Iron Bloom, on that Mulan pick, he served.
He really served. I think from the early game itself, you can see his rotations against Chami 1 and getting that double kill. And then in towards the mid game here, he was actually pulling a lot of pressure coming in from the map itself, making sure that if you want to commit towards this Mulan, it's either you better send 2 or 3 members. If not, she's just going to get priority over the waves and then setting the pace going into those big team fights.
Yep, the biggest difference here is that, look, when Joshi is in danger, right, you need someone to stave off the attention of the 4 other members. Not an easy task, but he himself, 90, was able to hold off 4 different members of Blacklist. Not just hold them off, get the kill onto 2 of the members on the side of Blacklist International, wait for his support City Boy to come in with the Yuhuan, and then finish the job getting a full ace before marching calmly towards the end of the crystal for Blacklist International.
Yes, that was a scary plays here from Twisted Minds. Definitely neutralizing this game. It looks like we are going to go for a full best of 7 at this point, right, lads? I mean, we are 2-2 drawn right now, but let's look at that game number 4 post-game analytics.
I want to really highlight on the dynamic that Blacklist International was trying to do, due to the fact that the early game was already really difficult for Just Chi to flourish on this jungle assassin. Chami was forced into a position that he has to let go of the farm, funnel everything into Just Chi's pocket for him to go head-to-head against Clean, who had a snowball of a start in that early to mid-game.
Yeah, very smart thought process from the side of Twisted Minds, right? And I think there is without a doubt, this is 90's MVP game. Look at the damage he dealt. 80,000 over the course of 18 minutes. I mean, I was thinking, okay, this might be a Tempest game, but 90, no, he was not patient. They wanted to make sure that Blacklist knew that they had a series on their hands.
Yeah, he didn't want to spell bye-bye night on the side of Twisted Minds. He didn't want that Tempest Dragon because he knew that it was going to cut fine. But once again, in the same fashion, Twisted Minds has to get to this late game point where they have to pop off. But Blacklist really played a not-so-good early game in that one, which really got them pressure.
The early game was always in the favor out of these 4 games. In the favor, aside from that Liang game, was Twisted Minds finding those big catches, formulating that lead, and with the delay of the mid-game 10-minute team fight, and then Black International will slowly but surely grab it back into their favor here. But this game, Twisted Minds, everyone knew the mission. It is to shut them down on their first engage and then slowly play the healing here. Hence, we have this head-to-head between Twisted Minds 90 and also Chami 1. Chami 1 was silenced this game by 90.
Yeah, a rare situation. So far we have seen Chami 1 pop up quite a lot of times, but the biggest difference here, the GPM. 90 was showing up all across the map. Number 1, he's getting the wave pressure, but he's also getting the gold. And if you take a look at it, the participation in kills, a little bit lesser for the side of 90 because he was making things happen across the map. That's what you want out of a Clash laner. He may not show up in the fights, but he needs to make sure that the gauge is in your favor.
Yeah, but speaking of MVPs here, it has to be Clean, right? This one with the Agudo, definitely putting the pressure onto the map of Blacklist, here, showing up that wall rider and how it's played. We have that 718 KDA, damage taken % as well.
That's a lot of damage taken on a pseudo-tank marksman like the Agudo here. You know he was in the spotlight, but not in a good case here. He was always being targeted by the side of Blacklist International. They're like, why isn't this Agudo dying? I'm using so much of my spells. Just for the fact that Iron Bloom on towards the side of 90, getting those miracle flanks and making sure that his jungle had the game of his life.
Yeah, I mean, important space build. But another player I want to highlight, even though they're not part of the MVP screen highlight, the amount of balls he landed was so critical for the side of Twisted Minds to be able to gain control of this game, right? The burst damage, heavy sword stance for this Mulan, how important was that in this game?
So important. So important. Like Blam said, you have so much crowd control in the form of Dragon, Chammy1, and Chaz. You take a look at these sort of situations, Chammy going in for a 3-man troop, immediately silenced by 90. This is a crucial one. If 90 wasn't there, this could have gone so bad for the side of Twisted Minds.
And the same issue then pops up again. Dragon, the moment he's taken down, then no, there is no more tank threat. There is no answers. Look at that. I mean, on the right-hand side of the screen, 90 was just holding and fending off multiple members, getting the kill onto Golden Cut as well, who was your main source of damage, by the way, on the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, I feel like Iron Bloom's not a fitting title here. It's more like Iron Dancer. The way that 90 was just dancing around those team fights into the back line, just putting so much pressure on the Blacklist was crazy, but again, just another Clash Lane pick we don't see come through too often. But when you need that CC immunity, when there's so much control onto the enemy team, it's definitely the pick that you want to go for updated brackets right now.
It really is a KMW special, the Iron Bloom, to bring it out when things matter the most here. But talking about a bracket here, Blam, it has, once again, been mitigated into a neutralized 2-2 for these teams. A final BO3 will decide who takes it home and go forward in that lower bracket.
I like what's happening here because, you know, this brought me to a quote earlier today, right? When you're not tired, everyone can win. Everyone can be a champion. But now we're going to a best of 7 potential fully, which means fatigue is going to set in. When you're tired, that is where champions are shown. That is where you see whether you have the mettle, you have the strength, you have the power to prove that you are the best out of the best, because in KIC 2025, we want only the best.
Exactly. I mean, endurance is definitely the name of the game here within this best of 7, as we've already coined it many, many times. This is a marathon and not a sprint, and you are going to start to see here with the global ban pick update right now that some of the expensive picks onto the side of Twisted Minds and onto the side of Blacklist are not going to be able to get picked again unless we get into that game number 7. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, at home. You can see what heroes have been played for both teams.
And talking about global ban pick, right? These are 20 default bans applied towards both teams here. As we pace ourselves into Game 5 and Game 6, the drafting pressure will be insurmountable, and the coaches will play a pivotal role in making sure that these picks are going to be making the highlight coming into Game 5 and Game 6 draft, because when you have 20 bans and also 4 bans later on in the pick and bans, you're going to be wondering like, hey, how do I make a reasonable draft for my players to be comfortable in these high-stakes situations?
Yes, very important, right? Right now, if you take a look at it, both of them have not used the offering just yet. I feel like, you know, Blacklist International's hero pool is starting to do it though. This is going to start getting even more difficult for them, because Twisted Minds, we know for a fact their depth, like you said, not a pool, it's an ocean of heroes to pick from on the side of Twisted Minds.
Exactly, the ocean needs to be accessed or even drained here to get some salt picks for the side of Blacklist or Twisted Minds. Obviously, around about 1 minute and 50 seconds until we get into the BP of the next game. But once again, we're at the potential break point as well. Is Blacklist going to want to try and clean this off quickly so to get another break, get some more bananas? Or is Twisted Minds really going to put the stop here to this break buff of Blacklist International?
I think it's difficult because so far, Game 1, Blacklist, Game 2, Twisted Minds, and then there has been a repeat of 1 game for each side here. To pick the equilibrium here, they need to be putting on a masterclass of a draft to showcase themselves like, hey, those few games in the early game, we messed up, yes, but these few drafts that we're about to bring up, we are not making any single mistakes moving on towards the final few games here. But take a look at the side selection here. With the loss that Blacklist have suffered in Game 4, in Game 5 itself, they do select the red side, the reactive side. We talk about it. When you are burning down heroes in Game 1 to Game 4, Game 5 and Game 6 is the prime time to head over to the red side where there has no more priority picks from the blue side.
Yeah, we'll take a look at how that's going to be like, because if you take a look at the hero pool on the side of Blacklist, yes, they are on the red side. They get to pick 2 picks at the start. But then this prior pick going to the side of Twisted Minds, look, the jungle, the pay is still available, the organ is still available, and look, a majority of the clean signatures are still open for him to pick. What is your answer if you're on Blacklist International side?
Do they go for the Chaz selection, the Chaz celebration, the Liampo, right? Obviously, he hasn't quite had that one just yet. The burst ram, obviously, we've seen many, many times some epic performances here on Chaz, but so far within this series, it's not seeming to shine, right? Like, we normally get great Motsu plays here by Chaz. That one didn't quite fit the pale there just because of Twisted Mind's draft being so good at CC immunity, so maybe they are going to go for a bit more tank here for Chaz.
Chaz, like you mentioned, the Lapu Lapu is still available, the Liampo is still available, or the counter pick in terms of a Zhuangzi Dream Wanderer. Those are the available hits here coming in from Blacklist International here. But Twisted Minds, my question is, do they still go for the Athena ban, or are they prepared to bring it out in this Game 5?
I feel like if you're on Twisted Minds, you only give the Athena when you feel like, hey, there is no more strong heroes on the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah.
So I think this game might not be the game that you pick off the ban hammer of Athena. I still think Athena will be banned. The question now is, okay, we now have the option of exploring very, very clinical combos like Liu Bang Lianpo, right? That delivery system. We might see the Jing Liu Bang as well. These are all very big difference makers in the game. So I want to see Twisted Minds. What is this first pick? And it is looking like it is the beast, Zhang Fei, coming in.
City Boy. Oh, wait, no, they're going to look to potentially go for the Flowborn Marksman here as well. So obviously this is a big pick for Shanks, right? We've seen it many, many times within KIC 2025 where he is able to get access into that backline, do so much shred before the team fight even happens.
And there's a smart pickup here. Due to the fact that Blacklist International, they have burned through a lot of these priority marksmen here, the potential heroes that are available for Golden Kite might be in the form of Consort Yu, Aaron, or even the likes of a Fang here. So it's dwindling down to a very low pull on towards the marksman. But talk about an engager, you can't disregard the new Weefar Dadu, the Lapu Lapu, hovered for the side of Blacklist International here. My question is, do they pick up the all-run here for the side of Just G?
Yeah, that'll be quite interesting, right? Because right now Lapu Lapu is able to tank quite a lot. Now, if you're new to the game, Lapu Lapu is also known as the Reef Hut Datu. And we'll see, okay, we're going to get the Cannon Bell. This is going to be Lady Sun, one of the biggest burst damage heroes available in the farm lane. Is it going to be the difference maker here?
I mean, it's going to be the late game assurance as well, right? Obviously, using that grenade to get that armor pen onto the damage onto the side of Twisted Minds, maybe what they need to shred down such a tank like the Zhang Fei.
It's true. So right now, the jungle pool will be a prime contention here. Twisted Minds, they can freely go for a tank jungle to really allow for the side of the Flowborn Marksman to find those big moments in towards the late game here. But they're hovering towards Sun Ce and also the Charlotte here. They're deciding on which playstyle they want to. But due to the fact that 90 has had a phenomenal game for performance, they bank on this Charlotte once again on towards 90.
This is a very big pick. We've seen how devastating teams can be with the Charlotte pick, right? Especially when you get the flash power gradation dive on the backlines. That really deals the worst amount of damage. But they're going to try and even that out with the burst potential of Fatih. So with that being said, Blacklist, we will take a look at what's happening for the rest of the second half of the bans. Because the mid laners are still open. And I feel like this is where the damage will be done.
Yes, potentially here, damage done for these two. I mean, the clash lanes as well, right? This is two heavy backline access heroes. You have, obviously, the Mighty Conqueror and then, obviously, Charlotte here as well.
Interesting bans here for the side of Twisted Minds here. Removing the Musashi and also the Fade. Yep. I think they really want to force the side of Blacklist to pick the Organ here right now so that they remove the pull in Game 6 to have no Organ and Daji for the Luna counter.
Actually, yeah, the Heartseeker Dashi, I think it makes a lot of fun, but yeah, I don't think that's going to be the prior pick here. There is also another consideration. You can go for the Zuya, but I think Zuya is too big of a risk at this point. You want to see what the other two picks are on the side of Twisted Minds as they wrap up the combination. Because imagine a level 25 Lady Sun. Holy, the damage.
So much damage here. And I mean, we got the Soul Guide coming through, and there it is. We have the Suya pick coming through also. But the damage reduction going onto the likes of the Orb.
I like the setup here coming in for Twisted Minds. You want to be bursting down the Ogren, and what better way of doing it is to lock in a Zuya, that spell one to splash on towards you, removing your resistance, and also the side of Nakoruru that does super well into these big beefy boys such as the Ogren himself here. So this early game will be quite pivotal for the side of Blacklist International, especially Just on this Ogren, to break through the line coming in for the jungle known as Queen on the Nakoruru.
Okay, I like this answer by the side of Blacklist International as well, right? The Yixing ball master here. If he's able to get the board, this limits the movement abilities on the side of Twisted Minds. If you take a look at their composition, they're very mobile. The Zhang Fei, once he gets his Unbridled Outburst, he will be able to jump left and right. I mean, just leave anywhere on the map, right? And this creates space for Shanks on this Flowborn Marksman, also known as Steady Will. Now, so this game, I feel like Dragon, once again, a lot of expectations. If he hits those boards, this is a Blacklist game. If he doesn't, oh, you know what's coming. Twisted Minds are going to come for your neck.
Exactly. I mean, the interesting thing here is going to see how Clean plays on the Nakaruru, the Hawk Whisperer, right? Obviously, this is a hero that can actually do very well against tanks. And obviously, onto the side of Blacklist, you're looking at Lapu Lapu, the Repart Datu, as well as Augur and the Soul Guide. So there is plenty of tanks for Clean to be targeting.
I like how you bring up the fact that all these carry junglers are in the game, but I think we need to focus on one specific role as well. The roamers are both setup roamers. Whoever plays the setup correctly in those big team fights might reward their team this game fight victory itself here, with players locking in their draft in this game number 5. We will be slowly but surely heading on towards the gorge to decide who gets that lead in the series here. This lead is so important because it puts so much pressure on towards your opponents in the best of 7.
I think the biggest difference maker is if City Boy takes Smite. Because I think that will be the main difference, right? If City Boy takes Smite, then he has the potential of working against Blacklist International in these big scuffles in the neutral objectives. But for Lapu Lapu, do you really want to take a Smite on Lapu Lapu? Wait, why not?
Because Lapu Lapu wants to look for those flash engages with that ultimate here. So removing the Smite will be quite detrimental for them in this case here. And I like the fact that you bring up the Smite onto Zhang Fei. And when you're playing a jungle-centric carry lineup like the side of Twisted Minds, with Smite on your hand, you allow the mid lane to go for that Knowledge Gem start to funnel more gold into your jungle carry.
The KMW fans are very happy with your setup because it looks like KMW are looking a little bit stronger in this later part of the tournament. And if it's following what has happened so far from game 1 to right now, game number 5, when it comes to late game, who wins? It is Twisted Minds.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, Twisted Minds, they were top 4 within KWC right there, looking to kind of get back into that top 4 spot as they were in their prime of glory, especially before being defeated by OG Esports, who are no longer with us in this competition. But this is now Blacklist to try and win this one, and we have a Lapu Lapu in the audience here. I mean, where did he come from? Nobody knows.
Probably from the sea.
Yeah, I'm guessing as well.
From the hero ocean, the pool that we've been trying to pull from.
Yeah, I mean, he has the shield, the sword, the full kit as well. And now, this is where both teams need every single thing. You need to be the sword, you need to be the shield, and you need to get the win.
And you need to maintain your composure here in a 7-game series here. If you lose focus, if you lose composure, it will be detrimental in gaining that lead that you need to finish off the full 7-game series here. Who miss-ups, who makes those mistakes here will be punished heavily before we go into this game 7 here. The nerves will be wrecking for these 10 players.
Exactly, especially if we get into that break as well. There's these, whoever loses this one, they're going to be feeling the heat, but that's for them to decide, right? Who is going to come out on top of this one?
Yeah, I mean, guys, pick a lane, right? I feel like this point, the lane matchup is the most important. Which lane should we look at?
I feel like with the side of Blacklist International drafting the Lady Sun into the Flowborn Marksman, it favors the Lady Sun along with the superior laning phase here. If Golden Kite falls behind in the laning phase, that will be a big hole for South Twisted Mind to claw into here. And with the jungle matchup that we are featuring here, Just G into Clean, if Just G is able to win out the early game and shut down this Nakaruru, there won't be late game for the side of Twisted Minds. But hey, I'm no player myself. It's for them to really execute and show me who's the boss in this game number 5.
Yes, game number 5 coming through once again. Blacklist International and Twisted Minds playing for tournament life again here now. But first, we're going to get a little bit of a breather here. We have requested a bit of a pause.
Yeah, we want both teams to be at their best, right, at this point. So this is not just the players' equipment as well. We'll take a look at how this is going to be like. Now, with that being said, this still then adds on to the tension, adds on to the pressure, because now it starts to really sink in, right? Hey, we are now at game number 5. The score is 2-2, neck and neck. Whoever wins this next game, you're at series point.
Yes. And that's a lot of pressure. That is a lot of pressure to be sitting in your break thinking, like, if we lose next game, it's Joba.
it's really over here. Or they could really come back into a Game 6 situation and bounce back even stronger here. But hey, you're Blacklist International. You're playing for your fans here in Manila Bay. You need to do whatever it takes to come back, and you have the iconic hero there, Lapu here, representing the stage, cheering on the local crowd.
What a Giga Chad. Look at him. Look at him. He's built for the part, him. He's built for the part.
Yeah. He is looking strong. Now with that, is that going to be the change that Blacklist International are looking for? Because right now, on the side of Blacklist International, they do have the Reef Hadatu, they do have Lapu.
In the audience as well, right? So they've got Lapu here in spirit onto the gorge as well. Is it going to be enough for Blacklist? I feel like, is this the first time they played the Lapu?
I think yes. I haven't seen before the side of Blacklist International actually bringing out Lapu. We could be wrong because it's been a few days until we actually are here to witness the 3 grand finals days itself. So I'm very interested to see how Blacklist International and Twisted Minds really conclude this final of a series here, because we know we've been repeating this time and time again. Blacklist, they want to be the first PKL team to punch their tickets in towards the top 4 here, and Twisted Minds, with the regional hope on towards their shoulder, they cannot back down without a fight.
Exactly, that would be history in the making, right? Like, if they can punch through the top 4, this really kind of resounds a huge message going into 2026 Honor of Kings Esports.
Yes, I think this is the best performance we've seen out of any PKL team in any international competition so far, right? So, I mean, this is the dream for PKL. Fans, teams, coaches, whatsoever have you, the entire region, everyone is looking at Blacklist as well as Boom. So if Blacklist International is able to pull out a big win against Twisted Minds today, that will make esports history in honor of Kings Global Esports.
It's really down to the players themselves to decide. History, who will rewrite it and who will tarnish it in this case here? Will it be Twisted Minds breaking the hopes here of the PKL fans, or will it be Blacklist International breaking KMW's dream of making it forward in this grand stage of KIC 2025, which I am really interested here because both teams, their growth, their leveling in towards the entire year has been phenomenal here. You check out Twisted Minds. They were often overshadowed by OG Esports, despite the fact that Twisted Minds, they were the winners of spring, but no one banked on their growth in the side of KWC to hit that top 4 marker here. So for them to represent KMW in this stage, it's already something that they want to prove to themselves and the world that they are the true KMW representatives.
Exactly that. They need to prove this to themselves, prove this to their fans over in the KMW. It's been a long time since we've got a W within the international stage, right, with these teams, and unfortunately, OG Esports, maybe our spearhead, they're no longer here with us.
Yeah, and here's the kind of difficulty you're being placed in at this point. Yep. If you lose the series, you are going home. That's the end of your dreams in KIC 2025. So, I mean, if there's any reason to do it, if not for success, it is not to go home today.
It's a fragile road ahead. That's why with every step you take, with every execution you take, you need to be going in with a lot of caution here. But let's move our focus back in towards both teams' draft here. I do believe that we look at the side of Twisted Minds. Their draft is much more solid and composed to challenge the side of Blacklist International. They are on a timer itself, where the ladies who needs to win the lane and the Augur needs to gain control of the Queen Nakaruru's jungle per se.
Yeah, there needs to be some kind of like contestation into the enemy jungle here. You can't just kind of allow the Nakaruru just to kind of just clean up shop, then come for the Augur. And I feel like we've seen this matchup happen before, and it was just because the fact is that the Augur were able to contest the enemy team's Nakaruru, the Hawk Whisperer. Just meant that when she started getting that combos off, using that passive, the damage was just too much.
And the scary thing about it is Nakaruru is one of the most mobile and agile jungles as well. One of the many, right? So, yes, Ogren does have quite a bit of mobility, but doesn't match up with the Nakaruru, which is the very scary option. Now, with that being said, if Clean gets the gold advantage, level advantage, I feel like this game is over. At least in the early parts. Maybe Blacklist does hold on, but it's going to be tough.
And you also had a Divine Enforcer Ziya on the side of Twisted Minds here. So they really covered their base here, but the only thing that they didn't cover is the fact that both side lanes, Charlotte and also the side of the Floorborn Marksman, and also the Ziya and the jungle itself, these are very greedy late game picks here. If they falter in the early game, they could be finding a big cliff to climb to even come back into the later stages with those items that they need.
Alright, so let's talk about the Mighty Conqueror. Since we're exploring the clash lane for the side of Twisted Minds, I think it's only fair we take a look at the Blacklist International as well. This Fatih pick Mighty Conqueror. How does that work out for you? Because it's pretty much a mid to late game pick as well.
It is a mid to late game pick as well. Honestly, like, if they start to get the shutdown, or maybe Chami just decides to take the role of what Golden Kite's been doing, right? Goes for the macro, really just puts the pressure onto the top side of the map there. I feel like it's then at the behest of Twisted Minds if that would be the case.
I want to add on to the point as well. We talk about Mighty Conqueror, we talk about Rose Fencer. The primary idea of these two picks is to jump towards the backline and find the backline assassination on towards the Lady Sun, on towards the Ziya, on towards the Floorboard Marksman. Once these pesky late game heroes are out of the equation, that's where these two long fighters will skill better into those team fights here. So whichever crash lane gets the perfect dive will set the perfect pace for their team.
I want to see what kind of pacing they do, because if you take a look at every extent, early to mid game, you want Ziya to have success, right? You want him to get that level 15. Once he gets that level 15 sanctification, instantly into the hands of that Floorboard Marksman, the Steady Will, right? Who's piloted by Shanks. And we all know this is his #1 pick. I think he has found more success with the Floorboard Marksman than any other farm laner in our KIC 2025 so far.
Oh, absolutely. Using the Arrow Storm to perfection, just constantly just battering the enemy team before even the team fight even takes place. I mean, you can kind of see that the damage come through here. If we get a lot of damage onto the likes of the Augur and the Soul Guide, the Nakaruru come into the team fight clean there, it could spell disaster.
It could. Or the flip side that we need to highlight is also Lady Sun. If she gets rolling, her rolling rate and also the grenade combo could take about 70% of her health if she gets ahead of the game. So all these are what ifs that we need to be looking for in the game itself. But so far out of the two drafts, the early game definitely favoring towards our Blacklist International, but the mid to late game more favored towards the side of Twisted Minds if and only if they don't suffer a 2,000 to 3,000 goal lead prior to the 10-minute mark.
I think the frag grenade is going to be a very interesting thing, right? I want to see if Golden Kite is going to be able to land it. Once the frag grenade goes in, lands onto the different members on the side of Twisted Minds, you know, the more targets he lands on, the more dangerous it becomes for Twisted Minds. But at the same time, the concept of burst, I mean, you can't deny Twisted Minds burst is super scary as well. Nakaruru with gold advantage, level advantage, if he gets his jump on the Golden Kite, bye-bye. It's kited out.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest as well, though, like the fact is that with the rolling raids, obviously could be able to kind of be used here by Golden Kite to just force these turrets through, just kind of like get that little bit of extra little bit of chip damage onto the turrets when they're kind of literally hanging on death's doors there. So maybe that's what we'll see here from the Lady Sun. Those two kind of functions are going to be the extra damage and armor pen from that grenade, but also the rolling raids to get rid of those turrets.
But hey, if you're in Manila, if you're in Philippines itself, why not just come by over to Manila Bay here at the Ayala Mall to find out who out of these two teams will make it past the top 6 marker here. It is a place where you can witness history itself in the making here. One team rises and one team will fall towards next year, 2026.
Yeah, man, it's all about the lion's share of this prize pool, right? If you guys didn't know, you're new to this competition for our KIC 2025, there is $1 million USD prize pool on the line. And with that being said, the champion takes a lion's share, 30%, 300,000 USD.
Yeah, that's a lot of doll hairs, right? That's more than I can probably count in my sleep. But these teams will obviously be splitting it amongst the 5 players, and all well-deserved as well. So definitely life-changing sum of money there, especially if they've got families they're looking after you for, you know, stuff like that. So plenty for these teams to be playing for, not just pride, honor, but also for family.
Yep, to play for your family, like these lion's share of money here, like 300,000, man, what can you buy with it? A new car? Down payment to a house? Or even your favorite hobby or a nice trip for your entire 10-man family here. So they are definitely fighting for every single thing for their family here. But for now, this technical pause will definitely be resolved soon, as we need to be looking into the specifics of the thing and to really allow our teams to both play into an equal standing ground. We will catch you right after this short break to sort out this technical difficulty.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'm lying down when I ride. We the kings, it's our honor, showtime. It's our honor, showtime.
And welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. I'm your Desmond analyst for today's KIC2025. With me are your casters, the Voices of the Gorge, Lam Mobile, and also Ken Dolfu here. We are back after a short break.
Yep, welcome back. It is time to get right into things here. It's going to get a little serious because we are at game number 5. Winner is going to take a huge step forward into series point, meaning they just need to win one more game after this to be able to take the entire series.
Yes, one more match for the team who wins this game. Obviously, we just had a little bit of a pause, a technical pause here to make sure that the players are played to their best of their advantage with their advices as well. So let's hope that's all been fixed now and we can get into this game number 5.
The facial expressions you're coming in from both of these squads are a bit relaxed, I would say, even though it's like game fight itself, very pivotal of a game here to decide who holds the series point going into that best of 7. But you know, they have a lot of experience, they have a lot of these trainings. Composure is the main thing that they need to maintain before going into such a big series.
It's important to keep calm and to really understand what the next step is, right? Not just for yourself. I think the most important part is to understand what is next for your opponents. Once you understand what they're trying to do, it's easy to find and squeeze those gaps, find those chances and opportunities, right? If you can't find those openings, you make them. And that's what makes good teams great teams, when they're able to outplay their opponents, not just physically in the game, but also mentally as well.
Yes, mental preparation is definitely one of the key things you need to be a Honor of Kings esports player. But I mean, we speak about Honor of Kings esports players. We've had some players grace us all the way from the Open Series, right? So this, yes, they're not in the tournament anymore, but the fact is you can make it all the way to the KIC from the Open Series, which is something that if you are an aspiring Honor of Kings esports player next year, you want to be looking at the Open Series 5 and maybe potential 6 come through later on in the years as well, so you can find your way and pave your way to glory.
Yeah, it's very important.
That is a beautiful storyline for every aspiring pro out there, to know that as long as you grind, as long as you pace yourself in towards these trainings here, eventually your hard work will be paid off if you are good enough for the competitive challenge.
Also, if you are just a fan, you want to watch and enjoy the games, come down, join us. You can see the arena, the venue is packed here. We are at Ayala Mall's Manila Bay. With that being said, I mean, okay, I believe there's still some spaces, maybe a couple of seats left, but across the different levels of the mall, there are so many people here. So join us in the fun, in the action, and we hope to see you here because we want your support, especially for PKL fans. And if you're a KMW fan, which might not be the most majority here, but still, come down, give us some support.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you might want to fly over from the KMW region, but it might take you 17 hours. I'm pretty expertise in that one, but you may be here by the end of the series. Or if Twisted Minds actually win this one, you maybe get to see them tomorrow.
If you start booking your fight now, if you're a Twisted Mind fan,
Jet 2 holiday.
You need to make sure that they win the series, and when you arrive, they will potentially be playing tomorrow here. So maybe if you're a Twisted Mind fan and you're from all the way from Europe here, consider booking your tickets after the series actually, and just to decide whether you're like, are you going to head on this long journey?
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday.
Yeah, you should have bought your tickets last week in order to make it here. But in any case, I mean, jokes aside, of course, we're looking at a prime position for both these teams, right? And to achieve a prime position, I think is going to be a little bit of a challenge here because both teams, I think, they've taken up a roster that doesn't allow too many mistakes. Right now, especially in the jungle, if you're clean on your Joshi, I cannot imagine the pressure that you're under, right? You make one mistake, lose one buff, or even give a kill over to the opponent's side. Yeah, that's it, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one for you to come from. But I mean, I do like the Hawk Whisperer. It's a hero I like playing personally, especially with the latest rework with her ultimate, right? Like, if you click the ultimate, you get to fly over at least one wall. It gives you such a great advantage position to actually just, like, lay the smack down on your enemy team.
You get better flank angles, and with your passive itself, you get to traverse the gorge even faster compared to before. So this Hawk Whisperer Nakoruru is much more of a strong contention point coming in from the side of Twisted Minds if they look to really play for those late game markers here. But that's a very greedy late game composition that has been built by TM here. It's really their bread and butter. When they are at the Death's Door in the best of 7, they often go towards these long scaling compositions that really allow them to flourish in their late game, but and only if they are allowed to go to late game. If you check over to the side of Blacklist International, Lady Sun, Ogren, Yixing, these things spell one thing. They are ready to box you and fight you out for your early game tempo.
Yeah, it is. And this could easily turn into a horror movie, right? Hawk Whisperer, okay, maybe not as scary, but can you imagine being alone in the jungle at night and suddenly a whisper comes and you're dead?
Oh, that's scary. That gives me nightmares.
Now, we will take a look at what's happening here. I think the players are getting ready. They're kind of testing their phones. And of course, with that, we'll see, can they achieve peak performance? Because nothing lesser is going to give you the win here.
Yes, you're going to have to definitely bring out all your performance plays here for either of these two teams, because Whoever wins this one, we're back on the 3-2 scoreline here. We're back-to-back trading wins here as well, as you've seen within, obviously, if you've been here with the global ban update, it goes 1 team, 2 team, 3 team, 4 team, just back-to-back. There's no been a 2-0 so far within this one, which spells obviously a good sign for these two teams to go the distance and try and prove themselves in that ultimate battle, because so far, the story and narrative has been that Blacklist International have not been the most successful within those upper brackets.
That's true, especially in the upper brackets, in the ultimate battle itself. Yes, you can see that. Great, HBSC, they won Game 7 here, but that is at the expense of Blacklist International going up 3 decisive games against them. But you have to cross towards the finish line, and we are back in towards the gorge here, ladies and gentlemen.
Back into the action, finally, with these two teams. We are going to give you everything that you've wanted and more for the past, 15 minutes. We are getting Twisted Minds and Blacklist International back onto the gorge.
Yeah, very different kind of mindset here. So the help that Hailang is giving, along with City Boy as well, to make sure that Clean gets the fastest start possible in the jungle, is definitely going to benefit them quite a bit. You can see a difference in mindset. Joshi and as well as Dragon, the both of them rushing in the mid lane to try and get the wave hit as fast as possible, so they can actually have no contest in the jungle bus.
No contest into the jungle, and maybe even try and look at that 2v1 top side of the map, as you can see here. Maybe even try and go for that face sprite. That's really been the kind of the key indicator of that early game.
Yeah, and you can start to see the value that Hailang has as a the Define Enforcer. Once he gets a single hit or skill usage onto any of the minions or jungle camps, he gets extra EXP if it's taken down within 3 seconds. So he's already at level 3. He's going to be ahead of the competition.
Yeah, it's going to be scary depending on where he's going to put that sanctification, right? Does he give it over the Shank? Does he get over Clean? There's 2 big avenues there that you can see from these 2 options that Hailang has for his teammates.
Right. This initial aggression, right? 2v1 against Chammy. I don't think Chammy is going to be in too much risk, but the thing here is he doesn't want to burn out his flash too early as well.
Yeah, burn out his flash, obviously, once he gets to level 4, so he has that ultimate, which he has now. Obviously, he has that sustainability and attack speed that comes through very much early on, but you can imagine that the board being placed there, that would have been a nice little catch for the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, that would have been a very nice timing as well. But unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, for the side of Twisted Minds, they make it out. And this is going to be status quo, because look at the speed of which Hailang is helping Clean.
Oh yes. A lot of fast away play here into the jungle. I mean, it's just really going to set up the pace here, going into the 4-minute mark for the side of Twisted Minds. They are behind by around about 200 gold, as you can see there, top side of the screen. We now get a little indicator, which is very nice here. But now, Twisted Minds having to try and go for the space sprite 2v1 here, going to be a big contestation for them.
Yeah, they just want to force them out of the way now. This is going to be extra gold given to the side of Blacklist International. But Dragon,
he's looking for it. Goes in with the ultimate, but he does have the passive onto Dragon here, so he does have to overcommit if he wants to kill. We do see the Universal Orb in place down there, just to clear out the minion wave, put pressure onto Blacklist.
But he got him to use the flash, right? So that's going to be great timing, because at this point it's almost 3 minutes. Dragon will not have the flash for the fight, which means he is at risk, even if he does have his passive.
Exactly. He not having that flash, he cannot reposition, he cannot keep himself safe, so really going to be relying on the likes of Just Chi and maybe even positioning of Chaz here to keep him alive, but passive still up. We have him at level 5. Roughly, we have a neck-and-neck goal lead into that jungle.
But I don't think this is going to be a fair one, unless they get a kill or something onto, perhaps Hailang. Hailang is already at level 7, abusing the fact of his passive, and here he comes 3v2, going to be backed up by Dragon as well, 3v3.
Yeah, just put pressure onto the back line. The path of passive is going to get stopped there by that circle from the Suya pick now, but can they get the space sprite? And the answer is yes for Blacklist.
Yep, so they will, but right now quite a bit of damage has been laid on, right? Joshi needs to get the lifesteal coming back up. Gets to share the wave along with Chance as well. This is going to be valuable EXP. And you know what? Every little bit matters. Taking away the touch bars is going to be a value to Joshi. But both these teams, they need their first blood.
They need the first blood, but maybe more importantly, going for this neutral objective first, because again, we're going to get that extra bit of damage come through for either of these two teams right now. And we're already starting to see Blacklist formulate around this Tyrant.
Yeah, is it going to be enough? Because right now you can see that Crimson buff has been spawned on the top side of the map. Defense coming in for the side of Blackfish.
Oh, jammy. He's being a bit jammy there. 90 has to escape ever so slightly.
He didn't want to use the flash as well. So ballsy from both of them, right? If I was Jammy 1, I would have flashed. If I was 90, I also would have flashed.
But then again, if you flash and they flash, then they've basically got what you wanted, right? Like, he could still get out of that 90, I feel like. If Chami got that flash, he would be like, you know what? He's going to dash over the wall and I'll be safe.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why they are professionals. This is why this is the peak of HOK. They are the top 6 teams right now in KIC 2025.
As we see here, onto the steady world pick on Shanks here. He does have the Doomsday first item, which is going to be a blessing against picks like the Soul Guide as well as a retard Tattoo.
Yeah, the first blood is very important here. If they can get it onto the marksman, that's going to be a huge one. You can see Chance looking for an opening onto Shanks as well, but that's not going to happen. 90.
Oh, 90's in trouble. Damage, he forces the flash. Chami doesn't have his flash either, so now it's up to Highlang with this rotation of Just G. Can they get the first blood here? We see the Hawk Whisperer, Klee comes through, but Highlang gets taken down, but what an incredible Unbridled Outburst! But it's not going to stop Blacklist. They break the code, they break the Unbridled Outburst, they get a triple kill.
And of all people to get a triple, it's Just G that gets a triple. At the same time, Golden Kite gets that T1 at the bottom as well. Blacklist win everything. They have a 3K goal lead right now.
All chips on Black, and they are giving you what you wanted. The gamble of a century, 3 kills, T1 in the mid lane, T1 down bot side. If 90 takes down Chubby 1 here, who cares? You have so much resources and a T2 takedown.
At the 6-minute mark, by the way, this is one of the fastest takes we've had in KIC 2025. Now with this Blacklist, they will have a, 4,000 plus goalie going on at the 6-minute mark. Important marker for them, but it's not the end of the world yet for Twisted Minds. There is a potential to come back. It all depends on the setup from Highlang.
Exactly, so looking for Highlang here. It could be a great setup with the certification, with the Universal Law. Puts a long-range poke onto the side of Blacklist, but at the same time, you don't want Golden Kite to be falling here.
I mean, Golden Kite, I think right now, he's playing off of paranoia, right? Just whatever the situation, unless you see Clean on another portion of the map, always assume he's in the brushes.
Yeah, just complete paranoia here. Looking over your shoulder is exactly what the strat is for Golden Kite on the side of Blacklist. But I mean, he has the advantage in his lane, really, here. The intel can be given over by so many people on the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, right now, next item is, it should be the Master Sword, right? If he gets the Master Sword, the extra burst is going to be handy because they now have the gold advantage. And once he has more kills under his belt as well, he will have the level advantage. It's just a 1 level advantage for Golden Kite. And by the way, he just got the Master Sword. So this one, a little bit difficult.
Yeah, big itemization literally before the 10-minute mark here for the side of Golden Kite. Really going to serve up the side of Blacklist with this dominant performance in game number 5. Twisted Minds look a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah. Right now, currently bent out of shape. And that's crazy to say because 3 kills only for the side of Blacklist. But take a look at the value they've extracted.
Oh, yeah.
Every single T1 gone. T2 only with the... No, just left with the one at the bottom lane.
Literally, this spot T1 alive right now, but it looks like they're trying to kind of shape up and put that into manifestation here as well. We have the minion wave coming down to the bot side of the map here. We see there, Clean tries to go in that brush, but Chaz is just like, hold on, buddy. I've got my Airbnb in this brush.
Yep, and they don't care. Right now, it's not about the kills. Blacklist, they just want to make sure they have the map advantage. Now, 90, he does make a trade in terms of taking away the Crimson Golem from this side of Blacklist International. Good value, but is it enough?
Only time will tell, right? But I mean, if you look at their value ahead for the side of Blacklist, they are around about 6k gold. I mean, that's definitely the value you want to be on. You want to be the owner of that wealth rather than being at the behest of that riches, like you can see here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, right now, almost 6,000 gold ahead for the side of Blacklist International. We're not even near that 10-minute mark. We're still about 90 seconds away. That being said, Blacklist International, they feed themselves the Azure Golem. This one goes into the hands of Golden... No, it goes into the hand of Jashi for now.
Yeah, just giving everything over to the side of Blacklist. Don't leave any scraps here for the side of Twisted Minds unless you want to lose this game number 5. They still have the high ground turrets, but they're looking for a little bit of assault here into the top side of the map as well, into the mid here. It looks like that T3 may fall anytime soon, but Twisted Minds hold it up.
Yep, they hold. A couple more rolling raids would have been great, but you don't take that risk against Twisted Minds because you know they will come back.
Exactly, they could punish you easily. I mean, definitely get the slow here from Highlang, maybe even get the catch for 90. If you're a bit overzealous here, that's going to be a hit of your damage taken out.
Okay, 30 seconds before we take a look at what's happening next. They also have the timer on the Crimson Golem on the bottom side, which is why Blacklist were okay with giving the one at the top, but because of their positional advantage, look at what's happening now. Joshi's going to get his Crimson buff, but look who else is also going to get it. It's Golden Kite.
Exactly, especially having the Acid Torment as well now being built. He's going to be hitting like a sack of potatoes, traveling at around about 90 miles per hour to your face.
Yeah, made of steel.
Made of steel, yeah.
And at this point, he does have the Eternity Blade as well. This is going to ramp up the damage. And there's no better time than now because we are at the shadow variants of the neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Twisted Minds lasted this long as 10 minutes is pretty impressive, right? Like, they were at a standstill around about 6 minutes when they lost the 2-2 into the mid lane, lost 3 kills, but they've been able to splinter that kind of aggression for the side of Blacklist for now.
Yep, 6,500. No, make that 7,500. 8,000 as we count Blacklist. They're just raking in the gold. And right now, it feels like they understand time is not on our side. They make a rush for the bottom.
They do make a rush at the bottom. Chammy1 just looking to be like, hey guys, if you decide to go in on me, I'm going to flash in and take on your backline. But 90 is taken down. Top side of the map there. 1v1 between Just G and his counterpart. But there it is! The engage that could really open the base of Twisted Minds, and Blacklist take game 5.
What a blitz this one. They were caught unawares. Twisted Minds out of shape here.
Out of shape, indeed.
Series points, ladies and gentlemen, secured by the PKL hopefuls here. And right now, with 3-2 in terms of the scoreline in favor of Blacklist International, and also that dominating fashion of a win, they are looking hungry for Game 6.
Yeah, I mean, I blinked, and the game was over. What an impressive and what a blitz coming in from Blacklist International. I mean, the amount of growth they've shown so far, insane. Not just the players, the coaching staff as well. And so we'll take a look at Twisted Minds later in the stats of this game as well, right? I want to understand, what was this pain point that was too much for Twisted Minds to handle?
I mean, it was definitely that triple kill top side of the map, right? I mean, that was the only kills of the game until we got to that push of the Crystal, which was very phenomenal here by the side of the Blacklist International boys. They were definitely looking to take the point of the series, at least into their favor before the break.
I think draft is definitely something to be discussed as well. We were talking about the Nakoruru going in as a tank counter in towards the Ogre here, but we missed out one point. When Just G goes on the Ogre, it's never tank, it's always full damage here, and that really counter-punished the side of the greedy draft coming in for the side of Twisted Minds in the every single 4 late game scenario here. So once the triple kill went into the bags of Just G, the game was entirely a landslide of a lead going in favor of Blacklist here.
Yeah, very scary potential, because one of the things you take a look at during the draft is, okay, this Nakoruru, do we find success in this Nakoruru or not? The Hawk Whisperer became a Whisper in the wind. So that's your first issue we have to deal with. The second thing was the fact that Changfei, the Beast, was not tanking, right? Once you have no tanks, you have no damage, what is the possibility you have to drag the game?
Yeah, instead of a Hawk Whisperer, we got a little bit of Careless Whispers this time around for the side of Twisted Minds. A little bit of sweet nothings in our ears when we saw that pick come through with a 0-2 KDA. Obviously, a very low kill game for the side of Blacklist, but this is just showing the growth of this PKL team. It doesn't matter about the kills, it's what you translate it into.
And it was a perfect game coming in from Blacklist International, suffering 0 casualties from minute 0 all the way to that game-winning push at about 10 minutes 55 seconds here. You can see damage galore all around for the side of Blacklist International. They were just doing a lot of these damages on towards the structures, making sure that they are choking bits by bits away from Twisted Minds late game draft here. There's no late game if the game ends at 11 minutes.
Exactly. I mean, it's too little, too late at this point. And if you take a look at the comparison, people will be talking, hey, Golden Kai is the farm laner, why is he not dealing enough damage? Because we are 11 minutes in the game, but take a look with 11 minutes, the amount of gold they got for themselves, 11.4 thousand. As a team, Blacklist were doing 1,000 GPM. That's 1,000 gold a minute.
That's crazy. That's crazy when you put it in that perspective, right? This fact they got 1k gold per minute. No neutral objectives onto the side of Twisted Minds. Only a single turret to your name. Really shows that maybe, just maybe, the endurance is actually onto the side of Blacklist.
I mean, they must have been looking at a list at this point, because that list is pretty much black, and you have been blacklisted. And right now, the code is looking a little scary for Twisted Minds. We'll take a look at the Clash Lane matchup here. I mean, Chammy1 against 90. I would say the difference was night and day.
It was, and out of this series itself, we were talking about the jungle direct head-to-head matchup and also the roamers here. But when we talk about 90 and also KIC2025, they are besting each other in every single game to be the anchor of the team, to make those big plays, or at the very least, limit each other in making those big plays in those team fights.
Yeah, super clinical play from the side of KIC2025. We'll take a look at who the MVP is. It is none other than Ogren, the user himself, Shashi, bringing this Ogren to life with the help of the entirety of Blacklist International.
Being the sole guide of his team, getting that 4-0-2 KDA, looking at that damage dealt, but also damage taken as well. Like, really flex that damage build here onto the Ogren.
You can see the deadly gauge coming in from both the Ogren and also Just G himself. Just whipping my sunglasses like, hey, what's up? Get the win in my bag now.
What's up, homie?
But let's check out the highlights of what exactly went down here. And I believe this was the key play here. They wanted to burst down Just G in that attack here, but a very good board in separating the cavalry here and allowing Just G to pick up clean, Thailand, and City Boy formulating this gigantic goal lead up until this very last push.
What a setup from them. I mean, look, this is where we talked about, right, Lem? We talk about the exchange between Chaz and City Boy. Yes, you have done bridal outburst. Whoever uses your ultimate first loses because I get to have the counterplay. And the Lapu Lapu ultimate coming from Chaz. Clutch! And I mean, this one was a super quick game, guys.
Yeah. I mean, you know you're in the driver's seat when the enemy team has a Zhang Fei and they're running like a cat with their tail between their legs, right?
It's a Lapu Lapu buff. The audience just now, he was shredded and ripped in towards the cosplay here. And also we saw how Chaz was able to play around those fancy engages here, which in this match 9 in the lower bracket allowing Blacklist International to be once again in the driver's seat.
But we have been here before.
Blacklist
International has been here before as well. The last time this happened, Blacklist International got tied, went to ultimate battle,
and lost
it, got kicked down to lower brackets. Does history repeat itself again today, or does Blacklist truly break the code?
I mean, that's the only thing you can really hope for here, right? Is Blacklist breaking the code for this next time around, because you can't really be doing the same thing over and over again, because then it becomes the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again, differently, but getting the same result.
They have to break through this so-called curse on towards them, and if they really make it through without a Game 7 or with a Game 6 victory, everything will be very happy going for them going into that lower bracket semifinals, or potentially punching through entirely that lower bracket for that grand slam of a home run.
Okay, so I'm super curious because, look, while the pressure is on to Blacklist International as well, this story of glory could also be in the hands of Twisted Minds. Have they impressed so far? I don't think this is the best version of Twisted Minds we've seen, but this is also where you are truly tested because, look, everything is looking against you.
Oh, absolutely, especially when you are a point down, your enemy is on series point, and now you're seeing the Twisted Minds kind of look like a quivered flower at this point in this series, right? They've definitely got a bloom within this break.
Every single thing right now is pointing towards a Blacklist 4-2 finish here, but we know for a fact that Twisted Minds, they don't really back down without a fight, and they have been in this situation before, similar to how Blacklist was against HBSC 3-2, and they were also the benefactor of that 2-3 scoreline against Bigatron by Vitality here. But this is the updated global ban picks here, ladies and gentlemen. 25 heroes on your screen, all removed away from both teams here.
And we have seen this before. We have seen that Twisted Minds did not have their pay allowed through in a lot of the games. Once again, I feel like this next ban pick, Blacklist will not allow the pay, but this opens up the Ogren for the side of Twisted Minds.
I think if you look at towards the Twisted Mind jungle pool here, it's not to say very expensive thus far. You still have the likes of the Ogren, and pay has been removed a lot from the pool. I don't think we'll ever see pay here. If you see back the history coming in from Twisted Mind against the side of Bigatron by Vitality, you know for a fact that Game 6, you do not give away the pay.
Yeah, for sure. You don't give away the pay, you don't give away the early. I mean, these are the two very important ones that, Blacklist will definitely not allow to the hands of Twisted Minds. But Twisted Minds, do you now then open up the Athena so that there is more?
I feel like you don't. If you open up the Tina at this crucial game, unless you're blue side and you pick it yourself, if not, it wouldn't really make sense because you have to understand the team play coming in from the side of Twisted Mind always revolve around how Clean is able to get those jungle resources here. But if you allow a Tina roam to bash your jungle to the ground and steal everything from the little boy, it's not going to be good news for the side of Twisted Minds.
Alright, level with me here. is this a game where you allow the pay pick, but you pick up the Daji?
No. I feel like
Why
it's
not?
just a different dimension here that we're looking at. Because we saw the fact that you had a Luna, yes, the Daji is a good counter, but if you miss up the execution in the crucial game itself, you're setting yourself really for danger in Game 6.
I mean, high risk, high reward. Okay, that's why maybe I'm not on the stage. But with that being said, you know, these are the things that Blacklist International kind of put me into, because you know they have a surprise. They have a trump card up their sleeves. Maybe we have something new coming here.
That's why he's not on the stage, but he's also not at the casino. You know, like, we'd be dragging him away, maybe loan sharks would be after him, but that'd be a case and point for another reality. But 6 seconds on the board here. Can the boys on Twisted Minds, especially their coach, draft something that's going to make this go to a full best of 7? I mean, Blacklist, with their history, I'm probably hoping that it doesn't.
Exactly right. They haven't been the best in that Game 7 run itself in this tournament. Although you can say, yeah, for both Blacklist and Twisted Minds, they only have one Game 7 experience here. But revisiting back that loss in Game 7 is not really what you want to be seeing in this format itself. If you're Blacklist, it's best to take it now.
Yep.
I agree. I fully agree. I mean, look at Twisted Minds. They are so locked in. You know they're coming back with a huge swing. So if Blacklist cannot do it here, I feel like they might not, because Twisted Minds, you know, once they have the advantage, they will squeeze you.
Yeah, squeeze indeed. And I mean, you definitely don't want to be the watermelon between those thighs right now if you are Blacklist. You want to get the win right now. But it's depending here. Obviously, we look up to the Clash lane. What does Chami1 have left to play? He has a Charlotte.
The Mayin.
Do these go for the Mayin, yeah? Or do we go, obviously, for that delivery service that we've been seeing all this series? Does the Luban come through?
I think it really comes down to the draft itself, right? Because so far, like what Vlad mentioned, there is still the potential of the Dolia Dolia Nutsa coming in for the side of the Blacklist roster, which allows them to go for the Liu Bang that you mentioned.
Now, you guys are missing out. We are looking at the potential unrivaled warrior. The Lubu may come through, guys.
Lubu Dolia, right? That could be very cool here. But starting off the draft here, Blacklist International in Game 6 takes on the blue side with Twisted Minds, selecting the red side here. So a lot will be on the line here. Blacklist, considering the pan, it will have to remove Pei from the pool here. This has been a staple for Queen in the entire tournament.
Speaking of which as well, the Mai Shiranui has been banned out here for Dragon. I mean, Dragon hasn't always had like the cleanest plays on this pick, but they ban out the Ali here. Do they ban out the Athena once again, the Sacred Warrior?
They have to, right? Yeah, they have to, and yeah, of course they have to go. There's no way you give Blacklist on series point the Athena. Right now the question is, okay, what does? Oh wow! Okay, I'm not gonna react to this because I feel like they're gonna change the hero.
No,
they actually do.
Okay, so Marco Polo being prioritized for Blacklist International here. Twisted Mind still has an option of going the Ao Yin Long here as a counter 50-50 pick here, because we know for a fact that this lane, it doesn't really favor anyone, but when it goes towards a mid-game decision, it comes down to how you play it here. But Twisted Mind is like, nope, we're disregarding the fact that you have a Marco Polo, we are going with a Nuwa for the late game highlight and a Byron. An early game setup here, we are dumpstering whatever late game plan they had in just now.
I'm thinking Wall Spark. I'm thinking
Dolia.
True. I mean, we could still even get the Dolia come through here as well. I mean, the Diadea is being hovered over. It actually hasn't surfaced at all, but we are going to get that sustainability and that infinite scaling here from the Diadea and potentially the Mayin for Chami1.
That's true here. So at the very least here for the Diadea, you already have a very good lane partner with Golden Kite for the Marco Polo Diadea composition here. You have a strong side lane if you can survive the laning phase here. But due to the fact that we are at global ban pick, 25 heroes banned, 5 marksmen removed from the pool here. Twisted Mind can only consider the fact that they have the Ao Yin Long or even the likes of a Fang to really tackle against the side of the Marco Polo, but they are hovering Lady Sun and also the likes of the Hou Yi here, pondering what they want to go, and it will be the Lady Sun's direct matchup.
Okay, I think that's a great answer, right? The Cannon Bell, I think, is really important in terms of the burst damage with the physical defense lowering as well. But at this point, the question is, okay, for the roam on the side of Twisted Minds, do you go with Ming? Do you go with, something else?
I think there's a potential here, because if you look at the first
3 picks here coming in for South Blacklist International. They don't really have super solid backline access aside from Chammy 1. So you can really save the final pick on the side of Twisted Minds onto a City Boy on that final counter pick on the red side.
Or do they go for Liampo and Jing here if they don't ban it out with this last pick?
I know, right? That's such a scary potential for the side of Twisted Minds. Look, I think this is one of the best possible situations. Twisted Minds, they're taking a huge risk with the very late game picks on the Lady Sun and the Noah as well. But if they last, I feel like TM, they can be able to turn this whole ship around.
I feel like this is a bait. I don't think the Ming was ever going to come through here, because I mean, it hasn't actually delivered much success within the KIC 2025, right? So I feel like the Ming being paired up here, they definitely needed something. Oh, Sun Bean. We haven't seen this come through yet, I believe.
This is an interesting one. I think it only has came through once in the group stage with Nongshin Red Force playing it, but they did lose with it, so it has been shifted away in towards a much more steady early game prowess, and also someone to be on that level for front here. So for Blacklist International here, you need a solid front line to really limit down Twisted Minds Liang here, because this is already looking like a very difficult team composition for Twisted Minds to break through.
Yeah, I would have been actually looking for the Dun on the side of Twisted Minds as well. But this is a very strong combination that Blacklist have gotten for themselves. Reason being, the Diadea with the second skill, Bit of Farewell, lockdown, it may be a very short time, but it's a lock nonetheless, which means if Dragon as well as Chance work their timings out, it spells instant death for Shanks, for City Boy, as well as Highland.
They can't go for this. They can't go for this. They have Global Marksman.
They have Global Marksman already in game number 5, so I don't think this is an option coming in from Twisted Mind in this game itself. So they are pivoting away towards a much safer Nerza, which has the Wild Spark advantage. You can reduce healing when you jump on towards the target that you're aiming for.
Which is a great answer towards Joshi on this Dun, right? I think that's great, but at the same time, does the team come up with the, support? Because there's a lot of damage from Blacklist. Like, there's Marco, there is the Mayin, and there's the Gun and Mo. There are 3 of the most dangerous people that catch you out together as a team.
Just a lot of true damage alone with Marco Polo as well, right? Like, so if he gets caught out here, the Nerza for clean, it's going to be bye-bye Nita.
That's true, and on towards the flip side as well, it's really a cat and mouse game. If Marco Polo Golden Kai stole its item power spikes like 3 to 4 items, hitting that Daybreaker, hitting that 3 attack speed item cap, you will start to see this Marco Polo shred the Nerza and Byron like they're paper here. So these are situations that you need to be looking at as well. But at the very least, the early game setup coming in for the Son of Twisted Minds lane in the form of the Lady Sun and Byron is very strong on those double side lanes.
We'll see. I mean, end of the day, I think, Blacklist don't even need to fight. They can just split push.
They could literally just split push here with Marco Polo. It could be a point of contention here for the side of Blacklist, but scary thing is here for Twisted Minds. If they lose this next game, they are out.
That's a nightmare that you do not want to be thinking here when you are at a 3-2 scoreline here. Everything is on the line here for Twisted Minds. They need to win this game if they want to fight for the ultimate battle. But for Blacklist International fans, they are happy they are in this position here as they take on the final point. Only time will tell if they can break through the lower brackets.
Speaking of breaking through, it could be breaking point here for the side of Blacklist International. Or is Twisted Minds going to upset the wind?
Yeah, this one is a tight one, and because this is my favorite matchup in the mid lane, Nua against Gun and Mo, we see who's the better long-range artillery here.
That's it. Who can outpoke who could be the potential of this matchup into the mid lane, and already 90 not having a good matchup here. We are seeing a little bit of a rotation to give a bit of an edge onto the Byron here.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter for the side of Champion 1, right? He can wave clear really quickly. I mean, same thing for the side of 90 as well.
Yeah.
But right now, the trade-off is rotational speeds.
Oh, absolutely. Rotational speeds, putting the pressure onto either of these two teams. Maybe taking a few of these camps left, right, and center. But you're already seeing here, Ireland onto this Nua. He's looking just to make sure and buddy up with Shanks here.
I think right now it's just a race and effectiveness of level 4s, right? So on the side of Blacklist, you're looking at Dragon. Does he get like the freshly forged couple blades combination onto the appropriate target?
Ooh. Speaking of appropriate target there, we see 90 being quite appropriate, getting hit by the Bad Farewells, and getting hit by the Splendid Revolver.
Yeah, this is the concern, right? Sagi was talking about this earlier in this part of the fight. Same thing from you, and here we go, potential first blood.
Not quite, not quite. I don't feel like that would be the case here. Chammy1 tries to go for a bit of engage. Maybe he's trying to bait him into that turret, but he didn't want to use that flash.
Yeah, I mean, the pullback is so insane from the whatevers as well. We'll see what kind of game plan they have on the side of Twisted Minds. Because Chammy1, I mean, he's a clash leader. He's so used to this 1v1, he doesn't really care.
Oh, the splendid revolver and Fever Barrage being used here.
Hey!
The pickup onto the side of Twisted Minds. Gets a double kill. It's going to be Golden Kite. This will be a dream from him if he gets out, but he doesn't. It's going to be the push, poke, and prod from the newer, but now the belligerence comes through. Kill to Just Chi.
And even a solo kill on the Shanks as well. This is a 4-1 kill score. Rotations are coming in for the side of Blacklist International. And Twisted Minds, they have done the response, but they're trailing by 1,000 gold at a 2-minute mark.
Exactly. They were like, guys, we got clean locked in here. We have the newer top side of the map. That means it's go for Chammy to get the knockdown onto Shanks there. So hopefully we get to see that or instant replay to see how he fell in the bot side of the map there. But this is, again, another Blacklist early game.
It's the biggest trade because at this point, look at Chammy1. He did expand that flash, but so did Shanks. But Hailang is the main thing. He used his flash, still got taken out. 90 used his flash, also got taken out. So everything in deficit to the side of Twisted Minds.
I mean, they both should be up still, obviously, when the neutral objective comes up, right? So maybe that's a little bit of saving grace here for the side of Twisted Minds, that could be the potential clause for that trade. But trailing behind by around about 1k gold is going to be Twisted Minds right now.
Yeah, not the ideal situation for them, but they can definitely turn that around. This falls, this responsibility is on the City Boy. This responsibility is on the Clean as well. They need to land those skills. They need to get the anti-heal.
They do. City Boy and Clean with a fast rotation top side of the map here. Just trying to make sure they're able to kind of curb the Golden Kite or maybe even take the wind out of the sail.
Yeah, Golden Kite has really impressed me so far. Same with Shanks as well, right? But right now, putting up 1v1, it looks like Golden Kite is shining a little bit brighter than Shanks.
So far, shining bright here like a diamond is going to be Blacklist Golden Kite for now. But now we are just seeing that Twisted Minds are like, okay, guys, we know we're behind in gold. We need to make sure we get resources, not kills.
Yeah, and this is a very important part, right? Getting the wave clear is very important because it allows you to rotate the map a little faster. And also, right now, 4-minute mark, I feel like the teams will actually be looking not for the Tyrant, but for pickoffs right before that scenario.
Potentially, yeah, but obviously we are seeing that rotation down bot side of the map here for Golden Kite. He's going for a little bit of that pressure into that farm lane, but there it is, using those creation blocks, keeping Hailang alive for now. Can they get the steal? There's so much here. He tries to get the annihilation, but it fails.
Just a little shy at this point. Timing, I mean, by about a second. And Twisted Minds, this has been the story so far. They're missing out by literally a second.
Exactly, second moment. There should be the suppression, but it's going to be the lockdown onto Golden Kite, which is a good decision here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Great shutdown. This is what we want of Twisted Minds as well. To be able to buy time for them, slow down Golden Kite, this is exactly what they need. But with that being said, you know, I am a little greedier. I want more from Twisted Minds.
Oh, they need to keep putting the ante up, right? They need to keep putting this pressure onto the side of Blacklist. If not, they will falter, unfortunately, for the side of Twisted Minds. But you can already see two big mini waves crashing into these side lanes. Maybe the saving grace here for Twisted Minds.
I mean, we talked about the early portion, right? This is where 90...
Oh, okay. Speaking of early portions, there might be an early portion onto the plates of Blacklist here. 90 looking pretty low, using that Destiny counter just to force away 90.
But look at what's the cost!
Oh, the couple blades! Missed ever so slightly, just off the mark. There is no bullseye for Blacklist.
Yeah, a little bit shy, but it doesn't matter because Blacklist, they have achieved wins elsewhere. Look at what Golden Kite has been doing. He's pushing the T1 at the top for free. Right now, they're putting pressure in the mid lane as well. Twisted Minds, they need to do a lot more here.
A lot more, but that emergence is definitely going to drive them away, as well as that Skyfall for the side of Twisted Minds. Clean, but like you were saying there, can they trade T1 top side of the map here? But they're able to save T1 down bot side just by the lickety split.
He's not even going to fight. Golden Kite is just going to split push this entire game, and only when the chance is golden does he go in.
Oh, speaking of golden, we're not going to Golden Kite. He's going to be Fever Barrage. A stun misses, but they are able to drive him away from that T1, but it's still for the side of Twisted Minds. They keep him alive. They get rid of that flash from 90.
And this is why Twisted Minds is so scary. You can put them in a very difficult situation, but they'll worm their way out. 90, what an escape from that T1 attempt.
Yeah, that twist and turn, that is going to be Twisted Minds MO in this one, as they are playing on the back foot right now by around about a 1.5k gold deficit for their team. They have some kills onto the board, but they don't have any objectives just yet.
But still, even with that, Clean does have a 1,000 gold lead against Joshi. So that right now is the win condition for Twisted Minds. If Clean can out-tank and, you know, have the follow-up, they could potentially turn this whole thing around.
Potentially here, outgank the Shank here, but it's going to be that emergence come through with that Storm Strike as well, using the Heartlink to get out alive. Dodge that Annihilation, that could have been scary, but even scarier is the true damage potentially coming through here onto Clean, but they open up the bot side of the map here, so they came what they got is Twisted Minds.
Yep, great job so far. They do recover a little bit of map control here with the T1 being taken down at the bottom. Right now, it's 1-to-1 in terms of turret takes, but in terms of EXP, it is going in the hands of Blacklist International.
Yeah, still at this moment in time, the gold is literally neck and neck. Obviously, right about a 1k gold lead being kept here by the side of Blacklist, but could be upset at any moment of time here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Actually, you know what? The EXP is in the hands of Twisted Minds. Clean is level 11.
Oh yeah.
He is way ahead. Now with that being said, he does have 2 kills to his name, already has the Blazing Cape, so he's going to have anti-heal upon anti-heal with the first skill as well.
Exactly. I mean, we might need to see some anti-heal come through here for the side of Blacklist International as well, right? Obviously, just kind of chip away, get that burning cape for themselves, Blazing Cape for the Belligerents pick for just.
I mean, Joshi at this point, I think he's just meant to be this sponge, right? Like you said, I think the Blazing Cape is a great item for him. But at this point, I think the more important item has to come from Golden Kite.
Yeah.
When is he going to get that Frigid Charge? A stock standard item for the Marco Polo, and it also aids in his ult.
Potentially here, but I mean, right now, Clean just looking to put pressure onto the side of Blacklist's jungle, and he's able to get that. Actually, I believe it went to Golden Kite there, but now at the same time, we get Just G caught into the back line here. But maybe, just maybe, it's going to be the opening here for 90, but 90 gets caught into the traps. The sustainability comes through, but he gets taken down by Golden Kite.
Yeah, that's a big start for the fight. It's going to be a 4v5. They're pretty low on the side of Blacklist International, but the fight is not too much over yet. A little bit more map control. They deal with the mid T1 wave. Twisted Minds, they've done well, but they need to do a little bit more because Blacklist, if you don't stop them now, they will decode you.
Exactly, especially with that Tyrant take if they decide to go for it here, right? We can see that Just Chi is looking for that prime unruly blade into the back line there, just to try and upset the flow of Twisted Minds, but at the same time, Chami go for the T1 takedown.
Beautiful start. Now this is going to be great if Twisted Minds don't make a trade, but Twisted Minds, you know about what is happening here. So Blacklist, actually they send 2 members up top, Golden Kite as well as Chad. They're going to limit the amount of structural damage by the side of Twisted Minds, and they also get this 9-minute Tyrant. So Blacklist, very much in control here.
Very much in control. They could then decide to go for the Shadow Tyrant, and they're at 40 seconds time as well, but right now,
it's difficult. Golden Kite, T4 goes the Frigid Charge. Actually goes for the Daybreaker. He is using his stun as a gamble. He is waiting on that to be the winning formula for Blacklist.
Hey, maybe it's Golden Kite you want to take to the casino, right? I mean, if he's taking this gamble and it pays off big, it means that Blacklist International do make it into the top 4, which is history in the making.
Yes, I mean, you talked about it. We have to do things differently, right? Yes. If you're doing the same things and expecting the same different results, then yeah, that is insanity. And right now, it doesn't look like insanity is the case. This is clarity for the side of Blacklist International.
Yes, maybe a little bit of post-clarity here for the side of Blacklist International coming through at this moment in time, but that's going to be a contestant for the neutral objectives. Looking to go for the Shadow Overlord. It's going to be the side of Twisted Minds, but could there be a steal on their hands? The answer is no.
No, they didn't make it fast enough. If Dragon was there, I think they could have gotten a steal. Unfortunately, he was just a tad bit shy in terms of distance. Now, Twisted Minds, they have a saving grace in the Shadow Overlord. This is going to help them limit and negate a little bit of map pressure. But 90, he knows they're all here.
He's in the wing. He's like, you know what? Do I go for the strike here, or do I let them show themselves first? But it's going to be Highland getting the brunt of that wind slash.
Yep, that was a little too close to a comfort for the PK offense there. And right now, they deal with it. Look, it disappeared. And that was a Shadow Overlord, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. He got a rinse down there, unfortunately, for the side of Twisted Minds. They were really open for a little bit more of tip-tap between those teams and that Shadow Vanguard. But they do have to clean up these side lanes. If they don't, this could be the pressure that is irreplaceable for the side of Blacklist.
That's true. Your members will get respawned, but your turret does not. Now with that being said, you can take a look at Dragon and Golden Kite, right? They are the two main win conditions at this point. Golden Kite, we're looking for it. He already has the Daybreaker, finally going for the frigid charge. But they're going up against Shanks, who has not been caught out too many times in this game.
He hasn't. He's actually been flying under the radar, but I mean, if you look at the access into the backline, you're really just hoping Just She gets a pick up there, but that's going to damage onto Shanks. He has to be careful.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, every time I look at Shanks, immediately I dart the Dragon. Where is Dragon? Does he get the couple plates down?
He's going to try his best, right? Obviously, seen there, just chucking him at 90, just trying to whittle down his health before going into this team fight. That T1 is looking like it's going to fall here, thanks to that Spritelin, and thanks to Golden Kite under the Marco Polo. Just get a little bit damage. They keep it alive, however, it's literally on its knife's edge.
Yeah. I think it doesn't really matter at this point, right? It's all about Twisted Minds. Can they get the response in terms of damage against this T1 in the mid for Blacklist International? If they can't, it's going to be a world's hurt coming in for the side of Twisted Minds.
To go in world's hurt, there's going to be a bit of hurt going on to Clean here as well, using the Unruly Blade into the backline, just trying to force away both Shanks' positioning there and actually forcing out the flash.
Yes, that's going to be a very big win for the side of Blacklist International. But for now, they have kept that goal deficit at bay. It is still 2,000+ at this point, 2,500 in advantage to the side of Blacklist. One more hit will do it, and it is done. Blacklist have got it at T1 in the mid. Twisted Minds, what else can they do here?
Twisted Minds, they just need to make sure, I think putting the pressure into these side lanes is probably going to be their MO if they're trying to sort of make sure that they're driving away the attention of Blacklist International, because right now there's no attention being separated here.
Yeah, and you know what? There is a little bit of a silver lining. Shanks, he is actually keeping pace with Golden Kite here. Yeah. He is about, what, 300 gold lesser than the side of Golden Kite, which is kind of surprising.
Oh yeah, definitely very surprising here for the side of these two teams. I mean, definitely Shanks keeping up the pace here, going for the Blood Weeper as well, giving him a little bit of sustained going into this latter part of this game, but that frigid charge has been built. We're going to get that double stun come from Golden Kite, looking to build that Succubus Cloak.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, look, I think Blacklist, if they don't finish this here, Twisted Minds can take this.
They could potentially here, but they're all focusing 90. 90 is going to be the dream catch here for this team, right? Obviously, their front line really consists of 90 and Clean. Once that disappears, their back line is fully open.
Yeah, but they're so hard to take down. Clean, one of the toughest people to take down in this game as a player, and he's on Nerta, one of the hardest heroes to take down as well. And paired it up with a Byron, 90, who has been spectacular so far. Yeah. We'll see if that's going to be the difference maker here.
Potentially, but we do have the second bout of the Shadow objectives come through now for both of these two teams. We're in the 14-minute mark. Blacklist are on game point if they just compose this last part of the fight.
Yeah, they can take this series. All it takes is one more step. If you have just joined us, it's 3-2. It is Blacklist International. Your #1 seed from PKL, representing the pride of the nation, trying the extended journey in the lower brackets of KIC 2025.
Exactly. The scariest thing is that Twisted Minds got here by beating teams from obviously the WKS as well as the KME. So really showing that they're not just an easy target. This is one of the big titans you have to slay, obviously, to beat it in the KPL. But it's at the same time, Shanks steals away the Overlord.
Yeah, that's going to be a very important marker for this side of Twisted Minds. But right now, the T2s are the ones under pressure here. If they can get some damage onto the side of T2s, Blacklist International might have just found the chink in the armor here.
Yeah, they're looking to obviously to splinter away any kind of resources here for the side of Twisted Minds. They take away the Azure Golem, and they're like, hey, yes, you get the Overlord, but we're going to take away that Brightball Blue buff here. But now we see the Storm Mace trying to lead the charge here to swing in the Mace.
Yep. 90 needs to be that big mark of success. He needs to be the cornerstone, right? Twisted Minds, they're banking that 90 and Clean. Get the tank through. They soak the damage so that the rest of the members, like Hylan, like Shanks, can deal the finishing blow.
Yeah, as soon as Just She falls, Chemi 1 falls, that's it. It's pretty much all she wrote for the side of Blacklist International. But look at the top side of the map there. The Vanguard is pushing that T2. So really, that pressure we were talking about moments ago is now coming to fruition here for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be very patient. If I'm Twisted Minds, I'm not bothered at all. At this point, slowly win the map. For every single Shadow Overlord we take one more turret. And by the time you realize it, your T3s are gone on the side of Blacklist International.
I mean, by the time you realize it, the Tempest Dragon might be up, right? I mean, 16 minutes right now, 4 minutes left onto the gorge before that Tempest Dragon, who has not reared its ugly head just yet, could come through.
Yeah, Yeah, this will be the longest 4 minutes for the side of Twisted Minds because they want to drag this game. And for Blacklist, 4 minutes is not enough, but we may get the setup of a lifetime over here.
Obviously, the voice that being built here for Dragon onto this Ganamo is really going to put some pain onto that unclean and 90. He's now going to start shredding with an armor pen.
Yeah, this is really scary. Now, City Boy, he has had this Howling Wind. Okay, they're looking, searching.
Oh, there it is. The Howling Wind does get used here. Maybe trying to go for a big speed, a big boost, engage, but taking the wind out of the sails. It's going to be Blacklist International Joshi there, just kind of being the removable force within this battle.
They're going to be set up now. It's going to be 1-to-1. I mean, it's square one for this side. Meaning he gets some free damage on the Joshi. The poking game actually is looking pretty decent from both ends.
Oh, absolutely. They're just looking to throw any kind of objective, any kind of skill at you and try and damage your front line, which, if they are able to successfully do that and get a solid team fight here on the side of Twisted Minds, this could all turn 7 for Blacklist.
I mean, I would argue the same point. They're going in. They're going to try. 90 is a bit tanky on this point. Now, the true target was a T2. Brilliantly done by the side of Blacklist International, but Twisted Minds, you know they are on the tails of Blacklist International.
Exactly. I mean, definitely the opening of a T2 there was what they were looking for. They didn't try and go for the engage until that minion wave was coming through. But look at top side of the map as well. We're looking for that pressure, but 90 is looking for that flank. But Chami is like, I've got checkmate here. I found 90. You try and get this T2. Let's try and get a team fight. They get it. The Unruly Blade into the backline. Oh! The wind slash connects. Clean, taking too much damage. But now it's going to be another one. The access into the backline is going to be Chami Wong. We're not going to get anybody falling right now on either teams. The tension is high, but the T2 falls.
Yeah, I love this. Both teams knowing the extent of their strength. But it's Blacklist who walk away with the W because they got that T2 in the middle as well. The map is looking very dark.
It's looking very dark, and even darker when you have the night. It is dawn for Twisted Minds.
And right now, Blacklist, this is what they wanted. One more bait. The Howling Wind is going to be used. They want to try and funnel for the steal, but it's a 4v5. Blacklist, this is an opening that they are very comfortable with.
Yeah, you don't want to take that handicap just yet if you are Twisted Minds. You are lost out on one of your true key initiators, which is going to be 90 on that Byron. You've still got 20 seconds until that lifeline's back up.
Oh, history is being made here. They have taken the Shadow Overlord. This is the last line of defense for Twisted Minds. T3s are the only thing standing in between Blacklist and history at this point.
And the problem is as well, if they have this Overlord and they survive it onto the side of Twisted Minds in about 1 minute time, we're going to get that Tempest, and this is going to be one of the longest minutes ever for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, 60 seconds to decide their fate. Only one team will rise out of this particular situation. Golden Kite already has the Sage's Sanctuary as well. We have the Splendor onto Dragon. Right now, it's all about making sure that this T2 on the top falls, and then Blacklist will look like the start of a new dawn.
Start of a new dawn. Is it going to be the takedown of that T3 down top side of the map now? Top side of the map not looking like it's going to be that same kind of issue here. The Annihilation completely off the mark, and now it's going to be the Vanguard that gets the opening here, but now they have to defend their base. Do Blacklist put the pressure on, or do they go for the Tempest? Just She is soaking a lot of the damage.
Yeah, stay patient. They got the catch.
They got the catch here. Chami Wong into the back line. He gets a takedown off the highlight. It's now clean, trying to make ends meet for the side of Twisted Minds. But the Beam of the Mirage, Golden Kite, Blacklist International, they make history. They make top 4, and they go through into the lower brackets.
Deeper depths of the KIC2025. Welcome, Blacklist International.
Absolutely cinema here for the boys in Blacklist and the crowd in Manila Bay, Ayala Mall.
They make history itself, and being the first PKL team to punch their tickets all the way to top 4 in home ground Manila here, making history for themselves as they fist bumps Twisted Minds. This will be Blacklist International representing PKL, representing Philippines, qualifying to that lower bracket semifinals.
The evolution of Blacklist International, this needs to be studied. They've been here for 18 months, and this is the kind of results they are already producing. Right now, the 5 boys that are special at this stage, they, like you said, punched their ticket, not for themselves only, they punched it for PKL because this is the highest the region of PKL has ever achieved in an international competition.
Exactly, and what a second win for them to have, right? I mean, Season 3 Invitational was not their story, and at that moment in time, when Nongshim punched their tickets out of the competition, I was like, this is the beginning of something beautiful for the PKL region, and here is the results.
As we celebrate winners here, we do thank Twisted Mind from the KMW as they bid their final goodbyes to the KIC2025 stage here. But man, boys, that was a heck of a series here. The Game 6 itself was really neck and neck until the final few moments where we saw 90 being caught out by the Fever Barrage coming in with the multiple of CCs, and at the final moment, Chami1 going in towards the backline, finding the assassination on towards the highline, and immediately backing away towards safety, allowing all the crowd control to be expanded, giving the beeline of everything landing towards the backline, which allowed Blacklist International to win that Game 6.
Yeah, I mean, everything worked in the favor of Blacklist International, and to do it in front of their home crowd.
Oh yeah.
Everyone recognized the situation. That last fight, the moment Chami1 got his hands on the highline, you knew it was over.
So yeah, absolute chef's kiss there. I mean, that Fever Barrage towards the end was just the pinnacle of that turnaround, the turning point, the boiling point for Golden Kite in that entire game. He was just waiting for his moment, and that was the golden moment.
And it's really a rare phenomenon that you see a Marco Polo in a competitive setup go for the double stun setup. Oftentimes you'll see Purify with the Frigid Charge, but he was really confident in his own play in setting up the big moments for his team, which allowed that Marco Polo with the double stun to find the value in these team fights. Yeah, but there it will go, ladies and gentlemen. Blacklist International taking a series 4-2 and coming out as the winners of this series.
I need to point to you because we talked about this in the game itself. The fact that Golden Kite, he completely ignored the Frigid Charge. Yes, it's here now in the inventory, but it's the second last item he bought. He actually went for the Daybreaker first. He was looking for the damage.
Absolutely, damage was dealt, as you can see here. We got 99k damage, and then Dragon trailing behind by around about 6k there as well. So really, you saw the potential that Twisted Mind just needed access onto that backline. Dragon, Golden Kite down, Twins down. That means they could just then go in.
And the value of this particular draft is the fact that Chess exists as the Diadea, right? Who deals the most damage over time? It is the Marco Polo once he gets that 10 stacks onto you. And who's able to survive? Jashi able to. Where's your burst damage? Dragon. And you're doing this against a Nursa who has anti-heal. But you know what? We'll out-heal your anti-heal and we'll give the life back into Blacklist International players.
That's why we have to prize the players and also the coaching staff here. Coach TG making sure in Game 6 itself they don't make the same mistakes as what other teams did or what they did back in the upper brackets here. Hence we see this monstrous of a goalie here from start to finish, always in control of Blacklist International, despite the fact that we saw signs of life of TM getting those objectives, which is the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, story of backshots for this one. It's going to be Golden Kite as well as Shanks. It was just the angle in which they came in. This one was a difficult one. Shanks completely disappeared in this game. Golden Kite shone the brightest.
Yeah, plot twists and plot line gaps here for both of these teams. Obviously, Blacklist really breaking the code of Twisted Minds, really unraveling the mastermind code that Twisted Minds has been known for in 2025. But MVP has to be Chami1 here with those catches. That catch into that last part of the game really gave Golden Kite the green light go.
As I will quote Manjin from the Filipino broadcast here, this is Code 1 himself, Chami1 on the Martial Genius Marine here. 2-0 and 5 here. Utilizing the lane swap initiated for the side of Golden Kite and also tries to punish 90 on that Byron. But for Chami1, he wasn't punished. He was solo killing the side of Shanks in a 1v1 scenario.
Yeah, it's crazy because you know class leaders are constantly put in this position where 1v1s are the norm for them. So for him to win 1v1 against Shanks in the lane, not unexpected, but what a time to do it as well during this whole skirmish where it was looking so scary for the side of Blacklist International and the top.
Exactly. With the 4 kills going in towards the pockets for the side of Blacklist International, it was really a repeat of Game 5 itself, getting the early prior and punishing whatever Twisted Mind is looking to do in dire situations.
This one, Golden Kite, this is where the value is extracted, right? Every single time you give him more time, more space, no stuns, he gets the kills for you. And this beautiful catch, they committed everything, but Chami1 with that beautiful backline access, nobody could handle him.
Yeah, Chami1 basically just proved that everything that 19 Clean tried to do in that whole game, he just proved in one fell swoop, being that Code 1 like Zagi and Mangina said, but this is now punching Blacklist into finally a top 4 place within an international competition.
And they will be waiting for their opponents here that will be coming out between the victors of APG and also Boom in the next upcoming series of the day here. But PKL fans, Filipino fans, rejoice because Blacklist International, they did it. They defeated Twisted Minds in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and now it is time to take a little break. We'll talk about this next series because here comes your second PKL representatives. This challenge also as tough, also as high because it is Alpha Gaming that's going to be going up against Boom Esports, the second PKL hopeful.
And it's not the first time these two teams have met, right?
That's correct.
This has been a long and winding storyline, and if Boom can actually topple this, what a beautiful Cinderella story that will be. But hey, we get a bit ahead of ourselves.
We need to check out what exactly is the Filipino Blacklist International team feeling right now, what better way of finding it out than to pass it over to Mara to interview the winning team of this tournament.
Blacklist International has made it to the top 4. Congratulations, Joshi. Take a look at everybody here cheering for you. You have the home advantage. Everyone here came out here to support Blacklist International, and at match point, you got to use the newly released hero, Lapu Lapu, a Philippine figure for Chaz. How do you feel about all the support from the Filipino community?
Ayun, syempre, of course, madam, sobrang saya ganun. Kasi rinig din talaga namin sila dito. Tapos, feeling ko, malaking factor din sila kasi baka nagugulo yung kalaban tuwing nag-cheer sila.
It's really important for them because they actually hear your cheers, and he thinks it's a big factor because he feels that the opponent also hears it and it also affects them. Congratulations, that was so great.
Now, before we head on to my question, it's nice meeting you again in stage. A lot of Filipino people are telling me that we look alike. But now that we're here in the international stage, let the world be the judge. Do we look alike? Okay. So now, moving to the question. Don't deny it from me. Okay. Don't deny it from me. All right. Now, each win that you're getting right now, you're getting closer to the KIC2025 Grand Finals. How was the journey? How was the journey, or how did you adapt as a player, or can you tell us more about how do you adapt as a team?
Tingin ko, ano naman parang yung team ko kasi like, every game natututo talaga kami. Ganun. Tapos, siguro mga natutunan namin, secret na lang. Kasi baka makopya.
Alright. I cannot translate that. That's too many words. Those are too many words for me.
He feels that they adapt in every single game, and according to the specifics, they'll just keep it to themselves and keep that a secret. Now, Joshi, up next, it's going to be your Filipino brothers, Boom Esports, going up against a really strong Malaysian team, APG. What do you have to say to them to give them some motivation and words of encouragement?
Ayun, Boom, galingan nyo kasi para pag nanalo sila doon, di ba, Madam, sure na may top 3 sa Pinas. And also, feeling ko, kayang-kaya nila yung APG. Tapos ganyan pa yung crowd.
He's encouraging them to do well because if they win this one, Philippines is guaranteed a top 3. And he knows that they can do it because take a look at all this crowd cheering for them.
Now, Joshi, with all these people cheering you guys on, can we address now on your end the fans that made time, went here, and really supported you and really wanted you to go on to the next round of this tournament? Can you address them right now? Give them a shout out or something.
Ayun guys, thank you sa pagpunta. And ayun, hopefully pumunta uli kayo bukas kasi kayo nagbibigay sa amin lakas.
Oh, I will translate, okay, for the world, okay? He said, thank you to everybody that went here. See you guys tomorrow.
Yan, galing. Now, Joshi, we gotta get them pumped up. They were doing the chant earlier. How about you do it this time? When Joshi says Blacklist, you guys say break the code.
Blacklist! Blacklist.
One more time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joshi. Once again, congratulations. And there you have it from Blacklist International. And now, let us give honor to the team that has given their all. Let's call Twisted Minds Hailang. Let's give them a big round of applause. It is not easy to make it to the international stage and to make it this far. Hailang, a lot of people recognize your effort and your team's effort. Even from EWC up to now, KIC2025, they recognize your strength and what you're capable of. What would you like to say to all the fans who support you and who are cheering for you?
First of all, thank you for the fans for supporting us. And this time we lose, but next time we'll take it back.
Hailang, thank you so much. This is part of the journey of greatness. This is just a stepping stone. It is not the end. Your journey continues. And we still recognize Twisted Minds as one of the strongest teams in the world. Once again, everybody, let's give them the honor and give Twisted Minds a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Hailang. But the fight continues. We still have one more best of 7 to go. It's going to be APG versus Boom Esports. So don't go anywhere. KIC 2025. We'll be right back.
Hi guys, I'm Dusty Juggler from Blacklist International and welcome to my vlog. So, first of all guys, when I wake up, I drink water. Just need this in every day. And then after that, I'm going to wash my face and also to brush my teeth. But I think there's some people here. My roommate Golden guys is inside. Hey Golden! he's saying he's taking a bath. In the playoffs? Yeah. For me, I think the venue, because I think it's so much bigger compared to the other venue, and also there's so many people will going to support and also watch us. So I think that's the most exciting part. And also the SB19 one, is they're going to perform at the grand finals. So I hope we can make it to the grand finals. After I wash my face and also brush my teeth, I go to exercise always. Because there's a gym here.
Can we go to there?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, alright, let's go.
Let's go guys. In this gym guys, you can connect to the speaker. I love the speaker compared to the headphones or AirPods. After I finish the workout guys, the exercise, this is my finisher. Walking into the shirt. It's more fun to play right now because the competitiveness of the tournament is like getting closer and closer compared to last year. Because last year is like Malaysia is here, that's like all the regions is here. But right now it's really like this, or really equal. So guys, I'm done. So I think I need to prepare and go back to my room because we have a media day for each occasion. There's my teammate also, guys. Hello.
Hey, bro.
I think this one is Golden Kite, guys. You think so? I'm going to take a bath, guys. Bye. Let's go, guys, to the media day. So now, guys, we're here in Termuros in Baluarte de San Diego. This one is like avocado and mango, guys, flavor. So good. Should try. Congratulations, bro. Bro, Chami. Next time, Chami, be like that. After 2 years.
After 2 years?
Like this. Hey. Oh. Hi guys, we're still here in Chamorros, like doing some video shoot and like that. Yeah. For the, because it's a video day right now, and this one is for, I think, for the trailer for HOK playoffs. For me, I think Nova, because Nova's playstyle is really good. Like their playstyle from early to late game is super good. I think we can win the championship. Our media day is done now, guys. Thank you guys for supporting us, and I hope that you will continue to support us, especially in this upcoming November 28 to 30 in Ayala Mall, Manila. See you guys.
on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back
now Guyu's waiting in the wings, looking for the right approach. He will be spotted. The board is going to be set up in here. They have the boat. They go in. Whoa! But Justy with the steal, and then out with the fox. Dragon trying to flash away. Musa King gets picked up. They find him, but now Chess looking to protect Guyu, who's on the chase. Wants to get it in. Musa King is down for the count now. Justy trying to find Ji-Hong, goes in, taking the top C3, and Justy single-handedly looking to go and close this game. They find Ji-Hong with the path to keep it alive, but can they survive? Chess is taking tower shots, and the boat will take him down, and Blacklist International off of the ace will be equalizing in this series as they take game number 2. I mean, he's going to really rely on his dragon and to be like a little bit aggressive, but he needs to be careful again. Wendy could just spell doom for him.
White off white here for
CY. They find him in the back line. The stampede, the wombo combo is real, and Yulong is going to be picked off as well, and CY is solo. He has the shield, and Siang is going to be killed as well. They've got 3 members, and Sun gets on his dragon to get out back to safety. Whoa! And Schwan with this. This is going to be a tough one, but now they're kind of dancing around. Waypick gets back to safety. The pushback onto CY, who just wants this tyrant. It might be a bit of a 50-50. And now with that overmove, they find Muji. That's the pickup that they want. And now CY with that battlefield command. But the Umbrella Opera stopping all of that. They have the Stampede. They kill Schwan. They find CY. A triple kill going the way of Yulong. And now APG on the run. Is under siege. They need to be a little bit careful. Guyu's there with that force field suppression. He's just trying to deal with the minion wave. It's going to be a little tough for this one to crack into here. But now they turn this on to play by Chaz. The Umbrella Uppers use at the last second. He gets on back. The Stampede, he's being chased around. But Musa King gets the pick on a Chaz. And now Guyu, he's going to be there. But the bait is going to be taken out. And Justy with the backdoor play. Justy.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025 here in Manila. My name is Sagi Choke. Alongside of me is none other than the Voices of the Gorge, Kindofu, and also Blam Moba.
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. We are back again, Blam.
And since we're on the topic of food, it's your favorite kind of lamb, it's Blam, and we just had one slammer of a series there. Didn't quite go the full best of 7, but Blacklist finally were able to progress and get further into the brackets of the lower brackets, now being top 14.
As we really do celebrate the advancement and improvement coming in from the side of Blacklist International and PKO as a whole, we do have to bid goodbye to the side of KMW's only representative in the top 16, which is Twisted Minds. They will be suffering a loss, taking home top 6 and top 5 as a scoreline, and we will see them next year here. But featuring the last series of day 5 itself, it will be Alpha Gaming taking on Boom Esports in the final fated encounter here. They have met before once back in the group stage of Group C.
Yeah, look, their fates are definitely intertwined, but this one, the last time they met, Alpha Gaming beat them down, and that is an understatement. So today, I think Boom is looking to one-up their competition.
Exactly, they're looking to maybe just to try and survive a few series here, or at least a few games, but I feel like the maximum scoreline here has to be like Boom. If they really want to take a miracle run here and put another PKL team into it, it's going to take a lot, because APG looks strong, man.
If you dare to dream, that is the only way you rise for honor here. So for Boom, there is never a guaranteed scoreline here. Yes, on paper, everything does check towards to the side of Alpha Gaming. The third seed coming for MKL to really take on the series here, but those are just statistics here in the final few runs of the final few days of the KIC itself. Nothing really makes sense until you make it make sense.
That's right, we'll take a look at the entrance of both these teams as they look to put their fates on the line. Same stakes. Loser goes home, winner progresses.
The fated final encounter is between these two teams, as we've already alluded to, right? The fact is that these two teams have met before within the KIC group stage, and now they're looking for their final encounter because at least one of them will fall out of the competition at the end of this best of 7.
And to really compare these two teams, right, if we were to do some maths, for the side of Blacklist International, they can push HBSC to 7 games. And Boom Esports is one of those teams in PKO itself to beat Blacklist in their home turf. So if we do maths like that, potentially we might see a Boom Esports in the full form taking down Alpha Gaming itself. All these are potential storylines to venture into.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this, and actually the stats point us in a slightly different direction. This is a little closer than I had anticipated.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 70 to 69%, that's literally the difference of that 1% there. But even with the average kills, gold, deaths, it's all pretty much neck and neck.
I agree with you, and so far with these two teams, we really need to feature the upcoming jungle head-to-head matchup here. Alpha Gaming's Yulong taking up against Boom's star player here, Carl here. These two players have very distinct playstyles with one similar pick between them that will be up for contention, that will be the Jing.
Oh, that is going to be very important, right? But then this objective secure percentage obviously is looking a lot better for Yulong here.
Oh, yeah.
Over 75%. Carl, it's looking more like a 50-50 here, 51%, going on to 52. So it is up for Carl. Can he prove those stats wrong today?
The silver lining will be the fact that it's over 50%, right? Like, if he's got over 50%, that's a silver lining. He can only improve from this point going forwards. But definitely a stark difference between Yulong and Carl. For Carl, having the homegrown buff at the Ayala Mall in Manila Bay could be what he needs to turn this around.
When you talk about all these like local buffs here, especially the fans coming in to cheer majority for side of Boom Esports, it definitely puts a bit of a mental debuff on towards the side of the opposing team known as Alpha Gaming here. So for Boom Esports, they need to step up utilizing the home crowd advantage against their opponent's favor here.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the players as they walk into the stage right here. Because look, I'm adjusting myself. The players have to adjust their postures as well. This is the time to get into the zone. You want to look for the flow state. You want to take the series. You want to take it quick. Because if Boom does not take this series quick against APG, you know what's going to happen. Alpha Gaming are going to show you who is the alpha.
At least you're just in your upper half, and that's who we'll be introducing first with APGs. Obviously, their first is going to be the clash later into their jungle, and then vice versa following suit. But we'll wait for a little moment whilst we get those onto the stage, because as Kim was saying, they're adjusting themselves. This is a do or die for APG and Boom.
It's the battle of the alphas, like we really revisit to back towards the group stage itself, but the group dominator as we look towards history in KIC2025 was the fact that Alpha Gaming took a very clean game against Boom Esports, but that was about 2 weeks ago. Coming in towards this week itself, in the grand final few days, you'll need to see the potential growth, especially when you're looking at Boom Esports. With the home crowd advantage, the buff that they're given, maybe, just maybe, they can topple the numbers, topple the disadvantage that are proven in paper itself.
Yeah, maybe crowd buff plus 25% stats. You know, that could be the difference maker for the side of Boom Esports. Playing in front of a home crowd is definitely always something that gives you that emotional support, also forces you to lock in, because you don't want to disappoint your fans. On the other end, APG, I want to see how far they can shine today.
Well, if you want to see how to shine, let's introduce towards the stage for Alpha Gaming. The MKL third seed will take the stage of KIC2025. Let the tape roll.
And here we are, we're introducing the Clash Lane Menace. It's none other than Siang. And he is no stranger to playing the long game. It is APG Yulong in the jungle. Young player, but still a bright star. It's going to be Shishan in the mid lane. Looking for the farmer on the team, but we have none, but we have APG Sun in the farm lane. And whilst he may not be a sword, he is Saber in the roam. And here they are in their entirety, APG with Sun as substitute playing in the farm lane, but let's look at Boom, their opponents.
If there's anyone to do it, it has to be Boom Miggy in the Clash lane. Joining him, it is Boom in the jungle, Carl! Next up in the mid lane, the prodigy himself, it is Tatsuri! And the guy that has made all the difference, it is Boom, Danny in the farm lane. And the one responsible for setting it up, he's gonna draw shapes, it is Boom, Draw! And here are your representatives for Boom Esports!
And you can hear the crowd cheering onto them as they take their opponent in the lower bracket run here, Alpha Gaming.
Alpha Gaming definitely not one to shy away from a challenge, right? And they've already proven time and time again that they can take Boom Esports. So it's now time for APG, Boom to shine here. But we have Yulong into the jungle, Sun into the farm lane, Saber at their roam, Shishan into the mid lane, and then Xiang up into the Clash lane.
And it's a very interesting roster for this as a fact, but they will be taken against the home crowd favorites here at Boom Esports.
Yeah, look, this one is destiny in the cards, right? Because if they beat APG today, they get the faded rematch with Blacklist International, and only one of the PKL teams can make it into the later parts, the grand final stages of KIC 2025.
Top 3 on the line here. If you want to minimally secure one PKL team and make it a not full MPL Fiesta, you better be sure that this BO7 is going to be a hell lot of interesting.
Yeah, but we are in Manila, Philippines, guys. This is home court, home ground. They should have the advantage here for Boom Esports.
They should, but I mean, you can see players like Xiang there. He's taking a little bit of a nap there. He's like, you know what, let me get composed, let me think, and just get my head straight in this one, because APG, I don't feel like they're going to be messing around with this one. They are looking for some clean victories.
But there is also a concern here. For the side of Alpha Gaming, they have shown signs of weakness against Nova Esports here. Nova Esports has shown Boom Esports the way to systematically decode the side of APG. If they can learn from that the replay coming in for that team itself, maybe, just maybe, Boom Esports has learned a lot throughout the long break that they had.
I mean, if you don't do your homework, obviously you're going to fail the test. So I think both teams have studied each other very, very much at this point. And look, this is the second team. We already have one PKL team going. What's better than one? It is two PKL teams.
I mean, you talk from experience there, Ken, not doing homework, maybe. I mean, that's definitely a sure shine from experience, but definitely Boom need to have done their homework, got up against APG, because the last time these two teams met, it wasn't a fun time for Boom.
It was very difficult for the side of Boom Esports. If I'm not mistaken, it was a 3-0 finish in favor of Alpha Gaming, with 2 games being an absolute stomp, and one of the games being an equal tie until the very last moment here. But if there is a different matchup aside from the jungle to feature, I would want to shine light on both APG Xiang and also Boom's Miggy here. I do believe that these two players has had a lot of experience coming in from 2024 into 2025.
Yeah, I mean, you may have a lot of problems in life, but they can say, no draw, that's a big problem. So draw is here to save the day for Boom Esports. Now, in this clash lane, Miggy against Xiang, this is another interesting matchup because both of them have given us superstar quality plays throughout the entire competition.
And not only that, they're two different kinds of clash laners, right? Like, we see that Miggy, by his team, if they tell him to go, he will go in. But for Xiang, he's looking for those sneaky approaches onto your backline. And we saw from last time where Draw, within the BAM phase, he gets focused as well. So is that going to be the same problem here against APG once again?
I think that may be the case here, but if we were to consider the fact that this will be a BO7 going down the line, there will be more of these hero priority that will need to be focused on. For example, if you're on the blue side, you have priority towards Mai Shiranui that will be being finessed over both Shisan and Tatsuri, or the Arlie in the hands of Son or also Danny. All these are available picks for these two teams.
Actually, since you raised that up, this substitution for JD coming in, Sun coming in for JD, I think this might be a big difference in terms of the gameplay for APG as well, right? Sun not having been on the playing roster for a while, is he gonna be ready to come up against Boom? Danny has had every single game coming into KIC. He has been on form.
For me, I do think that Son as a player, yes, he wasn't really with Alpha Gaming for the majority of the season. He's loaned from the side of Kodak as a substitute player here, but his experience coming in from 2024 has shown signs with Team Secret here, but I will do decide for him to let him do the talking with his mechanics itself. As we head on towards the game one itself, we see bans on towards Liang and also Dharma for the side of Alpha Gaming. It won't be the long, and are we going to see potential Athena ban here? Nope, it's not going to be the case for the series.
I think APG are not worried about that. When we talk about doing homework, you talk about, what's the hardest equation to solve, and that is the Athena. It looks like that is going to be disregarded as the first pick coming in for the side of Boom Esports. Looking like the Tigress pay.
Yeah, I mean, they want to put focus onto Draw's draft here, right? But I mean, if you give over the pay to the side of APG first game, that's not going to be a match in heaven that you want to be coming against.
Especially the side of Yu Long, he's known to be all these jungle assassin players that really strive when things matter here. But there you go, the Fire Ninja, Mai Shiranui, being traded back and forth towards the side of Alpha Gaming with the addition of the Byron Spark Maester. So this is already a very strong 1-2 early game setup coming in from Alpha Gaming's draft.
Yeah, they can even go for the Ukyo Tachibana as the final third pick in this particular game itself in the first half. But for now, let's take a look at what else Boom Esports has for us. They're looking at the D-Ranger for now. Not yet locked in, but like you said, Draw. He needs his heroes as well. He has been tested. He has passed those tests. So it's D-Ranger plus the Beast, the Magistrate and Beast. Is this the correct combination for Boom?
For me, this is a very solid lane lineup coming in for the side of both the D-Ranger and also Zhang Fei, whereby the solid bot and jungle party has already been locked in here. And to mitigate that pressure coming in from Boom's side, you will be hovering towards the Ukyo Tachibana or potentially the Musashi to really counteract against this Tigress here. And it will be the Ukyo Tachibana Swift Strike being locked in.
50-50 matchup. I like this a lot. Now we head into the second phase of the bans as well. We'll take a look. First ban coming in from the side of APG, it is going to be the Kongming, something that Tatsuri has shined on before.
Yep, this is a very similar playstyle for both teams, right? Where you see the fact that the Kongming, the Yuhuan, the Mai Shiranui, all these are known Tatsuri and Shisan picks here coming into the game itself here, but with priority on towards the side of Boom Esports, already picking up their roamer. They already banned out 3 additional roamers against the side of Alpha Gaming, forcing them to pick up the Tunecaster.
They want to force this healing comp up, right? End of the day, you don't want to deal with the multitudes of stuns and even a hard lockdown on that bit of farewell for the idea. The healing potential on the side of the idea is going to be too much for Boom to handle.
Oh, but look at the setup here coming in from Boom Esports. They know for a fact that yes, you want to play early game? Sure, you match us with the Ukyo Tachibana, and what better way to really elevate our Carl's Jungle Temple on this Tigress than to lock in both the Shi and Sun Ce here. This is a all or nothing early to mid-game draft coming in from Boom Esports.
Mega control. I think that is what we're looking at, right? But then, if you miss the control, you don't finish the job. The punishment coming in from this, it doesn't matter. Lady Sun, Console, it does not matter what you pick. The pain is real with this one.
Yeah, that's very true here. And Console Yu, the Woodland Ranger will be locked in as the final marksman here. Coming in from Alpha Gaming here. Not the most expensive of the marksman and jungle for the side of APG that I was saying, but for the side of Boom Esports, you really need to consider, how are you going to play the early game here? Can you match the Fire Ninja coming in from Shisan? Or will Tatsuri on the Sunweaver find more plays on towards the Goish?
Tatsuri, I love this guy to bits. I think he's a fantastic player, but this game is super hard.
Correct.
APG, this is a poke competition. You have the Kachosins coming in from the Mai Shiranui. You have the Oak shots coming in from the side of the console. You also have the Monfu Temple and Tragic Beauty coming in from the Yuan. So many long-range pokes, and you have... Okay, look, I love the Magistrate as a hero, but his range is super short.
Yeah, you make a very good point here. Magistrate, the D-Ranger, not having the best of the range here despite the strong laning phase. Not the best suit, especially coming into the draft for itself here, but it's a super strong early game draft. If they can get the ball rolling for Carl with the Tigress, potentially Boom Esports might be seeing a better 10th-minute mark here to really snowball the game into quick succession.
Okay, we have seen good drafts and even better execution. So right now, the ball is in their court.
The ball is in your court here for whether or not Boom Esports is able to convert that early game tempo with the Sunse, with the Zhangfei, and also sure we will need to find out how they execute this draft against Alpha Gaming's strong tempo here. But without further ado, this is the second series of Day 5's knockout stage. We will head towards the gorge.
Yes, the last series of the day. It's going to be between APG, MKL's third seed, and Boom Esports, the PKL second seed. And this has been a matchup we have seen time and time again within KIC2025, but it's going to be the last time between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, coming from the same group to meet down here in the lower brackets as well. Look, this is destiny intertwined, and you know, this is essentially a preview of what potentially could happen in the later parts of this tournament as well. MKL versus PKL.
Absolutely, depending on who goes forward, could be a rematch of the PKL fall season, or we could be seeing another MKL-PKL matchup here, but it's going to be Shishan obviously using the flash to just go around, back into the backline of the Azure Golem here, looking to get that quick pickup onto draw, but it's going to be Carl having to get away with the life.
Okay, I like this aggression coming in from both teams, right? They're showing you that they want to fight over these resources. It's very important. But unfortunately for Boom, they did not manage to get the steal onto Azure Golem, and they've already lost CS, in fact, so this is going to be a huge issue for Carl.
Yes, lost momentum, also losing Sun here. Could be the potential. Burst blood going over to the boys on Boom.
And Danny, we talked about his consistency. This guy has been consistent. He has showed up. He has put in the work. And right now, Boom, they get the first blood.
Hey, I mean, we said, where's the father on the gorge? But it's not Danny, it's Daddy.
I like that coin, and we'll take a look at how far this is going to go, because Carl, he is looking to step up as well. He needs that level 4. He needs it because Yulong is already at level 4. Definitely has more EXP, definitely has more farm. He's just hit 5 on this.
Exactly, yeah, he's going crazy. But at the same time, obviously we saw Carl be expended down to the bot side of the map, so we're expected to see a little bit of a gap here because he spent a little bit too much time out of the jungle.
Yeah, that's true. Right now it's about pushing advantage.
Already paid for that first blood. Is given a takedown onto Draw, and you don't be losing that beast so early in these team fights.
Yep, exactly. Draw is not level 4, that's why he could not save himself, but here comes the potential steal. Oh, they wrestle their way in. There's no way Boom gets this. And Boom, look, they're trying to keep up, but you may have the control, but you don't have the life to survive the burst potential of APG.
I mean, just because APG are kind of playing a sprint here, I mean, Boom could play the long game and just look to be like, you know what, guys, we'll catch them up as we get into the mid to late game.
That's true, but can they pass the 10-minute mark? I think once we hit the 10-minute mark, that's the true challenge for Boom, right? Because APG definitely has a pretty decent hold, close to 1,000 gold ahead of Boom Esports at this point. Not giving away too many kills, that's great for them at this point for Boom.
Yeah, obviously right now, Boom, Miji, we know as the playmaker here for the team. The older brother, he has been coined here, but now we see checking the wrong brush. It's going to be Carl taking a little bit of a beat in there from Shisha, but the set sail, is it going to connect? No, it connects, but gives him enough time. The unbridled outburst does come through here as well, but now that's gave APG enough time to formulate and rotate around his map here. The unmortal tempo comes through, but catches nobody with the CC.
Okay, it's very clear. You can see, Boom, they have some combinations available, but it's not as clean. APG, so far, they survived it. If Boom can clean up their timings, there is a potential of a huge swing.
Exactly. If they can clean it up fast enough, then yes, I'll completely agree. But to do that in a one match is going to be taking your reactivity to a completely different level here. But obviously, Boom, they're looking to go for that space right. But now, Setsail just comes through with a silk imprint as well, but it's going to be enough to not keep Xiang into place, but now takedown goes over the Boom.
And they purposefully funneled that kill into the hands of Mickey as well, but this comes at the cost of a 4-minute Tyrant going to the hands of APG, who will have access to Danny here at the bottom. There's 4 people here.
Definitely playing for the bigger picture here is going to be APG as they get that Tyrant takedown into the early part of the game, but maybe, just maybe, Boom can actually make a little bit of a splinter for that top T1 as well. Obviously, already looking a bit battered. They freeze the wave. There is no mini wave crashing in to meet this one currently at the T1 territory.
Yeah, but Xiang is there. Xiang is going to be able to kill. Nice
using the flash combo, Silk Weaver, but Tatsuri not getting the combo off, man.
Okay, this is a bit difficult because we can definitely see what Boom is trying to do, right? Yeah. Every time Tatsuri lands the catch, hopefully they get that golden token from Danny, and if it's needed at all, Miggy and Draw, they use the ultimates to land the stuns to continue that duration for the burst to come through. But for now, that combination has not been achieved. The distance is just a little bit too far for Boom.
Yeah, they need to kind of try and close that distance themselves there. Set sail just actually hit for the third time, but now we're getting engaged here from the side of APG. They're just using that lung AoE stun from the Q1 here to perfection. Saber just driving away any kind of potential fight from Boom.
Yeah, and you know, he's doing this without the use of his ulti. That's a concerning point for the side of Boom Esports. Right now, APG feel like they have the upper hand, not just because they have the gold advantage, but also because they have significant EXP advantage. Yulong is already at level 10, and Shishan's already at level 8. They are both one ahead of their counterparts.
Oh, absolutely. But at the same time, I mean, Shishan has to get the lead, right? Like, you are playing the shirt the same way you play the Maestro. You're literally just looking for that combo and just basically feeding the kills into the rest of your team. Whereas Shishan on the Mai, he's looking to be one of the carries here.
Yeah, okay. Point taken. That's definitely very important, right? We need to have that level of advantage for the burst. The stolen away once again. Crimson Golem goes in the hands of Yulong.
And more importantly, it's going to be that intel, right? When we see that timer continue there, and you know for a fact if APG are in the position of privilege, they can just rotate there and expect to see somebody on the side of Boom and potentially get not only that Crimson Golem, but also a pickup.
Yeah, right now you can see Kao is trying to ramp up the speed, the pacing of this jungle rotation, right? He needs the farm because he needs to be the threat, the deterrent against Shushan and Sun and Saber as well.
Yeah, just maybe take them elsewhere into the gorge, because into the team fight, it's not looking too good here for the side of Boom just yet, but they are still behind by around about 1k gold for now. But APG, they're just looking to go full steam ahead right now, but there's going to be the set sail disconnect onto the back line of APG Xiang. But if anyone's going to take a boat to the face, it's going to be the Storm Mace.
Yeah, look, Xiang, he's been performing super well in KIC2025, and he has this very strong signature movement. He soaks up all the damage, gets out, and then APG comes and destroys the entire backline of the opponents.
Exactly, I mean, if you wasted a lot of the skill there, just like so, Carl goes down, Yulong looking to play a little bit of a long game there, parkour, but it's going to be the leaping savior from Draw that keeps his boy, Migi, alive.
Yep, they buy some time, this is really important, but APG, they want more. Look at the poke damage that Yulong is doing. He does not mind. His ultimate allows him to get some lifesteal on hand as well.
Oh, speaking of lifesteal there, it's not quite going to come through just yet, but there's the set sail, looking to try and just get a phase check into that brush, but it's actually going to be a split push potential here from the side of APG, getting that T2 takedown into the bot side of the map.
As well as getting the Crimson buff, right? Exactly what you mentioned just now. They know the timers. You know Yulong is going to be there on time. But not just him alone. The four members, other members of APG are here to cause some trouble as well.
Speaking of Ruckus, it's going to be a Ruckus in that mid lane as that T1 takedown does fall here for the side of Boom Esports once again. So really, we're looking for some kind of error on the side of APG to allow Boom to actually get out of this T2 territory.
Yeah, there needs to be a lot more done on the side of Boom Esports, but this is not their choice. It is what does APG allow. And for now, APG, they're not allowing a single shred of space.
Yeah, they're not dropping space, any kind of resource at this moment in time. They are just looking to go full steam ahead. And why not? Because Tournament Life is on the line.
Yeah, they're speed running this one. The Tyrant goes straight into the hands of Yulong here. The rest of the members are putting pressure on the T2 on the top as well. APG looking like a true alpha for this one.
Absolutely, using that awful tempo there. Just trying to get the lock onto Carl. Then all steam can go ahead here for the side of APG. But they are able, on the side of Boom, to alleviate that minion wave for now.
A little bit difficult. Right now, everything, Boom has to respond. That's the biggest thing. If Boom doesn't respond, APG just take whatever they want for free. But at the same time, they have superior wave management on the side of APG, which makes Boom's life so much more difficult because no matter what you do, you lose somewhere else.
Oh, absolutely. You've just got waves crashing in all three lanes, unfortunately, for the side of Boom Esports, and they always have to have somebody away from these team fights, but they're choosing to lose that T2 top side of the map to hopefully get some big gains here.
Yeah, it's a force error at this point. APG looking so strong. Take a look at the goal advantage coming in from the lanes. The biggest difference here is that there is a very big 1,000 gold lead between Yulong and Kao. Of course, going in the form and going to the advantage of Yulong on this Ukyo Tachibana.
I mean, it's scary already that Yukio is already the direct counter to the Lung anyway, the Swift Blade, but having a 1k gold ahead of yourself and that being the counter, I think that's even scarier.
Exactly. And look, he's at level 14. this blue-haired guy is going to be the bane of existence for the blue side.
Speaking of bane of existence, that set sail is not going to be it for the side of APG. Trying to put that silk imprint to try and get the combo here is going to be Tatsuri just driving away APG for now out of their jungle. But with the mid-wave, minion wave top side of the map here crashing through, you can imagine that it's going to be creating pressure down the bot side too.
This brings us to the exact point we're talking about. At the 10-minute mark, what is Boom Sports' decision? Do they try and contest this? Looks like the answer is no. And APG, with this fighting power prowess, what damage can they do?
A lot of damage. They have the Shadow Tyrant now coming through for the next 8 seconds, so increased damage and movement speed is definitely going to put the ante onto Boom Esports. And Boom don't have the privilege of actually trying to go for the Shadow Overlord, unfortunately, here.
Yeah, they can't. They have to stay. The quarantine orders are here. You are going to be staying at home at base. Boom Esports, first round of your test. Do you pass?
There we go, just kind of forcing out the ultimate there from Siang, just trying to get that extra bit of shield to come through to try and get the assault onto this top T or 3. But it's only going to be just chunking the damage away from now. They are just keeping the minion wave into the enemy's base.
Look at the damage. Throughout an equal exchange, they actually get quite a bit of damage onto the T3 at the top side. APG working around the defenses of Boom Esports, secures the Crimson buff for themselves into the hands of Sun as well. Looks like this sub for Sun was the best decision.
Oh, absolutely. Sun being subbed in here is definitely making a dividends here for the side of APG, but there we get the stun onto Saber now, but can they get a follow through here for the side of Boom Esports? And currently, they're looking at a negative trade for themselves.
Right now, APG, they're making Biggie's boat look like a toy boat, right? Okay, it hit me, or ouch, it's not that pain. And then APG now, they're looking for the finishing blow here. This is going to be the Shadow Overlord. This next push could be the end of Boom's game number 1 life.
Yeah, could definitely be the vice grip here for the side of Boom Esports in game number 1. The takedown of that Shadow Overlord is only going to just put more pressure onto Boom Esports now. Currently hindering a 6.1k gold lead as well. That's definitely a position you don't want to be in.
Look at the itemization that Susan has. Already has the Scepter of Reverberation, Insatiable Tomb, Savant's Wrath, everything's already on board. All he needs now is the Voice Staff to complete the job of the Magical Pierce.
Yeah, just to get the takedown onto, make it easier onto draw as well, right? Like, that's the only tank we're looking at really here onto the side of Boom Esports. But now, just trying to drive these Vanguards through is going to be the aim of APG as they take down the T3 bot side of the map, but the set sail does connect here with the Stampede as well. Can Boom Esports get a kill into their name to save their base? And down goes Midgie, down goes Draw, and now we have the Vanguard knocking at the door. Can game number 1 be ending here for the side of Boom? Not just yet, but the Vanguard has now come through into the bot side of the map. They're looking to drive them away, and able to do so with Tatsuri falling. It's going to be a potential holding the door here, but APG slam the door on the thought of Boom Esports.
Very dominant performance coming from the side of APG. They came here 1 goal in mind, and that's to destroy their competition. And Alpha Gaming have done it in game number 1.
They make it look easy here. Every single play committed from the side of Boom Esports, it has been systematically demolished and decoded coming in from Alpha Gaming itself. And out of all the rotations here, I gotta say, Boom Esports was not catching up.
Oh, they couldn't, right? I mean, getting very little kills in this game, but playing the map so much better than the side of Boom Esports. That was the winning condition coming in for the side of APG.
Exactly. APG just had the aggression in the early game, and they did not look to put the ante up, right? They were like, you know what? We've seen how Blacklist play. We want to send a message to the PKL.
This is just going to be a difficult start here coming in for the side of Boom Esports. But so far, from what I've observed, looking at Boom Esports, they have a tendency to drop game 1, and then they bounce back. It has happened before back in the Kagendra series, and also the side of the Blacklist series when they actually bounce back after here. So maybe it's a Boom strat, but props to the side of Alpha Gaming. They really played the map super duper well in this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the question is how much cleaner can APG get, right? And then for Boom Esports, it's like, okay, if you're following tradition of Boom Esports playstyle, game number 1, you take a fall, and then you start the engine running. What is this next Boom Esports in game number 2?
I mean, they've got to definitely try and make some kind of adjustments, right? Like, definitely they tried with set sail. Their Sunset first game has been a bit of an unusual one. We've barely seen any Sunset in the KIC2025, let alone game number 1.
Especially when you pick up the Seafarer, the Silk Waver, those 2 picks in your 4 and 5, you're just making sure that, hey, if we don't make the engage happen, what's next? Just no next, it's just next game.
I think the biggest cost, though, for the side of Boom Esports is the fact that they use the Pei. Pei is one of those fast, rotational junglers. We've seen the damage he can do. But this Tiger, tamed by Strike here.
Absolutely. Tamed indeed. The natural counter, but then also having that huge gold lead as well.
My goodness.
Around about 2k is scary here for Boom Carl. They definitely need to make definitely an adjustment here into the jungle, but to be honest, to lose a game with Pei, again, we've seen it with the other Blacklist team. They lost the game with Pei there, and it was kind of a bit of a blunder for them, but hey, maybe this is just a sign of the times for Boom Esports.
Well, if we were to revisit back to the Alpha Gaming's draft itself, they drafted really consistently in making sure that, yes, Carl is on this Pei, but we have sufficient early game tempo in the hands of Shisan's Fire Ninja and Yulong on his Swift Strike to really match against Carl's movement here. Hence, Carl wasn't able to move freely, which led to this 8,000 gold lead in favor of Alpha Gaming. It was a slow but surely bleed coming in for the side of Boom Esports.
Slow burn, right, for sure. And I think the biggest difference also comes in the mid lane, because Shisan on the Fire Ninja has a very different play style in comparison to Tatsuri's the Silk Weaver, right? The catches were not coming from Tatsuri, not because he's not doing as well, but there was no option. The map was very dark for him. So we take a look at the comparisons here between the two of them, Tatsuri as well as Shisan. You can see, obviously, Tatsuri was 100% of the times in the fights. He wanted to make something happen, but nothing could be found.
Yeah, 2 different approaches into the mid lane. You have Shishan with the carry, but then obviously Tatsuri just trying to feed over the kills to his team. But the problem was he exhausted the flash combo so often and actually got no results from it, which was a huge problem here. But obviously you can see that he did have the attempt, right? 100% participation in kills. He tried his best to feed those kills over to his team.
That is very true here. And for Shisan, he was having a lot of rep pressure here throughout the entire game. But Yulong on the Swift Strike with that Ukkyo Tachibana performance definitely silenced and tamed Carl's Tigers in that game on itself with the MVP title 2-0 and 2 here. Damage and damage taken here. Not the highest of the suit here, but it is a low kill score game, which is more macro heavy centric.
Which is very scary because he was so dominant, right? Only 2 kills on the board for this guy, yet he had a commanding 2,000 gold lead going against his counterpart Carl here. And this way, I think APG, number 1, has already sent a message, not just the Boom. Like you said, he was sending a message to the rest of PKL. You want to fight with the big boys in MKL? Here's what you have to do.
That's it. You have to put it with our 3rd seed as well, which obviously, when we see Blacklist go against their 1st seed, I still think that is going to be a heck of a matchup if this is what's going to be taking place. But Yulong, with a very decisive, a very clean game number 1, gets MVP, and here is why in the highlights.
Yep, the highlights here does show signs of Boom Esports finding the successful early game thus far, but draw with a missed position towards the mid lane here does get punished here, equalizing the score, although it's 2-2, but look at the goal lead here, 7,000 with almost every single resource going into the favor of Alpha Gaming. And at this point, the team fights will always be in favor of APG going up against Boom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the setups were clean. Let's be clear about it. The Boom setups on their last defense, they got every single thing they were looking for. The bolt, the stuns, the catches. But because of the level difference, because of the item difference, they couldn't get the finishing blows.
They couldn't, unfortunately, get those finishing blows onto the side of APG, but Boom in game number 2 have everything to prove here. But here we are, looking at updated bracket, and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but the team that got the first point in the last series got the dub. So APG, if they do follow suit here, could potentially be the case.
Yeah, not the best of the news here, especially you are at the brink of tournament elimination here. This might just be the final BO7 you'll be playing if you are out of this tournament here. So they need to do everything to bring themselves back to an equal stage here, just like what Twisted Mind did in Game 2 itself.
Right, we'll take a look at how that story is going to be like, because, okay, to be in this position, once again, it's a repeat of the group stages for APG and Boom. They have faced each other off the group stages. The scoreline was pretty clean there as well as a 3-0 win. Right now, APG looking to replicate and to add on even more, looking for the clean 4-0. But knowing Boom, I don't think we expect a clean sweep here. Boom will do something.
They need to do something. They need to do something for the fans here at Eleme Manila Bay. They want to be seeing these teams coming through and actually try and get a dub here and get another PKL represented through into this bracket.
But also do drop us a follow here at HOK Esports on all our social media platforms here. Stand a chance to win limited tokens, anything boxes, and also the side of these epic selection skin boxes here. Or you can also follow us for news update on esports social media here. Maybe you can follow Carl, Just G, ZanQ for interesting behaviors behind the scenes here.
Yeah, I mean, we get to take a look at the day in the life of
Just G,
right?
yeah.
The media day and whatsoever. These are little BTSs that you, behind the scenes, they get to see of what it's really like to be a professional player in honor of Kings. I mean, there's a reason why you watch. Some of you may watch because you want to find inspiration. Some of you watch because that could be you. Next tournament, next year, that could be you on the cam.
Exactly, and an Honor of Kings esports ecosystem allows that, right? We have everything from grassroots tournaments all the way to international tournaments like KIC2025, and we've had obviously 2 success stories so far, not able to actually win the tournament, but to get as far as they have, which is obviously ACT back-to-back in 2 international tournaments, but then also for Soccer Esports, getting into the knockout stage here as well, Open Series team for the IKL. It just proves that it can be done.
Yep, it can be done, and it can be anyone with an actual heart in esports itself. So that is the fascinating part coming in off the side of HOK esports ecosystem here. So do drop us a follow on our social media here. But boys, how does Boom Esports realistically come back from this? Because so far in game number 1, it was systematically destroyed, I would say, by the side of Alpha Gaming.
I think we look at the same kind of learning journey that Boom Esports has, right? Number 1, macro. Fix the map, man.
Correct.
Fix the map, and then you will be able to win the team fights. Because it's because of the macro losses that lead to the goal lead, right? I mean, this was a very low kill game. So you know that the difference maker was the number of turrets that APG took, and then it's a stealing of resources because there's no one to defend you against the aggression of APG.
Exactly right. Like, if you've got no kind of like turrets in the game, you've got no safety net, you've got no way to push back out of your crystal, and that's exactly what happened there with Boom in game number 1.
It was very difficult, especially the fact that you drafted such a heavy engaged composition, but every single one of the engages has been mitigated by Xiang on that Byron here. That's why experience is such an important factor here in Honor of Kings itself. With Xiang, we need to give it a bit of a spotlight as well. He was in the championship roster of VSE in 2024 with multiple titles to his name here. So bringing that experience with the likes of Son and Shisan towards this roster, it will be an interesting shift up here for Alpha Gaming's journey in this lower bracket run. But for Boom Esports, they do have Day 1 Kuya himself, Miggy, in the roster. So in these low times in the game 1 itself, I do believe that Miggy has what it takes to elevate the spirits of the team.
I mean, we've seen the Sunta pick a few times. I don't think has found any success in KIC 2025. Oh, 1 game only? 1 out of the many that he was picked. So we'll see what kind of solutions they'll look for, because at this point, Boom has already expended very big picks. The Zhang Fei, the Beast. You have also expended the Pain, the Tigress pick. These are very good picks, just supposed, on paper, to win with them.
You are supposed to win with them, but I mean, at the same time now, because of the global ban pick, they will not be able to pick them in the next few coming games unless they take APG up until like game 7 where we get that blind draft. But we see the Bloom is going for the blue side here to get that prio pick.
So blue side prio pick here, what is available on the board? You do have the Athena room, you have the likes of the Arlie, you have the likes of the Lone still up and available for these players here. So that could be a point of discussion here coming in for the side of Boom Esports here to really formulate this draft for game 2 to potentially find that equalizing score.
That's not going to be an easy task, because if we take a look at the hero pool that is on the side of APG, they have an ocean as well, so many heroes to pick from, and not only can they pick them, they're really strong at them as well.
Yeah, very efficient, very proficient with every one of their picks, but we haven't seen some support for the Boom boys in the crowd here in Manila Bay. And that's what exactly they need going into game 2. They need to hear their fans' voice. They need that support.
They need to convert this fan crowd energy in towards their own mindset here. Do it for PKL, do it for yourself, and do it for the Philippines region.
There is a physical product for that is called coffee. No, I'm joking. But with that being said, I mean, we take a look at the ban pick phase, right? Which is going to happen in about a minute or so. Now, I think now at this point, this is also where HOK teaches you about life. Like, okay, now game one, this is a very difficult situation. You had one of the best picks in the game. Didn't work out. What do you do now? What do you do when you're dealt with failure?
Go and cry in the corner of the room. No, that's just me. Anyway, that's me and my therapist need talking there. But no, these teams need to actually get some kind of mental boom out of the room because they need to think of what they need to draft now, right? Obviously, there is still options available. Obviously, the Athena, we didn't actually get banned in this game, so maybe Boom bring out this strat. Maybe APG try it out for themselves.
Oh, APG is also one of the teams to actually play the Athena strat, so it will be interesting to see what kind of priority does these two teams have over the Athena role here. Because so far, out of the last two series that we saw, yes, today and also before the break, Athena almost had a 100% ban rate thus far.
I think that would be an ideal situation to have. But at the same time, if the Athena is not banned during these first few games, why not just pick it? Why not just take the risk anyway?
Yeah, that's it. Take the risk of the Athena here. The Sacred Warrior could come from either of these two teams, right? I mean, if you're Boom, what have you got to lose? You are already down 1 point, whereas if you're APG, what have you got to lose as well? You're up 1 point. So if the Athena strat works, you get it off the table for the team, and you get the dub for yourself, and then ban it off for the rest of the series for Boom Esports. But Boom on the blue side are going to look in their first picks. I can imagine that the pay may be a ban here for the side of Boom.
Definitely something to look into because you do not want to give Yulong, who's a masterclass in all these utility and also carry junglers here. So indeed, they will remove the side of the pay from the hands of Yulong here. So this wouldn't be a point of contention here for the side of APG. So for my question here, based on historical value, does Boom Esports immediately go for the Luna?
I know, right? That was the first thing I was thinking
exactly,
of.
right? Yeah.
But if I'm APG, now there's a reason why you don't mind having the Liang taken out, right? We will give you the Luna.
So if you see a Luna here, what goes into my mind right now is APG will just whip out the Athena roam and just bash your jungle repeatedly. So you won't have an Azir Golem. I'm just going to be entering your jungle with the Ogryn and potentially Athena, and you will be like, bye-bye jungle, no more jungle for you, Carl.
But I mean, the Arlie's still up here, and I mean, Sun in the last game was looking very dominant onto the console use, so give him a tier 0 pick like the Arlie, the Parasolar. That's going to give some real good results here, and it's definitely a slippier hero to actually catch if you are on a car with the Luna and the Moonblade.
Interesting enough that they do pick up the Luna on towards the first pick here, so Moonbeam being secured, and it does allow for Boom Esports, after seeing the Parasolar on towards the hands of Son, to pick up the strong combination here to counteract the Arlie here. Both the Diadea and also the pack leader lock in for Boom.
Super smart. You don't give the Diadea, especially when you've given them the Ogryn and the Arlie, right? This is one of the most dangerous compositions available in HOK. Smart by Boom. I like this from Coach CN. Let's see what else is going to be installed. APG, they pick their own counter pick. The Lady
No, they don't.
No!
It has to be.
They go for the Sacred Warrior.
They do lock it in. Do you feel it in your gut?
I feel it in my gut, and this Sacred Warrior will be piloted by Saber in the roam here. So this is a strategic feeding strat here coming in from Alpha Gaming, so it will not be in the funnest of the times here coming in from Boom Esports Luna here. So this will be an absolute jungle invasion, both by the Athena and also the Ogryn here that's locked in by APG.
This puts you in a position where you need to pick something that can melt down your opponents. So what is left? I mean, you already have your farm lane. You don't have your mid lane and clash lane yet, but nobody in these two lanes destroys one person super quickly. Maybe even the Gan and Mo is here.
I mean, Gan and Mo, Angela, I feel like if you get the combo off right, especially onto the likes of maybe the Ogryn, maybe get that anti-tank shred come through, but the Lady Jen here is really going to kind of upset the pace of Carl on this Luna.
Oh, interesting Fu Zi pickup as well. The Fu Zi and Ziya hyper late game strat that's being funneled for the side of Boom Esports. So I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this, because where does your early game come from to guard for Carl's jungle?
I feel like, you know what, they're just going to go all in. We don't care about the Athena invade, we just try to make life difficult for the Ogryn. But that comes at a price, that comes at a risk, because then you're leaving the Athena to farm on her own, and Athena with farm still does a lot of damage.
A lot of damage will be considered for the side of Alpha Gaming here, with the side of the Athena being locked in, and Boom Esports not having the best of the early game draft. I do worry for them, because who's gonna be putting pressure against Ogryn, the soul guy, on the hands of Yulong? If you have a strong jungle, maybe you can go for it, but you're Luna, and with a very late game draft, I don't really see a position for Boom Esports to actually counter with the jungle.
Okay, we may not like the draft, but the draft is only the first half of the equation.
Yep.
The second half is the execution. Maybe there is something inside this formula that we have not seen before, we have not heard before, we have not, yeah, you know what, just this too.
Exactly, yeah, we've seen, hear, taste, maybe even smell, but we can't smell the players from stage, and that's probably a good thing here because that would be very sweaty. But we do have the Futsu here, which obviously we know Miji can play. He can access into the backline, maybe try and get the potential shutdown onto Parasolar, onto the side of APG, but maybe if he's not going to be doing that, maybe it's a split push potential here.
There is a split push potential here only if they survive the early game here. So the early game will be quite pivotal for the side of Boom Esports. Few things they need to check on their to-do list here. Make sure Carl doesn't get invaded overly hard. Provide sufficient farm towards the side of Carl. And make sure he gets level 4 safely here. And the side laners need to do a decent of a job to force their opponents away from this Athena here. So those are the prerequisites of the side of Boom Esports in taking on Alpha Gaming in this game number 2.
Game number 2 between APG and Boom is already underway after that decisive game number 1. Boom has something to prove here for the fans at Manila Bay.
Oh yeah, they definitely have to. And of all the games, they have to do it against Athena strat. You can see what's happening here. Straight away, attention is placed down onto Saber here. He will give his life, and in fact, they don't even care about it. They will not have access. Oh, that's because something else is happening.
There's a rumble in the jungle, and it's going to be APG Yulong taking away your red buff here as well. So maybe, just maybe, we'll start to see them actually try and make access into APG's jungle, but that's at a cost.
No, it can't be, right? Because you steal the deal with Saber. Saber's gonna steal all of this farm away. And even if you take him down over and over again, Saber is happy to do so. 4 times for his jungler, Yulong already on his own Crimson Golem.
And the scary thing is, even though obviously all these kills are going up to a certain somebody onto the side of Boom Esports, if they get shut down, that's a big pony in terms of gold bonus you get.
Yeah, and okay, small wins, you know, they can accumulate and make it big. Sun has already taken 1 camp away from the side of Danny. So things are not looking up for the side of Boom, but you know, they can have an explosive growth. Let's see if that's going to happen.
Exactly, that's what they're really banking on here. At the same time, we do see Miji not quite level 4. He doesn't have the Sage's Might just yet to lock down anybody on the side of APG.
Yeah, difficult strategy to deal with, right? You can't ignore Saber at the same time. Here comes a setup from the side of APG.
Look at it over here. Obviously, Saber just going tip-for-toe in this one as well. It's kind of hard to take this 2v1 already, but Saber is definitely doing his country mile here, putting in the legwork.
Yeah, look, he's feeding kills into the side of Carl. He's also putting it into the hands of Miggy. Like you said, if they're shut down on either one of them, there's going to be a massive goal swing going into the side of APG. Right now, the fact that Boom are leading, that's going to be something for the moment.
Exactly, but Saber, he's just going to be always preoccupying the enemy jungle. He knows that Parasolar down to the bottom side of the map is not going to have too much of a hard time here. Very slippery hero to try and catch, but at the same time, what's giving a hard time over the side of Boom Esports is giving Yulong constantly taking away that Crimson Golem here. You can already see top side of the map draws like, hey guys, over in about 10 seconds, maybe we try and contest this one. But now we see here Siang and Saber coming in with CC immunity as well. Nothing going to stop him there. The takedown onto draw. The sustainability, but can they get the lockdown of the call? And the answer is yes. Yulong gets the dunk. He gets another one, and there's no stopping Yulong.
Yep, 3 minutes into the game, and APG have achieved that come around factor. It is now 9,000 in their bank. Not the biggest of goal differences, but the level disparity is huge. Yulong now at level 7 against Carl. And look, Saber gives his life for the cause, does not give any goal to the side of APG.
Exactly. No gold given over here as well, because obviously died to either the minion or the turret there as well, so definitely just going to mitigate that one. But maybe now Boom Carl will be able to have access to his own Crimson Golem, but I don't think APG is going to let up anytime soon, right? I mean, especially if they get priority down to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, look at the gold differential here. So much higher for the side of Yulong. Okay, not 1,000 gold, but Saber, look, he's a problem, man.
He's a massive problem with this distraction. The distract coming through here as well. There's the CC immunity just being there, just to put pressure onto Carl, just slowing him down every moment they get. And now it's paying dividends right now. Obviously, we saw that Boom had the lead there in the gold, but the more you kill Saber on the Athena, the less gold she's worth.
Okay, so one small interaction. Danny, I like the fact that he put puts the Lupine trap near the Crimson buff, so they at least know that this is happening. But at the same time, he has lost so many of the Fire Beaks to the side of Sun in a 1v1. This is not looking good. Yulong looking for the potential chase down just to push them away because they want the T1. That's where a true value of gold comes.
Massive value from that T1, and then obviously they'll look to go and rotate naturally to that Tyrant takedown as well. But Siang maybe get taken down here as well. Let's give it a bit of farewell, getting hit. But no cigar here for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, and with that first timer of the game, he goes into the hands of Yulong here on APG, and the damage is going to be started again. Saber looking for information, right? So Saber's not only stealing farm away, he's giving information on the position of the Boom members, and this is already hard to deal with. The fact that you have a level deficit, gold deficit against APG is already difficult. Now your camps are being taken away as well.
Exactly. It's a difficult game to play here when you go up against the Athena distraction strat here on the side of Boom Esports. All you can do is just try and beat her down super quick and deny any kind of intel. But then when she goes into her death storm, she'll still be able to give vision over to your team, and there's the takedown. Danny top side of that does fall.
Yep, this was a quick kill on the side of APG. Sun is doing so well. This substitution has proven its value. Right now, the T1 at the bottom being traded out by Carl, but the true damage is here.
Yeah, the Path of Passive does go through. Catch by Siang into the back line. It's going to be two members on the side of Boom Esports. Draw goes down, and they're looking to take the T1 top side of the map, and they have done so.
Can you be everywhere? No, you cannot. And that is what APG is banking on in this game number 2. Looking even more dominant down here.
Yeah, very dominant. Just keeping Boom at the back of that T1 territory into the mid lane here. They weren't quite able to usher through those minions just yet, but APG, they're now ahead by a 1.3k gold lead, and it's only going to keep going and going and going as they take away this Crimson Golem.
Okay, but maybe in 10 minutes they can do it. If APG can't end this game by the 15-minute mark.
Destructive Delusion being placed down here as well. Going to keep Shishan as a win with the safe boundaries, but speaking of not safe, it's going to be Tatsuri getting taken down here. The Suya, the Universal Law, as well as the Destiny counter being taken off now, and we're getting another kill. Maybe a suspected third victim here. Danny is not looking too hot. He has to force the flash, but he's got Saber on his tail there. Looking to slow him down, looking to get the damage, looking to get that CC immunity, and he just about missed out that damage.
Yeah, but the thing is buying time. Danny now has to go back and heal. This is time wasted. They have bought some time for Kyle. He's level 11, but right now the T1, not the same story. He's going to be taken down by Sun. And APG, 2,000 gold ahead. They're looking so strong.
Yeah, this is scary for the side of Boom Esports. They need to try and get some kind of momentum going for themselves, right? They are definitely looking at a little bit of a slow burning game. I mean, yes, they're obviously at the behest of the Athena strat coming through here as well, but Sage's Might into the back line off the side of APG. He's going to get the takedown onto Siang. Is that going to be the saving grace here for the boys in Boom? But no, Yulong comes through. He has the double kill. He's looking for more, but it's going to be trying here. Carl, the Prodigy, is the last one alive, and that is going to be a triple kill and an ace for APG.
Big wins for the side of MKL as APG now the map is completely open. The only thing left to do now is to take the T2 or maybe even take the Zhou Golem because Sun is looking a little low on that mana. But for now, it's just structural damage all across the map for the side of Boom Esports.
Exactly. Why not just put all pressure on at this point in the game against Boom Esports? APG looking very dominant here with a 4.5k gold lead. After that, Team Ace definitely getting the shutdowns on the call. Really helped here against this one.
Yeah, to be now, he is holding 1v4. What is happening? Destructive Deluge to help them out. He gets the kill instead. Yulong, it's all about him right now.
Yes, the Rage Boss comes through with another triple kill for the side of APG. Perfect team fight tank is the name of the Soul Guide.
Yeah, so I mean, guiding is one thing, but guiding your team to victory in such a fashion, look, APG are just looking unstoppable right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this Athena strat's completely thrown off any kind of, like, identity that Boom has going into this game number 2. It's just like, what, guys, how do we play against this? We play this ourselves. What are we able to do? And unfortunately here for the side of Boom, the ads seem to be like, hey, we've just got to take this one on the chin.
Yeah, and look, there's still many more picks for the side of APG. Sun is the one that has impressed me the most out of the APG lineup so far. Coming in, you know, you were looking at him. Does he have the freshest fingers? Does he have the ability to withstand the pressure that is the international competition, KIC 2025? Looks like the answer is a resounding yes, because APG looks to lead 7,000 gold at the 9-minute mark.
Ooh-wee! It's a lot of gold in about 9 minutes. At 7k gold lead is just trying to be blundered here by the side of Boom Esports, trying to dive it up to Saber, but that's your wrong buddy boy. That's the prize pony that they want you to focus. And now, speaking of focus, is going to be the Niji into the backline. He gets slammed under the precipice, comes through as well, and now down goes Tatsuri. You've lost your long range poke. You've lost your damage reduction onto the Ogre.
Yeah, and right now the damage is going to be done on both ends. Both mental, emotional, and physical as well. The T2s at the top have been taken down. This is just T3s on the top and the bottom left for the side of Boom Esports. In the way between APG getting game number 2.
Yeah, T3 is going to actually fall there thanks to those minions come through. Tatsuri does build a bit of a staff a little bit too late here, maybe potentially, because it's now Yulong, Xiang. You're looking to try and get rid of that heal in front, but there goes your final T3. Game number 2, maybe getting concluded here. We are seeing a big barrage. It's going to be the takedown of Niji once more. The older brother gets taken down. Now goes Carl. Draw following suit. And they're trying to focus Saber like they have been the entire game. And it's not going to bring any kind of results here. And down goes Tatsuri. Looking to take the crystal down here as well. Danny is going to be the last surviving member of Boom. And the last one to tell the tale.
Full control, no doubt at all. APG showing you why they are a scary team to face. They may be number 3 in MKL, but in this game, they are number 1.
They're absolutely in the zone right now for the side of Alpha Gaming here. Every single decision, starting from draft all the way to execution, they make it work like an easy butter cake here. Every single thing that they have done has really torn down the defense wall that has been set up from the side of Boom Esports. We also saw the side of Boom Esports try to be creative. They went with the Diadea Smite and also the Knowledge Gem mid-lane start to get more farm into the side of Carl to really mitigate that pressure, but it's an Ogre and Athena. Your jungle is on fire at minute 0.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the answers that we had against the Athena strat was the Ogre. So what happens when that is picked against you? So it's like a double whammy. And the fact that they gave so much room for Sun. Sun was also winning in his individual 1v1 against Danny in the farm lane. He was taking every single fire peak away from Danny, and it was so hard for him to recover. I mean, the gap was so small.
Very small indeed, but you have to give it over to Sun, obviously. He has shown time and time again that he can actually bear the weight and the nerves of the international stage, playing Arlie to perfection there as well. Like, he was just being left alone in his lane, but still showed a lot of results.
Absolute class coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming in this game number 2 itself, where we saw Shisan 0017 and Yulong 1406. Wow, that's a lot of kills into his pockets.
It should have been Carl getting 14 kills, but that did not happen at all. Saber, took about 12 times in this game through the culmination of efforts for the entirety of Boom. But that is exactly what was necessary from Boom. The entire team means no space to farm, no space to fight, no objectives taken. And once you lose control of all these things, APG, they're just going to walk all over you.
Yeah, Carl in the war room of Boom Esports should be singing, "It should have been me."
It's just a sad story coming in from the side of Boom Esports. And to put on the fact as well, when you have the channel on towards Donnie, you expect it to win lane against Son's Arlie here. But due to the fact that Draw has always been his attention drawn away by Saber on this Athena, oftentimes you won't be seeing him anywhere near the lane to influence it. So a lot of the pressure has been focused on towards Donnie in this laning phase.
Okay, silver lining here, this Alpha Gaming lineup is a very expensive lineup.
That's true.
Right? They have the Majin, they have the Ogren, they have the Athena, Arlie as well. And okay, Lady Chen maybe not as expensive, but still, there is a lot of value, right? So 5 very expensive picks. They got the win expected of this particular draft itself. But going into the next few games, does it make life easier for Boom? Now that they know that, okay, this is probably the most hard draft to deal with in its entirety.
Potentially, because obviously the Athena and the Ogren combo, the double A as we like to call them in the UK, when they come and fix your car, but they were not fixing cars, they were breaking down the gold resources of Boom Esports. As you can see in this head-to-head right now, Carl having 4 kills, but then Yulong going the distance, getting 14-0-6. He was the true raid boss.
Absolute domination here coming in from Yulong. And to think that this 14-0-6, the enemy had no Athena roam, this is a very strong KDA here in this game.
Every time you saw the powerful passing,
oh yeah,
that line went down, it was just a horror movie for the side of Boom Esports.
It was. And really, let's really do highlight the MVP of this game itself. Back-to-back MVP titles here in this head-to-head matchup for Yulong here. With the Auguran Soul Guide, with a KD of 14-0-6, and you can see the monstrous stats coming in by this player here. 34% damage now, 30% damage taken here. He was everywhere on the Soul Guide.
He did everything, right? A guide is meant to show you the way, but this guy show you how to do it, and you know, whatever that you needed, Yulong was there for you. And APG, what a strong jungler, what a strong performance in this day against Boom Esports.
Yeah, you can exactly see these strong performances here from this jungler on the side of APG in these highlights right now. Yulong just always, like you're saying, kid, using that path of passage, making Boom feel like, here's Johnny, but it's actually Yulong.
Yeah, and a very scary state to see as well. I mean, coming in with the Death Precipice as well, it allows you to heal. And with the chase on of the powerful passing, it allows you additional movement speed. The fact that he can 1v4 here shows you how far ahead APG Yulong was.
And a bit of a worry for the side of my thinking here is that where was the healing reduction item here coming in for the side of Boom Esports? Because the Auguran had no real counter if there's no healing reduction, let alone a snowball Auguran here.
I mean, the ultimate on the side of the Destiny Encounter for draw. That was what they were hoping that would be sufficient. But that does not work unless you have the level and gold advantage, right? So, very big difference. And at this point, I think Boom understands, okay, look, this is a difficult series, difficult game, one of the strongest contenders in KIC 2025. I think this is just the start of the journey. The game is definitely not over yet. It's a 2-0 scoreline for now.
Exactly that. But I mean, you have to kind of say, right, obviously all this time, even though APG are from the MKL region, they have been coined one of the dark horses of the KIC 2025.
That is true here, and with the consistent scoreline of 2-0 starting this series, pressure is mounting towards the side of Boom Esports and their shoulders here, because one more loss puts you into series point, and a second loss will put you away from KIC itself in Ayala Manila Bay.
A very scary notion for PKL fans. Like we mentioned before, we already have one winner in PKL, #1 Blacklist International, making their way into the further depths of the lower brackets. But they also want one more, and that has to be Boom Esports. But right now, that task is looking so dangerous, so difficult, because APG is just a different monster today.
Absolutely different gravy, the side of APG for the MKL region. They are the 3rd seed, but they are definitely playing like they could be the contender, right? The champion for the MKL, but they are wanting to cement themselves going further to be the final top 4 teams, to be at the potential that 3rd invited team as well.
That is true here. So at the very least for Boom Esports, this is where you show all your cards coming into this game tree here. Go out with a bang. It's not to say that 0-2 you are done for. No, that is never the case here. It's a best of 7. Every single win that you rack up from this moment itself gives you one step closer in equalizing the series or potentially taking the series itself.
Okay, we are one step away, right? Because at this point, if APG takes another win, they are going to be on series point. They're going to be 3-0 against Boom Esports. But if they don't, and Boom Esports goes into the first half break with a 2-1 scoreline, showing that they have potential to come back, does this mean, you know, we may have the winds of change, momentum swinging into the Boom Esports camp?
I mean, they can only hope so. The fans here, obviously, at Manila Bay, right? They really want to see another PKL representative go further into the KIC 2025, because it would be a dream, right? But unfortunately, dreams have to be achieved by hard work, and Boom definitely needs to put the hard work into this next draft.
For me, draft is definitely one thing, and the execution, they have to definitely look into how they have to tackle the strong macro rotation coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming here, because thus far, Alpha Gaming's rotation has been crystal clean across the gorge. Even if the kill score is neck and neck in game 1, their ability to scavenge all these jungle monsters, steal it away from you, get those minion waves faster than you, has been really consistent compared to Boom Esports.
Right, so you're on the same page as us. Let us put the problems now that Boom Esports faces. Take a look at the Bantam picks, or rather the picks so far in game 1 and 2. APG on your left, Boom on your right. What's next?
what is next? I mean, that's potential, right? Obviously, ooh, there's a braid there. But at the same time, we're seeing here, we have no Lung pick come through yet. We have the potential of obviously still the Jing, obviously Luna for the side of APG as well. So there's still plenty here for the star jungle player Yulong.
For APG to really kill the game, I do think that this Lung pick can be let go. But if they want to cement themselves a solid finish, they would take the Athena ban. I think that's the only thing that will really change the winds of war before the break.
Take the Athena ban. That's the way? I don't know. At this point, if you take a look at what's happening here, Boom Esports, they have the access into the Ogren pick. This is something that I think can work very well into the lineup of Boom Esports. I think Carl has performed well on tank junglers as well. Yes, we know his specialty is assassin junglers.
That's true.
But when the team needs it, we need that Miggy Charlotte. We need that Ogren Carl.
We do. But at the same time, I feel like even maybe APG might go for the power play and say, hey, you know what? Take the Athena and we'll show you how to actually counter the Athena. That could be a case here in game number 3 and definitely would be a brutal sign of the times before we go into the break.
You say you don't want to be the harbinger of like bad news, but that was like the worst news.
I'm British, man. I'm cynical, you know? I have to live up to that.
I feel like it's not really bad news per se. It's more of a reality checker. If it really happens that you bring out your best draft in the form of the Athena roam against your opponents and you still do not find success, that could really put you in a very negative emotion going into the break itself here. So whatever that Boom Esports looks to perform in this game, it will really shift up the entire momentum going into game 4.
That's true. I think mental fortitude is very important, especially in a game of high stakes where, look, the loser of this particular series will get to, they don't get to, but they will be sent home. This is the last chance, last leg of their journey. Whoever takes the L goes back home.
I mean, definitely. I mean, you can't spell home with an L, so you have to take something home with you because you're not taking a trophy. You will take round about a certain decent prize of gold, prize pool, but 4 seconds, we're getting into the game number 3 BP here, where we'll start to see if APG are going to be so kind and give over the Athena pick.
Yep, Alpha Gaming going towards the blue side and Boom Esports going on towards the reactive red here. Interested to see what kind of bans Alpha Gaming will put on towards the table here. Considering the fact that they can put on towards the Arlie and the Athena that we talk about here, this is definitely a game changer here that may put confidence in towards Boom Esports, but for Alpha Gaming, they deny that.
Yeah, APG, I think they're very important. They're very important that they don't want to give this away.
Yep. To really look into the draft into a full scale here, to allow Carl to go on towards the side of the Ogren, Jing, or potentially the Musashi, banning away more of these tempo junglers, let the game go into an equal state, may be a better case here for the side of Boom Esports.
Oh, yo, they're shutting everything down, and it looks like, you know, it's a little bit too milky at this point. So it's so difficult for the side of Boom Esports. Look, APG, they're bringing up the Dolia pick.
And from what I know here, Ken, Yulong is one of the most scariest Yangjin Twilight players here coming in from MKL. Every time I see him play it, his capability in making those big plays never failed to shine here. So picking up this Dolia opens up a lot of doors coming in for Alpha Gaming here. But I like the approach coming in from Boom Esports. Coming in with the Guan Yu and hovering the Long here, giving priority over to the side lanes here for that rotation.
I like it a lot because end of the day, if you're able to catch up majority of the players, you get very nice stuns coming in, then that will be the dream scenario for Boom Esports. So whoever this pick is in the mid lane needs to be able to deal AoE CC against the likes of APG. And you know what? I was considering the Yixing to be a great pick, but instantly stolen away.
Yep, taken away for their own comfort here. And when they box you in with a double Yangjin refresh, you know this is a lot of healing going in towards the Yulong jungle side.
The thing is, how you're going to come on top of this one, right? Like, there is going to be a big dive into the back line, especially onto something like the Lung, right? Like, yes, you may have the infinite vastness, but if you have double dive, where are you going to go?
Yeah, and how are you going to be able to deal with the multitude of different angles that they have? They can separate you with the board, they can then push you away, and the most important thing is when they get the jump instead. With the first board, they can force out your infinite vastness on this Owing or Lung pick.
That's true here, and with the refresher coming in with the Dolia here, you have double boards or double tri-lane ultimate here. So those are the available options coming into the refresh segment for the side of APG. And for Boom Esports, they do remove the side of the Musashi and also the Dharma here because this Yangjin still serves as a flex pick for the side of Alpha Gaming here. Interesting enough, Boom Esports, they do pick up the Agudo here, so that is
pressure elevated in that early game department for the side of Boom.
Early game being covered here by the Agudo, and then late game here by the Lung. But now we're looking for a little bit more sustain here. We saw this combo came through a little bit earlier here for one of the teams in the previous series, right? The Agudo with the U1, a lot of sustain, a lot of team fight potential here.
So why not consider the Kongming in the ball? Okay, now you know what's grab there. You want to do the burst damage, but now with an Ambrosia, they're covering all the different angles, right? You want the bursters down? Sure, the Ambrosia, Mr. Xiang is going to stand in front of your face and take all the damage.
And this is a very aggressive lane matchup here that will be locking for Alpha Gaming here. Hoagie wins the direct 1v1 matchup against the Aoyan Lone Pick, and also the Ambrosia, the Night Plume, does really decent against Guan Yu in that early game department.
Exactly, obviously having this great potential, being able to kind of like mitigate any kind of dive here from the Guan Yu as well, with obviously having that inbuilt Sage's Sanctuary, but it's going to be the Q1 into mid lane potential here for the Liu Bang or the Liam Ho.
Wouldn't Liu Bang have been a great answer? I mean, you want the battlefield command, you want the heals, you want the shields as well. More importantly, the dive towards the back.
Yes.
My worry is there is no real carry coming in for the side of Boom Esports to really facilitate that Guan Yu here, to facilitate that Liu Bang that you mentioned about here. Yes, Guan Yu really does it well, but you have to find those considerably strong flank angles to actually make it work. It's not as great compared to a Lianpo Liu Bang or a Jing Liu Bang per se that can give you direct access here. But with the final lock-in of the Lianpo here coming in from Boom Esports draft, they are looking very solid in towards that early to mid-game team fights.
It's the level 2 spike and level 4 spike, right?
Yeah.
So level 2 for Boom Esports, if you can get those mega stuns coming in, everyone 5-man dive onto a lane.
I think the idea coming in for the side of Boom Esports draft is to pull Alpha Gaming out of comfort here, force them to brawl you in the river, and force them to be staying away from those macro plays that benefit them so well coming into the mid-game department.
Yeah, I mean, PKL, this is the #1 brawling region. If there's any way to win it, and the best feeling to win it with is with a brawl. So Boom Esports, let's see what they bring into this match against Alpha Gaming.
They need to bring every single card here. Every single play needs to be consistently well thought out and formed. Not a risky play can be shown on towards the stage here. Yes, you can take risks, but the reward must be plenty for the side of Blue. The PKL second hopeful here that will be taking on Alpha Gaming. This is 2-0 in the lead for MKL's jersey. But let's find out, will Boom Esports be able to bring it back to a 2-1, or will Alpha Gaming push it to a series point?
Game number 3 here between APG and Boom Esports, and as you boys said, it's going to be brawling for the side of Boom if they want to try and take this victory.
It has to be a big brawl at this point, right? Boom Esports, they only have that first 4 minutes to fight with. Right now, the early game for Yulong is not going to be as strong, so this is where Carl, with that initial jungling speed, he needs to make the difference here.
Absolutely made the difference. Maybe even try and get some contention, as you can see, into the enemy jungle right now. Carl, more than likely going to get the release there off onto the Azure Golem, but steals it away instead with the Schmite.
So he's got it. Okay, great rotation by Miggy as well, being able to secure this Crimson Golem for the side of Carl. Now, this is a great start, but this is what is expected of the Boom lineup. The only question now is, what else can you steal away in the map?
Maybe take first blood here. Obviously, forcing the flash here from Tatsuri is not going to be a highlight of Boom Esports early game.
Yeah, definitely not, right? This is where you need to be able to keep control of the Gorge, get that win in terms of the gold advantage going in for the side of Boom Esports. They did secure their own fire beak at the bottom side for the side of APG, so they at least have kind of stifled the growth of Boom for a little bit.
Just a little while. Let's see if that's actually going to kind of transition into the next part of this game, right? We have seen a bit of aggression down to the bot side of the map. Obviously, Wild Growth being used here just to try and force Saber back under that T1. But I mean, they do have the Dolia, they have the Ode. That's going to give over Eel into Sun, so he's not going to have to worry about having to go back to base.
To be honest, I don't think Sun's going to have a hard time here, right? I fear more for Yulong. The stun does not land, because Yangjun is great at the sustain. But what do healers have that is really hard to deal with? Control. If they are controlled, there's no way he gets his ultimate off, and then it's going to be Boom time.
Yeah, Boom time could be the way into these team fights as well. As long as Tatsuri stays alive, right? Like, Tatsuri is going to be the main kind of giver of sustain within this one.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, diving in there. It's going to be a little bit overzealous. It's going to be Yulong, but now into the backline. Bidgey getting caught into the box. It's going to be 3 of the side. Actually make that 2. of Boom Esports, and nothing really coming out of this one.
Okay, but that gives you a little preview of what's going to happen. So if APG gets a nice board, the potential save can come from the side of Mickey, but he needs to not be caught in a board first.
Oh, absolutely. It is a point of catching the net here onto the side of APG Shishan. He's able to try and just maybe change the turns of the tides of these team fights, but Migi is just taking far too much damage on like.
Not ideal for the side of Boom, and we'll take a look at what this rotation is going to be like, right? We'll take a look at Tatsui. He is now using that space portal, teleportation portal, to make that initial move into the mid lane. The question for me is, how does Carl try and match up his farm? Obviously, he has the faster rotation with the release. He's able to take camps a little faster compared to Yulong. But right now, Yulong is matching his pace, and that's a very scary notion.
It is, I mean, especially if you have the kind of already pre-notion that's going to be in your favor. But right now, maybe they can get a little bit more gold here from Siang, but he does have the ultimate. He has the force of flash here. He goes Undying as well. The Gorge mobilization, but first blood's actually going to go off to the side of APG.
Yep, big one. First blood though, going to the side of APG. They get the better of the exchange in terms of gold. And boom, nice kill, nice recovery to shut Xiang down at this part of the game. Xiang was a huge problem in the previous one. So let's see, does this make a difference for Boom Esports?
Maybe it's an early side of the time here for the side of the PKL representatives of Boom Esports, but really you got to kind of try and focus. What are these side lanes, right? Obviously there is no real pressure or priority being created by either of these two teams. Yes, top side of the map might be getting taken down here at the 4-minute mark, now getting taken off. That turret plate in falls.
Yeah, and we'll see what this is going to be like. Yulong secures the first timer of the game, 4-minute mark, but this comes at the potential cost of your Xiao Golem. Stun comes in, does not hit the mark, and the bot is landed down. Boom Esports in trouble.
Boom Esports is in trouble, but Draw is actually going to deny the access there with a try to smash as well. And there is the Gorge mobilization, catching two of APG, but can he be followed through here? It's just going to be Yulong putting that pressure onto Danny as they trade the T1 down bot side of the map.
To refresh the Yulong ultimate as well. This is pressure on the mid T1. This is the most important tower in the game. Maybe they can turn this around. Yulong's taking a lot of damage from turrets as well. No more stuns to talk of on the side of Boom. A little bit of flaming palms, but for now they've taken the T1 at the bottom on the side of APG as well. So Boom Esports, they need to win this now. Oh no, the stun!
Oh, the stuns come through and maybe potentially there. Oh, they didn't follow through. Obviously Yulong doesn't quite have his ultimate and still doesn't quite have his beast mode coming to fruition here, but maybe Shishan getting pushed out of that T1. It's going to be the passive that comes through, and now Tatsuri claims the kill.
There is some hope left. They've taken down Shishan. They just need a little bit more. Force out the ultimate from the mid laner, Tatsuri. At the same time, Boom Esports, take a look at what they are doing. Kao is trying to just squeeze out and extract every single value across the gods on the side of APG's map.
They're definitely doing a lot better in this game number 3, right? I mean, yes, it's maybe a little bit late to come back into this one, but there's going to be the Burning Sun arrow. Can they force away the flash? They do as well. And still taking a lot of damage is Danny.
Yep, Sun, he knows his target, and so far he has not missed his mark. It's going to be 2-2, but with this 2-2, it's APG, balancing that gold balancing act against Boom Esports, and this is not good news for Boom.
Exactly, that's one thing they really want to have going for them, is those resource leads here for the side of Boom Esports, but unfortunately it has slipped away for now, but can still definitely the pendulum swing back onto the side of Boom here. We do have obviously the Magnus Slam with the burst ram come through, trying to bite out a lot of the skills onto the side of Boom's draw, but now the board has been committed. The minion waves here, overcommitted, maybe the Tremor Smash, not connecting that to anybody, but there it is. Sun gets taken down as well as Saber and Yulong. The Boom boys are looking to brawl.
Yeah, it's all on Miggy. That was one of the biggest plays we have seen so far from the Boom Esports lineup. And Miggy at the cornerstone of it all. All they need to do now is to balance this T1 in the mid, and they should be able to wrestle resources away from APG.
Yes, wrestling the jimmies of APG has been Boom in that mid lane and gave themselves a nice hefty lead here, but let's look at that instant replay.
Yeah, this was not looking good because they actually managed to force out the ultimate coming in from Tatsui in the mid. But look at Miggy, he was undaunted. He was looking for the opening, and to catch Sun out in the first part of that fight, that was the one winning condition they needed to achieve on Boom Esports, and Miggy gets it.
It's the only problem when you play something like the Hou Yi, right? Like, it's so sort of immobile. Like, you don't have flash, you're basically a sitting duck there, especially if you kind of like have your front line of your team fly into the back line of the enemy team, and then you have something like the Lianpo or the Agudo used the Gorge mobilization there. It just really kind of opens up a very vulnerable state for your teammate.
So you can kind of see the win condition, right? Even though Shishan has been getting these beautiful balls, it could also cause the downfall of APG. Now, bear in mind, this was done without... Oh, hang on.
Okay, get the takedown onto Siang there. That's probably going to be a handicap for the side of APG. The double jump smash disconnect onto Shishan as well as Saber. Saber looking to go to get taken down there. Double kill going over the side of Carl. And now they're looking to bully a little bit more. Sun gets taken down. That's a 3-0 trade for APG. The car boom, sorry, as they're taking that T2.
Who said they were going to give up? It is an explosive growth from Boom Esports. And right now, T3s are on the menu. They can rush this down. There is a ballista.
There is a ballista, but there is going to be Yulong diving into the backline, doing a lot of damage. Can they get a few kills here? Siang as well, looking to pay the trade here. But now Draw upsets that motion of the ocean. Carl gets taken down.
Yep, it's going to be an important one. No one gets hit by the Burning Sun arrow, and this is going to be saving grace for the side of Boom. But take a look at the T3. That's a lot of damage onto it. And right now, 8.5 minute mark, we are still 90 seconds away before the Shadow variants. If Boom can break open the core in the middle, T3, this game could change.
Oh, absolutely. The game could completely be torn apart here on the side of APG. But we've seen teams come back from worse scenarios here, so MKL fans, do not worry, there is a way to come back in this one, but for PKL fans, you should be rejoicing right now.
For sure, I mean, this game, now they have bought Danny what he needed, 6.2, he's finally leading against Sun. Now, this is not going to be easy for APG, of course. No. Not the same for Boom Esports. Right now, everything falls on Miggy. Can you keep up this consistency? Every catch has been phenomenal. Can you keep doing it until Boom destroys the crystal?
Exactly. I mean, that's probably going to be the hopes here of the boys on Boom, that the older brother is able to serve up that hot meals to the boys in the back line here. And obviously, Tatsuri, Danny really needing those resources, but you can see top side of the map here, Siang is just trying to just create some split push potential here.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many factors that Boom need to take a look at. Siang, as long as he has his ultimate, it's going to be a very tough fight. They need to pace their fight really well. At the same time, if you can kind of burst down Yulong right before the fight begins, you also could potentially just hard dive the backlines. There is no defense.
Exactly. That's the only rung thing here for the side of APG. Yulong goes down. That's going to spell disaster here for the side of APG, but right now, Boom and APG looking to contest this Shadow Tyrant. The board has been committed. It traps Draw. He gets caught into the backline, but it goes over to Boom. The Shadow Tyrant is stolen, but can they take this team right now? And now we're getting pushed in. Tatsuri straight into the backline now with Danny. Looking to get a takedown on the Sun. And there it is. Carl comes in, driving the boat, but that's a 4-3 trade here for Boom against APG.
Big win, and they can do a lot more. There is a lot of structural damage in between Carl as well as Danny. These are the two members you wanted to keep alive, and they are alive. They're keeping the dreams of Boom alive as well. Right now, the question is, with this buff, can they take more? T3s are on the menu, and yes, Xiang is here, but it's as though he has no value.
He has no value, he has to kind of dive in and die, but then with his teammates coming back up now, I don't think that's the right call, but this may be landing a trick shot here onto Carl. But can they get the takedown? He gets the blood rage, and now Siang gets the board out in the team fight, leaving Yulong alive. But can they draw it out? Twilight being procced here.
Oh, lovely. They saved Danny in that particular very precarious situation. Boom fans, you have to believe now. I mean, this game, 4,000 ahead for the side of Boom Esports. They just need to wait it out. 18 more seconds. They can go for the Shadow Overlord safely. Or at least mostly.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the Primal Bond being taken off in around about 9 seconds time. Boom could be looking at a bit of a dream comeback here in game number 3 against APG. But for now, Carl has actually, no, Miji, sorry, has been caught out in the wind there with that intel from that ward.
Look, this guy is called the Wall Saint for a reason. Every single battle has gone to their advantage because of the plays by Miji. So this Wall Saint is very important, which is why Xiang is kind of chasing him down as well. If APG don't know where Miggy is, this fight completely swings into the favor of Boom Esports.
Oh, absolutely. But even if they do know, and then he flies over the wall and gets the frigid charge onto many here, it could be frightful for the side of APG. But oh no! That's a takedown of Sun, and that's a whole lot of damage being taken off the gorge for the side of APG.
And instantly this becomes a 4v5, but it's going to be a lot more painful. Shadow Overlord also secured by the side of Carl here. And this is where structural damage is imminent. They will get this
Oh, the flash in from Tatsuri. He was able to get any CC there, but the gorge mobilization is giving enough to drive away Yulong. But now at that crystal, we have the vanguards into the mid, into the bot side of the map here. Boom, looking to try and get this win here, but now it's all under the control of Boom Esports in this team fight. The board committed ain't gonna stop the wall, and they get game 3.
Beautiful work before we head into the first half break. Boom Esports, this is what we need. This is what the fans want as well.
They come back strong and with a decisive victory over to the side of Alpha Gaming. The spirits are high and the audience, man, they are roaring loud for Boom Esports that are coming back hot in this series with a 1-2 scoreline.
I love this. This is why we love HOK, right? Look, it was looking so dire for Boom Esports, but Miggy, day one Kuya, he was like, no. Boom Esports does not fall like that. And he grabbed them by the neck and pulled them back into this game.
Oh, absolutely. Miggy was the saving grace of this one once again. But I mean, there was that one series where he was the driving force that really kind of pushed them into the position they are in right now. So to expect anything less from this player, I mean, I think would be kind of delusional.
I would say so as well. When we look at towards the draft here, they put much more resources on towards the hands of Miggy on that Guan Yu here, and it really proved a lot of dividends here. Yes, you have strong laning coming in from the side of APG, but aside from laning, you got systematically team fighter, which is what we discussed about. If you can out team fight and pull APG out of the comfort zone, that is the best case scenario coming from Boom Esports.
I like the way you said that because end of the day, if we take a look at what's happening here, how did Miggy fish out Sun from the middle of 5 players at the bottom side of the map? That was crazy.
He's clearly very good at hook a duck, you know? Like, that's exactly what he's good at. He's a barber, he's looking to get hook a duck, he's looking to get those big plushes for his son, but more importantly, the dubs for his brothers over on Boom Esports, driving this one to a 2-1 scoreline so far, but let's look at those post-game.
So post-game stack here very in favor for the side of Boom Esports here. When Carl and also Tatsuri, 2 of these members are your cornerstones here.
Oh yeah.
If Alpha Gaming isn't able to out-sustain you in these team fights, you will be sure that Tatsuri and Carl, with the spells coming in their toolkit, they can provide a lot of these sustains for their team here and Alpha Gaming. No signs of a Venomous Staff or a Blazing Cape to really counteract the healing.
That's crazy. I mean, okay, look, you're leading to the O, but disregard the healing potential coming out from the side of Boom Esports. Nah, there's no way you do that and expect to win. Especially when they have the clutch, the guy on the horse, Miggy the Warsing.
Oh, absolutely. So good here. Obviously, just using that team fight potential here. The 69% magical number here coming over to Boom Esports, really being the shining force for the boys in PKL. But you can kind of see here, there was moments in time where it looked like it could have gone into APG. Yes, it's a very small minor goal lead, but that could have definitely transversed into something else.
But the team fight potential coming in for the side of Miggy on that Guan Yu, the Warsing was just really crisp here. Every single catch that he opened for his team led into a big team fight, and it all went in towards the pockets of the side of Carl and also Danny in this case.
Why would you expect to come out with a win against a team that brawls their way to victory in PKL? There's no way. And I feel like this is the winning formula for the side of Boom Esports, right? Just brawl your way to victory, give them a mid to late game jungling hero, and we'll see how you fare against the likes of Boom Esports.
Exactly right, but there we saw it, the early game aggression, obviously seeing here the mix of the damage kind of tank build here onto the Agudo with the Blood Rage, with the Doomsday, as well as the Sparkforge Dagger, was really kind of like the spearhead for the side of Boom Esports, especially that Gorge mobilization.
Very much a key here, and let's point out our MVP of this game. It has to be Miggy here. The way he orchestrates those big team fight engages on that Razor Cavalry, this Warsing piloted by the day one Kuya here. Absolute finesse in this game, number 3.
Yeah, I think finesse is definitely the perfect word to give you the picture of what happened in this game. As a person who plays this one to an absolute different level in this particular game itself, 4-1-5, look, the damage taken super low. Damage also super low, but what's more important is the control timings. How many missed positions did he put the players of APG in? And this is against a Yixing, by the way, who is, by the way, the board master. Supposed to lock you up in a box? No. This was saying boxes you in.
Exactly. We're going to see in the highlights that he was able to kind of circle the squares of APG. Once again, obviously trying to put the pressure into this mid lane. We really saw a potential fight here for APG, but it's just diving into the back line. When you have your back line wide open, what are you going to do if you're Boom? Don't fight the front line, fight the back.
And if you have no backline per se, you can see Miggy's position always trailing behind multiple members here. Son already expanding the flash here, gets really targeted down in these few moments. Here, Miggy, when you are against a target with no flash, that's just free food for the War Sing Guan Yu.
Yeah, crazy fight coming in, and draw game is life for this one. And still, they were able to find room for Danny, they were able to find room for Kao. Most importantly, Miggy separates the fight. It gives them the perfect safety and balance between damage and safety for both Kao and Danny.
Very impressive thing here as well is the fact that they actually beat the Dolia and Yangzhou company, alright? Like that was the combo we cleared in the early part of the KIC, and now teams are already like, alright, bet, try and take it, and we will overcome it here, and that's how exactly you do it. Boom Esports with the strat, getting that game number 3 point for themselves.
That is an interesting point because at the early part of KIC, like you mentioned here, Blam, Dolia, Yangzhou, this was everywhere. But moving on towards the playoffs, it has reduced in terms of the play here. But that is just now's news that happened here because Alpha Gaming, Boom Esports, we have a series. Boom Esports coming in strong, taking a dub before we head on towards the break later on here. Much needed for PKL and also Boom fans.
Yeah, now there is some light being shined through for the PKL fans, right? Which is exactly what we need. APG, they're really strong, but this also shows you can be strong, but there will be cracks.
Absolutely, cracks in the armor of APG being shown here, and maybe this could be the beginning of the end of the APG as well, but PKL getting 1 point aboard.
Yep, a very much needed 1 point, resurging from the depths of the damp here. If they really lost out that game just now and heading towards the break, you could really feel the tension amongst the players. But the fact that they got a win, and not just any win, a very decisive and strong one, means there is a lot of hopes here coming in from Alpha Gaming's opponent, Boom Esports, in going to that actual long range of a best of 7 here. But that was a really long game so far out of those 3 games here. We definitely need to pace ourselves into a short break for both of these teams as they need to rejuvenate themselves, get some bananas, get some drinks, and we will catch you right after this short break as we will go to see the finale of this best of 7 series.
my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And try to feel. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
It's an honor showtime.
Hello, welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, Day 5 of the knockout stage. We are halfway through our final series of the day here, featuring Boom Esports taking up against Alpha Gaming here, and this is the updated global ban picks.
Alright, so ban and picks, we'll take a look at the picks here. Now, with the success of Miggy in game number 3, does this mean we give him the shot? That was his most impressive Clash Lane performance in the entirety of KIC 2025.
Oh, absolutely. He was phenomenal on the Guan Yu, right? Like, definitely serving up all the kills here for these guys on the side of Boom Esports, especially giving it over to Danny.
That is true. With the side of Boom Esports finding their momentum, we start to see the way how Boom Esports has the chance in this series itself is to pull Alpha Gaming out of their comfort and brawl them in the river. Make sure that Alpha Gaming doesn't find those macro rotational victories here. Hence, if we were to see another big team fighter in the side of the poll, potentially consider the Magin here or the Charlotte coming in for the side of Miggy.
I think that will have a lot of value, but at the same time, if you take a look at brawling, we haven't seen APG pick up the pay yet, and I think that's going to be a very big difference. Now, Boom, they pick up the blue side. That's going to be prior pick. So what would you prioritize?
I think for the blue side especially, if you're Boom, there is still the likes of the Tina if it's not banned away, and there is still the potential of the likes of the Arlie, Mai Shunui, or even the Dharma here. One of the big team fight playmakers here, Dharma might be the case here coming in for the side of Miggy.
Dharma, I like the idea with Dharma, but I like the idea of an Athena even more. So I'm kind of like, okay, do we go for like the Athena for Boom here? Because this is as close as it can get. If APG pulls ahead now, I feel like that might be the deal breaker for Boom Esports, because one series away, I think that's too much. You will not get the Athena.
Exactly. I mean, if you are APG and you take a point here, you've then got to be Boom to take another back-to-back 2 wins in a row. And I mean, getting that win onto the board here for Boom is huge in terms of mental, but if the Athena's been taken off of the gorge here, do you think the Lapu will come through for either of these teams?
That may be the case here, and considering that both of these teams have played the Lapu in the playoffs itself, that could potentially be a strong engaged, and especially last game itself, we saw how Draw, with those strong engaged roamers, he was able to force out a lot of these big team fights that were in favor for the side of Boom.
And that's what has impressed me about Draw so far. There was one game, everything was banned against Draw, every ban was on a roam, but Draw still drew it out, essentially, in that particular series itself. So I'm curious to see what else can he offer to the side of Boom, because Boom needs it now, or APG is just going to dominate.
Exactly. They definitely need that tank support here for the side of Boom Esports, as we saw there. That phenomenal performance from the Ampo, from Draw. I mean, we still potentially have... did he lock in the Zhangfei game number 1, or was that already taken away?
That was locked in,
yeah,
if I'm not mistaken here. Yes, they did pick Zhangfei game number 1, which was not really that efficient, I would say, because of the remainder of the draft itself. So moving into game 4 and game 5, the pool will start getting diminished for both of these teams.
I mean, as I like to say back home, that it's the idea, right?
Correct.
If the plan doesn't work, at least we recognize idea, right? We got the idea,
yes,
maybe
correct.
Execution wasn't as clean. But now that you say, okay, the Zhangfei, the base has already been used, I think, yeah, this series or this particular game, Lapu Lapu or Athena, for Boom, it has to be.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely one of those is going to really upset the scales here for the side of APG. But if Boom takes another game point here, it feels like it's going to be the full distance between these two teams, right? But APG, they want to bounce back from that loss.
Yep, K being the starting ban here means that fast-paced jungle will be removed from the hands of Yulong here, which comes into the consideration. Alpha Gaming, you expended the Mai Nui, you expended the Arlie here. Do you take the Athena ban here? What is the case here for the side of Alpha Gaming?
I think you take the risk here if you're APG.
Ooh,
yeah,
there we
you
go.
leave the Athena, right? And only ban it out because it feels like that is the trump card for Boom Esports. So taking out the RD, I like that answer. But this opens up the Mayin. Miggy, fantastic game number 3. Can he replicate the performance, or maybe even do better than game number 3?
Maybe so. Maybe so. I mean, the catch-ups there, and it's the same kind of point and switch, right, as you dive onto the back line of your enemy team, trying to get the lockdown onto those crucial members. But the only problem is you don't push and shove. You have to use the flip to get out of there. But now it's going to be Yulong on this loot. Okay, no, they're going to take away Zhangfei, maybe, giving over Saber his big pick.
Wait, this does give it over to the side of Boom Esports a very comfortable angle in going for the Zhuangzi here, which will deem both of these heroes not as effective on the proactive end.
But they're showing you that the Luna is a potential pick as well. And if you commit to that pick now, they can just switch sides and switch gears immediately.
Speaking of switching gears, they're going to go for the Marco Polo here and potentially the Zhuangzi on the side of Boom Esports. Draw here. Got to be careful with this pick. Obviously, is going to get rid of a lot of CC with his immunity, but is it going to be the driving force that a Boom need?
I think this is a pretty decent counter so far with the likes of the Marco Polo here. So this is a decent combination here. You can use it aggressively, you can use it passively at the very least with the Dream Wanderer.
Ooh, okay, interesting. So APG, they're teasing the Ziya, hovering over it. It's not picked in yet. I would like the Luna. Okay, let me explain why I think the Luna is great here. Right, the Luna is great because with the dive on the Luna, you get the reset on your ultimate, right? But then you potentially force out the butterfly effect for just one dash. And then now you're out of options. Death's Door, welcome to the end of the game.
Yeah, it could be scary for them if they literally use the butterfly flag just to get rid of that marker, because then they have even bigger fish to fry, right? They have the Unbridled Airburst as well as the Truth Mantra. That's really going to kind of upset the scales, especially on such a pick like Marco Polo. If you CC him in that Fever Barrage, especially if he doesn't take the Purify or Cleanse here, it's going to be a problem for him.
Yep, it will be definitely a problem here. And if you look towards Alpha Gaming's Luna, like what you mentioned here, this Boom Blade, when you go over to the side of Zhuangzi here, the Zhuangzi is like a punching bag for you. You can just freely dash in, dash out. Yes, you don't have CC to lock down a Luna here, but we also don't have CC to really counter against this Zhuangzi here. So it's a cat and mouse game where are you going to use the ultimate, or am I going to force you to use it and allow both the Zhangfei and Dharma to come into his team fights?
This is a Mets test, and we'll see. Boom, they're going to take a page out of Blacklist International. We're going for the burst damage. So what if you have to control what happens when you're down a member, or at this point, 4v5, we will take it.
They will take it here as well. Obviously, Dachi for that charm. I mean, it caught out just Chi the once, right? Obviously, using that charm is going to be able to catch out the Luna here, can lock her into place. Then, really, do you decide to then have the damage come from the Marco Polo? Do you then have to dive in as well from the Jing to then just completely eradicate that pick.
For Boom Esports draft, I gotta say, it's a very snowball-heavy reliant draft here. We saw how Daji, if she falls behind, she's very difficult to pilot because your burst is insufficient in taking down these big targets here. And at the very least for Alpha Gaming, you have sufficient crowd control, but that comes into the cost of this Dream Wanderer being locked in by draw. So it puts both these teams in a very reactive state. But reactive is the name of the game for the side of Alpha Gaming because that's where they control the game better.
I think the control and positioning is where the difference maker will be for both sides. Because if you take a look at what the win conditions are, you want to have them grouped close together, right? That's what both teams require. But their requirement is higher for the side of Boom Esports because you want the money, you want Miggy to get that 5-man, get serious with the whatevers, but that's not going to happen because the lineup of APG, they're very independent. You have a Lung, you have a Dharma, they're going to be hiding away from each other.
They are going to be hiding away from each other, exactly. I mean, the positioning here of these two marksmen could be the falter of the team fight, right? Like, if you pick up the Marco Polo too early, or even the Lung too early, yes, Sun has the infinite fastness to get out of jail card, but Marco Polo, on the other hand, Danny has to commit.
Wow, double Purify setup as well here. So, an interesting one to see as well. Draw picked up the Smite on towards the Dream Wanderer here. So, there are the potential of this double Smite infiltrating the jungle coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming here. But this is game number 4. Will Boom be able to brawl their way back into an equal series, or will be the MKL 3rd seed Alpha Gaming punch their tickets to the last point?
Match point, it could potentially be on the cards here for the teams, right? APG, if they get this one, next game will be their match point, but Boom have the chance to neutralize and equalize this lead.
I mean, it would be a dream scenario for Boom if they can equalize this game itself. Right away, you can start to see the value of it. The stun comes in for the side of Tatsuris. That's not going to be a kill. We're looking for that big play to steal happening straight away.
Exactly, just trying to put pressure onto the top side of the map here. Obviously, just trying to like get rid of that priority that both the Yayına and the Dharma can have over each other.
I think right now, it's for Boom, it's more of like, okay, can Draw make the maximum value of his passive? Because when he has that passive state active, he actually gets 15% damage reduction, which helps in the brawling department on the side of Boom.
Exactly that. I mean, definitely taking the punches from the Dharma on Siang here, but then also making the prio push for that Space Bride is really going to kind of give aid here to the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, and the fact that he has a Smite, okay, I think that's great work from the side of Boom Esports. And this build that Draw is going to go for, you want to maximize the HP, because that's what your butterfly effect is going to be based on, the number of hit points you have.
Exactly, the shield comes from that one as well, but Saber is looking to try and get away in onto the team fight here, but now obviously seeing that Yulong,
it is going to be the potential first blood. Tatsuri will give his life. First blood goes to the side of APG. A beautiful stop, but Sun is not done. He wants the finishing blow on the Daddy. Will not get it, but Sun, maybe he is overcommitted. He's not He's done. And Danny gonna get the return blow.
Yes, he uses the flash to get the kill there, but then obviously he has no means to get out. He didn't have the level 4, unfortunately, for the side of APG, but Yulong just trying to get away some of these extra little bit of these camps here, but actually just helps Boom run it down a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I know, right? And at this point, it's a very slight EXP advantage going to the side of Sun, going to the side of Danny. But, you know, this is what you want. You want that little bit of confidence, because the later this game goes, it's not going to be as easy anymore, because Susan's going to give that sanctification to Sun for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Sanctification just gets the Lung online a little bit quicker, and obviously once it gets to late game, it even gets even worse in terms of the damage output.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough task, because the damage output style is going to be very different, right? Danny is more of a damage over time. The more stacks he lands on you, the more painful it becomes. Yeah. But for Sun, it really is 3 flaming punches, you're done.
That's it, literally. If you've seen those lock in onto you, you got to basically say, you know what? It's been a good run. Maybe I've got enough defense to actually run this off, maybe not, but then we'll have to wait and see and just play it by the cards close to your chest.
I mean, at this point, I'm looking for Danny, because they do have the butterfly effect on their side. So do we get the float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, or is it going to be just guarding coming in from the side of APG?
You can only hope for the thrillers in Manila, right? They could float like a butterfly and sting like a bee here, but Boom, it's literally theirs to play, right? Like, if they're using that CC immunity here very well to kind of mitigate any kind of like huge unbridled outburst that APG Saber is looking to set up here, that can completely just knock the wind out of the sails of APG.
Yeah, I think that would definitely aid in that 1v1 between Kao and Yulong, right? For Kao, it's more of like, can you get enough damage so that you get the finishing blow with the chase down if Yulong wants to run away? And for Yulong, it's more of like, can we get away from Kao's vision so that we can access the backlines and force out very uncomfortable situations on the side of Boom Esports?
Only time will tell, right? Obviously getting right about 10 seconds time away from those Tyrants and Shadow and then the Overlord, coming through here for these two teams. So we can see a big push potentially happening here.
Yep, dive in from the side of Yulong. He wants to find value, but the stun comes in as well. Mirror Domain going to be slashed down. Ooh. The Sleeping Savior does put a bit of health back into the hands of APG. And right now it's a wrestle for the 4-minute Tyrant. This one is looking like a clean one for Yulong. He will secure it. And with that, Boom Esports, they have to lick their losses at this point. APG, they lead.
Looking at pause is definitely what Boom Esports need to be doing here and just basically keep their head in the game. But APG, they have the 1.5k goal lead and the extra damage.
One more for the count. Oh, he actually goes in. Miggy, the savior of game number 3, might have to give his life. The response is immediate from the side of APG.
Yeah, Clash Lane for Clash Lane is going to be the name of the game here between these two teams, but they do steal away the Crimson Golem here. A bit of a saving grace for Through Carl.
Oh, they get the stun onto Tatsui as well. Is that finishing blow on the side of APG? Yes, they do have it. And it's going to be Yulong. Finishing blow. The rewards are going to be more. Kao is now in the space. Does not get the steal. And with that, he has to run for his life. Really? He's going to try? Alright, he gets the camp, runs away, but at the cost of the Azure buff.
The Azure buff does get stolen here from the side of Boom Esports. APG, Yulong is going to be loving that one, especially on this Luna.
Yeah, I mean, look, the comparisons here is kind of similar. Kao also needs the Azure buff. He needs the CDR, he needs the mana regeneration as well.
Yeah, exactly. They both are very heavily dependent on that Azure Golem, but right now, I think any contention for that is going to just definitely stunt the growth of either Carl or Yulong, but right now, still very much tip for tap, right? Well, obviously the mid lane, obviously looks like it's going to fall here. The T1 definitely opening up for the side of Boom Esports is going to not be the answer they're looking for in this game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, APG, they've seen the weakness on the bottom side of this map. The TP will come through, but I don't think you want to TP in the 4 different members on APG. They get the T2 at the bottom, and this is all APG.
6 minutes in, T2 takedown. It's looking like a bit of a Blacklist play from their book, right? When we saw them in the last game that they played, they took the T2 very much early on and able to get the triple kill as well. Not quite that same aggression from APG, but still, the pressure is mounting here for Boom.
I mean, the potential of a turnaround is only there when Saber doesn't have this unbridled offers, right? That is the one condition that you want to achieve on the side of Boom. So if they can force it out early, they'll be great.
Oh, absolutely. Forcing out the Bright Light Burst, and then obviously just mitigating the impact here from APG could be their way into the team fight. The Universal Law being placed down here as well, stealing away the Azure Golem.
Yeah, it's not going to be a clean one. Mirror Domain already expended from the side of Carl. This is not looking good at all for the side of Boom Esports. Xiang is already looking for an opening angle onto the side of Boom Esports. They will not get it, but they get control of the Gorge for the time being.
They get control of that Gorge, obviously. Using that Bright Light Burst, the only real thing they got away from it was obviously the use of the Infinite Vastness there onto the side of Boom, APG, sorry.
Yeah, so, I mean, still value gotten, right? You want to force the situation to be uncomfortable. Right now, no ultimate for Saber, no ultimate for Sun. They do get that Overlord into the hands of APG, so they will have natural winning lanes on all 3 sides.
Yeah, T1s falling all across the lanes here, but Boom able to pick up those 2 T1s into the side lanes. Maybe could be the pressure point here for the side of APG, but the way they're playing this one, they're looking for like 1 or 2 pickups and then looking for some more objectives.
I mean, it's so difficult because when you have Tatsui on this Tati, you're supposed to get the burst. Not happening, and here comes the dive. Nice catch from the side, another follow-up stun. Draw finally uses his ultimate. It might not be enough. Sushan gets the first kill off this exchange. They do have an exchange. Hang on, Yulong is down. Do they have the chance to finish the job? No, they don't. It's 3 members going down for the side of Boom, and APG all in control.
Boom Esports taking a very well-timed defeat there. Obviously 3-1 trade for Yulong, but the Vanguards are slowly approaching. They are encroaching on those T2s into the mid lane, but we have Danny here as well as Vigi.
I mean, okay, Sun, they want to force out that Infinite Vastness, right? There has to be a turnaround condition. Xiang as well, he does have the mantra, but does not have the flash. So very uncomfortable setups for the side of APG. They can definitely turn this around on Boom.
Oh, absolutely. Let's look at that instant replay here as well. Obviously, as we saw the fight around the Crimson Golem goes in, gets a steal there, goes over to Saber. The Unbridled Lepers catches onto one as well. Really setting up those like 3-man pulls from Yulong as well. Beautifully played, but obviously they were losing Yulong at the end of it. But just a big setup, a big breathing room for the side of APG.
Like, so you can see, right, Tatsui, look, the value that Tatsui has in team fights, not as much. Yes, the first skill is going to be very vital, but you want that big ultimate landing onto a singular target. Which means the APG, they would love to fight you 5v5, no problem.
Oh, absolutely. They want to scrap right now. Obviously, they have a solid front line from Siang as well as Saber here as well. And then just like huge access into the enemy backline using that universal wall.
Okay, they do trade out here. Carl's ultimate for Xiang, but the flash, not yet available, will be in 15 seconds. This is where Xiang could be a pain point for the side of Boom Esports.
Potentially here, Truth Mantra coming up very soon as now it is a pull down. We're waiting for that flash, right? That flash Truth Mantra combo could be the game-winning strat here for the side of APG.
It has to be Xiang. If they burn out that butterfly effect by draw, that's going to be the biggest difference maker. They do have the redemption, the roam support shield item on the side of the left-hand side of your screen for draw, but is that going to be enough?
Can only hope so for the side of Boom Esports, right? They're looking to have as much shield as possible here, especially with the shield given over from the Schwangster as well. Looking at the health bars, look at the itemization here. We have obviously just the redemption being a fully built item here. Looking to go for another physical damage defense item as well.
I mean, to be honest, if you take a look at the drop on the side of APG, this is a very expensive drop as well. So if Boom manages to win the series, this one really hurts the bank of APG, and you can see the fake out by the side of Alpha Gaming. They pretend to go for the Tyrant, take the Shadow Overlord instead. They're looking to end this game ASAP.
And so they should, right? APG, they obviously lost game number one, last game of the series there, which was game number 3. So they're looking to prove that, hey, maybe Boom can't take any more rounds off us, but for the guys watching here in Manila Bay, they're really hoping that Boom is able to kind of get a turnaround here or in the next game.
I think this one, we need Carl to put a setup, right? Get Shushan, once you get rid of the stun, there is a potential for comeback, right? Yeah. Because your defenses cannot be lowered anymore.
No, they can't. They cannot be lowered here. They are looking to kind of get this final push onto these T3s as well right now, since they do have the ballistic, but now it's going to be at the behest of Boom's Tatsuri there with that wave clear from his first skill.
Yeah, very smart decision from the side of APG. They're not looking and knocking on the T3s. The turrets are the more important objective. Sun has not landed a single flaming bomb onto the different members of Boom. It's all on the turrets.
Exactly. I mean, why do that when you can get the turret takedowns here? It's the top side mid lane here as well. Currently, last standing turret is going to be that T3 down to the bottom side of the map. Boom. APG looking to open up this game at number 4 map.
Yeah, very disciplined, very structured approach by the side of APG as well. No risk involved. We have the advantage. We have the macro. We will slowly play our way to victory.
They got to slow it down a little bit here. Obviously, they don't have the advantage of the Vanguards crashing in just yet. Obviously, bot side and top side of the map they do, but why not? Why rush something that's good, right? Go in, get the Tyrant, get that extra damage, make it a little bit easier for APG.
Yeah, man. And look, the difference here is that most teams, they actually put that sanctification on the Sun, right? On your farm laner. Yeah. But this one, they said, no, you know what? Yulong is the strongest in our team. Let's give the jungler, the one who has instant access to the backline. Level 17 at this point, sanctification, full value.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely going to have a little bit more damage come through for himself here as well, not only just from the sanification, but the Shadow Tyrant as well. That's now up for another 60 seconds, so it's going to be a hard fight here for Boom.
Now, look at the damage that Danny is dealing onto Yulong. Even as he's taking all these shots, he needs like 7 of those Eva Mirages to really take him down.
Yeah, it's scary. Like, 7 of those is definitely going to be
swell here, it's not enough damage. They have Yulong low, but Danny has been taken down. They're out of damage, out of options, out of life as well. Draw the next one to fall. Tatsuri, 1v5. There's no way. An ace for the side of APG.
I thought that Splendor was going to be enough to keep him in lockstead of that high ground turret, but it's going to be the crystal of game number 4 going over to APG.
And APG, they make this one a clean cut here. It's going to be 3-1 in the scoreline.
And series point in the hands of Alpha Gaming here. This goes back to the discussion that we had on Towards the Zhuangzi. Yes, you make your enemy team not so aggressive, but it also takes away your initiative as your own team here, so it moves the team identity. coming in for the side of Boom Esports in finding those aggressive plays that worked for them back in Game 3.
Yep, so now the question is then, okay, we know guaranteed for the next bans you do not get an Athena, right? There's no way APG will allow that.
No, I mean, maybe they will. Maybe they want a bit of a struggle with that last game of the series, right? Maybe potentially like, hey, if we take a game series point here and we get it with the enemy team having the Athena, that's a big packathon on their back.
Like, we know for a fact that when you go down towards the strategy pool of the side of Boom Esports, Athena is definitely down there in one few of the departments there. So if you're Alpha Gaming, you're like, okay, you successfully burned the hero that I want you to burn. Now I'm gonna double down and remove the Athena from you here. But it really goes down to what is their exact game plan later on, because back towards that game itself, they banned the R-Lead, they banned the likes of the Mai, which removed the aggression coming in for the side of Boom Esports.
And limiting Tatsuri so far, I think, has been a great answer, right? Because this guy, he wants to make the plays, he wants to be aggressive, but he's not allowed to any moment of the game so far.
Exactly that, but we're going to go check out the post-game analytics once again for this game number 4, where we see APG go and draw this one with a 3-1 scoreline, looking to go and get that series point next match, but really here, Yulong with the 6-1-5 KDA, and then even Shishan here, right, like he's going no death run along with Saber.
I think the general idea coming in for the Ziya as well, okay, he went for the roamer item, funneling all the resource in towards the side of Yulong's pocket, which gives him a direction to out-farm and outpace the side of Carl. And also, this Ziya pick is actually very smart. And why is that? It's because Tatsuri, you want to go in towards close quarters to get those charms on the Heartseeker here, but if you start the fight with already like 50 or 25% health, you can't do that.
Yeah, the long-range poke coming in from the side of APG is what was scary. Shishan was consistently using those universal laws to make sure that you kept them at bay. Not just keeping them at bay, but keeping them in very standardized positions, right? Once you know that universal law is coming, you're going to be standing on the sidelines, and that's exactly where APG wants you to be.
Exactly where you want it to be. APG looking for that access into the backline as well. I mean, 12 minutes and 50-second game time. Definitely one of the faster games within the series, and APG are looking to be like, you know what, guys, let's round this one off with some quick games. And you can kind of see here that Boom, unfortunately, with their jungle prowess, was not there in this game number 4.
I think this goes back to the side of the Boom Esports strategy phase, where you want to disrupt the side of Alpha Gaming in the macro context here, because so far in the past 4 games, Boom Esports, if they don't outfight Alpha Gaming, they can't out macro them.
Exactly. They can't out macro them, but at the same time, obviously, very low kills here from both of these marksmen.
But this is where the marksman is not about their game, right?
Correct.
This is the comparison, but it truly was that jungler matchup between Kao as well as Yulong, and I think that right now is a very clear difference. Right now, Yulong is able to carry the team. Kao needs the help of the team to make sure that they can bring the series back.
That's true here, but we do have to award the MVP once again to Yulong on that Luna. This is what, 3rd MVP of this series already? This man is on fire here.
Every game APG has won. He has got the MVP, and he has to give it up sometime, right? Maybe next time around it might be the likes of Shishan, maybe even Xiang.
Yeah, and the scariest part is, okay, we're halfway through the roster of his jungle picks. This is not even his full roster yet. There's still the Jing for him to pick. There's still the pay for him to pick.
And if you talk about Alpha Gaming, the way you mentioned the Jing, it's an Alpha Gaming standard here. Every addition of their jungle player has to play the Jing in a top tier level style.
It's crazy. I mean, at this point, we'll take a look at the highlights of this game, and you can start to see the difference. Very nice setup here with the dive as well. Miggy, I have to highlight to you how much Miggy is trying to pull this game. But against Yulong, against such a dangerous Luna, it's so hard to play this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely Miggy just trying to go for those Hail Mary plays, obviously trying to open up the back line of the side of APG, but when you have something like the Luna, Yulong here, it's just very hard. Once you're in, you have to commit the bit and maybe even die, which we saw there.
And the shield always gets baited out coming in for the side of the draw Zhuangzi here, making it for the side of Boom very reactive in these plays. Although maybe Tatsuri is actively finding these opportunities, but without the consistent setup coming in from engaged roamer like the Zhangfei, like the Lapu Lapu, or even the Liam Po, things are not as smooth compared to last game.
Too many options to choose from because there's 5 different setups on the side of APG, right? So when you choose, look, Draw was super patient in this game. He waited for a bridal outburst. He waited for Yulong to come in with his Crimson Blades as well. Nothing works because once you're done using the ultimate, here comes the truth mantra, here comes the right, the win, here comes the setup with the divine punishment, everything against Boom. So now APG, they're gonna lead 3-1.
Yep, 3-1 right now, and they have the series point on hand here. This time, it's not the upper brackets, it's not the group stage. One more loss coming in from the side of Boom Esports sends them out of KIC 2025 contention in this lower bracket.
Yeah, so we'll see. I think at this point, now the challenge is real, right? Boom Esports, your backs are truly against the wall. You're doing this in front of your home fans. If they take another win on the side of APG, Alpha Gaming will make it to meet Blacklist, the next part of this tournament tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, these are two teams that potentially haven't, well, they haven't even fought yet within the KIC, right? And definitely looking to try and take a sledgehammer to their brethren Slayers so far. That could be the case here. But obviously, we are going to be looking at some of the following us as well as the social media. If you want to kind of make sure that you are getting all the up-to-date plays, who is the best heroes, who's getting nerfed, who's getting buffed, this is where you need to follow all of us, especially with the Honor Kings Esports as well. And you are up to chance to get some freebies also. Obviously, tokens, everything boxes, but also skin boxes as well.
Yep, all these are definitely good stuff here for you to find out here. And do you like understand like why sometimes like, hey, where is the KIC 2025? Oh, I don't know. Like, what way to know is actually through the HOK Esports fan page itself. So you can drop by all the way to Manila Bay here at the Ayala Malls to really enjoy the atmosphere and to cheer on your favorite team in the KIC itself.
Yep, and we definitely need more support for the side of Boom Esports because this is going to be a very important game in the series because if they lose this one, they're going to be sent home out of KIC 2025. So let's take a look at the difficulties they will face here and what is possible for Boom and APG to finish and seal this series off.
Ugh, I mean, in terms of the farm lane, right, obviously Boom not been having a... They have the mark. They've taken the Marco Polo, the Chano, the D-Ranger, and the Lung here. So maybe go and lock in something. Maybe like the Lady Sun potentially here. I mean, neither of these teams have gone for the Twisted Mind specialty, which is the Mungia, right?
Oh yeah, the Mungia has been one of the tournament KIC playoffs special recently, where if you have the D-Ranger on towards the enemy team, usually the Mungia is selected to really counter out that play that has been generating here. But of course, Boom Esports, when we pace ourselves towards Game 5 itself, the red side selection makes much more sense because there is no longer much more priority on those first picks, but the value generated by counter-picking enemy has much more logic towards it.
Okay, well, I agree with that. I feel like APG are in a very unique position where, if you take a look at it right now, there is a potential of a very scary draft coming out. We have seen this in the Nova lineup. Nerza, with the Liu Bang. Just this two. I'm just going to give you this two. You can mix and match any other role, any other hero you want. It's a very strong combination to work with.
I mean, the last time the Nerza came out without the Dolia, though, it didn't actually come and give us a victory, right? Obviously, Clean played it for the side of Twisted Minds. It didn't work out well for them. So, is this something that APG is going to do for themselves, right? They don't have the Dolia. They have the Nerza. Are they going to go put it into the Clash lane if it does come through and then pick up something else, maybe?
That could potentially be the case here, but of course, if you do lock in the Nerds out here, that always serves as a flex pick until the very last moment here, because you do have a lot of options, especially on towards the side of Xiang. You have the Mayin, you have the likes of the Elaine. If you do want to go towards you, there is also the likes of Yulong's Miyue, Ravnus, Jungle. So those are the available options so far for both of these teams.
You made me hold my breath there because we have seen the Miyue, the Ravenous, look, that one is a very scary pick, and that was a great answer towards the Nerta counter pick, right? But with that being said, I'm curious to see. APG, I'm very sure at this point the considerations are slightly different. It's also about, hey, we don't want to review too much information about our strategies because we believe we're going to make it through into the next stage.
Exactly. If they reveal too much, then obviously the number one seed of the PKL will have a little bit more of an easier time with them because they'll know exactly what they want to draft here. But going into game number 5 could be match point here for APG.
Yep, Alpha Gaming taking on towards the blue side here. Goes back to the Mai Shiranui ban here. We might see Arlie being removed away from the side of Boom Esports pool as well here. But you will definitely have to be considering, do you lock away the likes of the pay here on this ban coming in from Boom? If you don't, are you preparing for an Athena pick?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. And APG says, you know what? I'm going to make you choose. Yeah, too many options.
You will be the decider of fate, right? Boom Esports, do they lock in the pay ban? There it is. It does come through here. They don't want Yulong to get that Tigeress, that dominant pick, but we've been speaking about this hero for the past like 3 games, and Lapu Lapu finally comes out on the side of APG Saber.
Very comfortable draft thus far coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming here. Securing the Reef Dadu here already gives you the goal signal on those big plays here. You don't necessarily have to always get those fancy engages. As long as you disarm the enemy jungle and those 50-50 objective fights, that is already sufficient for this Lapu Lapu pickup.
Yeah, big waves now. Boom Esports, they're gonna try. This is a very controlling, burst-heavy, single target matchup here. Arlie, can it be the Danny special that brings them back to life in this best of 7? Because they are at death's door right now for Boom Esports.
Could be potentially the case here. Obviously, the Parasolar as well as the Peace Bringer is going to be coming through here for Boom. So draw getting taken away on the tankier picks, go for something that may be a potential play set up with that kind of blast, but we're seeing it, that double tank potential here from the side of APG. Oh, okay, maybe going for the Breeze Heart here, the Xiao Xiao.
I like the Breeze Heart pickup here coming in from Alpha Gaming here. You already have a lane counter from the side of the Magistrate against the Parasolar for the side of Alpha Gaming here. And they double down with the Xiao Xiao Breeze Heart to counter out Arlie in those team fights here. And I won't be surprised if Alpha Gaming goes for the likes of a Monkey or even the likes of a potential tank here to really amp up the tempo for that Alpha Gaming in finding those big team fights.
Unyielding.
Okay, so they're picking this based on the fact that hey, they've already been shown the Dun. And that's a great answer towards the Dun. But then where's the damage going to come from? Everything relies on the hands of Danny if you really want to put this Arlie on hand. I would have liked the Ganemo pick a little bit better since you have the Peace Bringer.
Yeah, you have the Peace Bringer, you have also the long range as well. Obviously, the nice little combination between the Motsu as well as the Smith and Blade. But now we get to that final ban here. Obviously, a lot of bans onto the jungle. So Masashi, Jing, Ogren, and then Clash Lane ban here for the side of Boom. So really, if you'd like to lock in something maybe potentially like the Charlotte here for Miji.
That could potentially be the case here, coming in for the side of Boom Esports, but they do hover over to the side of the Nerdsa pick here. Oh, so this does open windows for the side of Alpha Gaming's jungle to consider the Raptors if it does go over to the side of the jungle department here, but no, Alpha Gaming, they're hovering the Fate Feather push here. I'm not going to say that they locked it in yet because I know for a fact that he might change it up later on with a tank, something like a Agudo. That could still be a potential here coming in from Alpha Gaming.
I don't know, man. I mean, I like the Lapu Lapu knock-up and then obviously the Hard and Jade Seal. Like, that's really going to be a hard combo. And now we get the delivery service, which is going to be the Lubang with the Fade.
I would say I told you so, but to everyone in the audience, I told you so. This has to be one of the most dangerous drafts that APG have come up with. Yes, you can get the dive, but even with that, the Battlefield Command coming in from Dominator here is going to be so hard to deal with.
It's a bit of a stressful situation if you view it towards the side of Boom Esports Danny's perspective here, because lane is not easy, the team fights are not easy, and you always have a Fate plus Liu Bang constantly looking at you, praying from you from the wall itself. It's not an easy game for this Parasolar pick.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, like, do they use the Lubang onto the likes of the Fade, or will we see the flash in, the ultimate from Breeze Heart, and then obviously the Lubang come through as well to give over that shield, give over some sustainability, and just kind of give over a long duration of time of that burst damage from the Breeze Heart?
You know what's so scary? You can choose! You don't even have to make a choice! You can choose! And that's the most difficult decision that Boom has to face, because it is not their choice. It is up for APG to see if they can wrap up this series. And Boom, look, I love the Nerdsa pick, but they have to play this to the T.
Yeah. Correct. And for Boom Esports, at the very bare minimum here, they do have a sign of a good draft as well. The Mozi, the Dharma, all these picks, they are up and available in making those big team fight wins here. If they can get that early game snowball going and force the side of Alpha Gaming to brawl them in the river, like that Game 2 success, this just could be a potential Game 6 formation for these squads.
I mean, they have to do it here, right? They have to do it here. They have to do it with confidence. They have to break the synergy that is APG, because if they don't do it here, it's never going to happen.
Exactly. This is the Destiny encounter, the final encounter between APG and Boom Esports. Does APG take this one 4-1, or does the boys in Boom come back with a 3-2?
Fates intertwined between these two teams here, and they meet again during qualifications towards the knockout stage. And once again, at the brink of elimination, this will be Game 5 featuring Alpha Gaming taking on Boom Esports.
Oh, baby, Boom, it's your time to change this into a 3-2, or does APG come through with this funky draft with a lot of AoE, a lot of delivery, and big front line here from the Lapu Lapu as well as the Luan.
I mean, it's the same score. One more time, right? One more time from both teams. Right now, Boom wants one more time so they can last longer in this series. APG, one more time to be able to take it, proceed down more deeper into the lower brackets, and potentially take the lion's share of the #1 place for that 300,000 USD prize.
Only time will tell here for this two teams. Will they be falling out of the competition after this game, or will they be continuing their run now as we go into this one? But there it is already so far, just kind of trying to funnel over the Crimson Gold potentially here over to the side of Carl once again. Obviously you saw that maybe potentially Danny got it on the Parasola, but maybe it's just because the wave clear on Carl is already pretty low. Giving over that to Parasola would have been a problem.
Yeah, they need to hold the lead, right? Both Carl as well as Danny need the farm, they need the EXP as well, which is why this lane sharing is so important for the side of Boom Esports.
Very important for these two teams, because obviously, I mean, you're going to be looking at trying to get Danny online a little bit earlier, especially in terms of those power spikes, right? Maybe even the Spark Forge Dagger first item, maybe even the Doomsday. That's the kind of two items we're looking for here onto that Parasola.
Yeah, we'll see which one he chooses for the side of Danny. But for now, Boom Esports, they're doing well. Miki does help to secure that space right, which means they get the teleportation portal. This is going to allow Danny to ramp up his farm, but right away they're trying to set up something in this mid lane. Stun comes in from draw, but now he has to be using the flash. Unfortunate for him.
Yes, very early flash being committed here by draw, but I mean, it's better than him dying to first blood. But we obviously didn't really comment much on Midgey's Dharma pick here as well, right? Like, obviously that's going to be a big, crucial crowd control factor going into these team fights, but really Carl leading the charge, and then maybe Midgey trying to get that backdoor flank to try and get the best Truth Mantra as possible.
We'll see what the value of the Skyfall is, right? The timing and the choice of the target for the Skyfall is going to make the world difference for the side of Boom Esports. Because for now, I don't think they can contest in the jungle. You already have Yulong level 5, right? Carl's level 5 as well, but because he has the Hardened Jade mark, this is going to be much more straightforward for Yulong.
Oh, a lot more straightforward, a lot quicker in the terms of takedown into the jungle, right? Obviously level 6 before Carl's level 6 there means that he's definitely kind of steamrolling ahead here. And he does have around a 200 gold difference here as well, just into the jungle lane alone. Looking to maintain that one will be Yulong.
Okay, but the flip side, if you take a look at the farm lane, Danny's actually doing well against Sun, which is great news for the side of Danny. I mean, this is his prio pick. This is his premium pick, if you say. Arlie, he has found a lot of success.
Yep.
Can he find it just one more time?
That's it. It's his bread and butter, right? Like, he needs to try and perform on this pick if he wants to try and take this one to a 3-2 score line between APG and Boom. But I feel like APG is like, do we let them get this far? Probably not. Using the Hardened Jade Steel here just to steal away those boards is exactly what we thought was going to happen here with Yulong on the face.
You see the difference maker here, right? It may seem like a little small advantage in terms of EXP for the side of Yulong, but it's going to get a lot more explosive from the side of Carl, because he's going to consistently keep stealing the camps. Exactly what he's doing now, and they're bidding by Sabers, looking for the perfect knockup.
Oh,
nice checking.
That's hit into the face of Saber in that brush, but he's going to be fine. He's Lapu Lapu. He can take a few of those every given Sunday.
Yeah, no problem with the amount of tankiness he has. Danny trying to set up a situation to buy time and maybe force out a couple of skills from this side of APG, but that's not going to be the case here. 4 minutes, we are here with the Tyrant open up for grabs.
I can't believe it's 4 minutes already. I feel like I just got onto the gorge and we just like commentating on what's going to happen in the lane phase, but now we are going to get onto the point of concession here, which is going to be that Tyrant. Obviously, Siang doesn't have to be anywhere near that one. He can use the Battlefield Command to get down there. And right now, Carl steals it.
Okay, they get the setup. They go for the fight as well. Nice box from the side of draw. Can they get the kills? They have found it. It's a lot of value for the side of Boom. But here comes APG. They run them back. It's 3 kills apiece for both sides, but it's a double kill for Siang.
Double kill for Siang there is going to be pretty huge for the Clash. A triple kill going over to Siang as well. He came and got every single life there. It means that Sun may be able to open up this T1 down to the bottom side of the map as well.
Yeah, not really worth it, but Danny, he's going to come in for the defense here. They lose the T1 at the bottom, and a lot of damage on the T1 on the top as well. Carl does make the difference by making the steal on the Azure Golem, but can he survive? Siang does have the ability to chase.
He does have the ability to chase, maybe even taunt the Carl onto the Nursa pick here, the Wild Spark, but right now, pressure being put onto the map of Blue Esports. Obviously, T1 does get taken down there. We are seeing a little bit of a helping hand into the enemy jungle to steal away that Crimson Golem.
There is no way. This is secured instantly for the hands of APG. Also, the damage on the T1 on the top is pretty healthy, which means Boom might not have this T1 at the top for much longer.
Exactly. It could be the pressure that really kind of breaks the back of the camel here. That is Boom Esports. If they lose it, and they have, using Sun as a little bit of a macro marksman.
Okay, so Carl is doing what he needs to. He just got the Ominous Premonition, right? So this is going to hopefully get him more tanky in the fights, but they need the damage. The positioning on the side of Danny as well as Draw is going to be very important in this one.
Yeah, exactly. If either of these marksmen get caught out, especially either Danny or even Draw, right? Obviously, he has the Cannon Blast. He has set up some beautiful team fight potentials already, just using those single Cannon Blasts. And I think inside the box in that previous one was definitely a statement.
Yeah, Draw, I like the fact that he's, you know, kind of cosplaying Chance for a little bit at this point. They need the success of Blacklist International in their hands right now, and Boom needs to find their own formula to make it work.
Definitely, they need to find their identity here in KIC, or they lose their identity completely going into this one. But now, a lot of ultimates being committed here onto Sun, but he uses the cleanse.
This is not great at all. This is one big ultimate committed by the side of Carl to try and get the chase down. Nikki actually fell in that particular exchange, not sure where he got the takedown, but with that APG putting pressure on the mid T1, and this is going to be map control for APG.
Yeah, scary situation to put Boom in right now if they take that T1 into the mid lane, but even more scarier if they eradicate that T2 into the bottom side of the map. So really, APG are just funneling the minions through in every single lane possible and taking away even more with that Crimson Golden Steel.
Yeah, they can't stop it. There is no option. There is no opening on the side of Boom Esports. But when they do, you can expect that Boom Esports, they will make a show out of it.
They will make a show indeed, but there's going to be kind of catches on to 2.
Nice done, but he catches 3 on the back, and it's not looking good. Shushan takes out Miggy. This is not a fight they want to take. Boom Esports, they have to run.
They do have to run, and they have to make sure they're going up top side of the map as well. As you can see there, Yulong looking for the split push here onto that T2 as well. Gets the takedown, looks for a little bit more here, but the minion wave down bot side has naturally paused.
I mean, look at the dive coming in. Even Xiang pushing them away so that they have space to take away the Azure Golem. And right now, Yulong is just all over the place. You can get the stuns, but where is the value in that?
Exactly, where is the value, other than the slowing down the tempo or maybe even the GPM of APG, but you are 2.8k ahead here if you are Alpha Gaming. So no amount of Cannon Blast is going to make sure that you are able to get that lead back.
Yeah, which means right now it's about buying time, right? For Boom Esports, yes, they're trading. Yulong's already a level ahead of Carl, and which means he's going to be able to deal a lot of pain to the side of Danny, especially if he gets the catch. But for now, Boom Esports, as long as they hold on, make it past the 10-minute mark, maybe even 15, there is a chance to come back into this game.
But APG probably know that, right? APG know exactly the time is of Boom's draft here, so they looking to try and maybe get a quicker finish than the previous series here as well, but topside being completely eradicated, maybe try and get that pressure being pushed into either a T3 or that T2 down to the bot side.
It's a difficult task to do so because there's so many members you have to pay attention to. Now this will be secured by Carl. He does get the Crimson buff, but right now, in a half minutes here, the biggest problem is you don't get to touch Sun or Susan.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely kind of being sat between a rock and a hard place, right? Obviously, Xiang and Saber are being the ultimate denials here on Shishan and Sun for now, but all it takes is Miji get into the back line, maybe a Starfall as well from Carl could really just kind of gain access to them.
I mean, that's the dream, right? For Boom Esports, they really need to rely on the mistakes of APG because right now they're super clean. Saber stands in the middle, Susan uses his ultimate, they get the setup for a nice stop. And right now, even with all of that, they still can't find an opening into the heart of APG.
I mean, Boom was able to get the Azure Golem though, right? They was able to kind of maintain it for themselves, so definitely a bit of a good takeaway here from them.
Big catch! Can they finish the job? Saber's low. He will be taken down. That's a huge tank taken away from the side of APG, but the map is still not in their favor. Bottom T3 now under pressure. They got the skill at the 9.5-minute mark. Saber will not be available for the fight.
Exactly. Was that like poetry in motion, right? Obviously, yes, they lose Saber, but they obviously get a little bit of damage onto that bot T2. Forces away Miji so they can't go for anything more into that mid lane.
Okay, 10-minute mark. That is the difference maker for now, right?
Yeah.
Xiang does not have his Battlefield Command yet. That's his ultimate. He will have it as we speak. So 10-minute mark, feels like APG once again, they have regained composure, regained the strength.
And now they are looking to regain another Shadow Tyrant or Shadow Overlord. We're in the 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and this could be it. Can APG get the steal?
Pulling it out, they want to get the reset happening, but it's not going to happen for now. Reset finally happens, they get a stun on the Saber. It's all about setting up. Miggy is looking for an opening, but has been found out by Sun. Right now, if they can catch out the jungler Yulong, I think this might change it into their favor.
Speaking of changes, though, we do obviously see that Siang is top side of the map, just trying to usher through those minions as well into that T3. Forces away Boom and makes them reconsider this Tyrant.
Yeah, they're being pulled across all the different places. Miggy shows his face, which means this is the opening for APG. Power's falling, taking quite a bit of damage as well. In the meantime, Sun is helping to work on this Shadow Tyrant.
Shadow Tyrant now being started by the side of APG, but it is going to be trying to be contested here by Boom Esports. Hard and Jade Seal is going to get procced.
Yep, they're going to have to knock up onto that as well. Secure by Yulong, the fight ensues. What a nice catch by Boom! Can they finish the job though? Miggy gets rid of Saber. A big tank has been taken from the side of APG. But for now, Boom, that's all they can find.
All they can find, but they are able to exhaust the flash from Shishan, Sun, and Saber. That's a lot of resources being banished here, only for that.
Oh no, they have found him! Draw is going to be taken down, and that is one member down, so it's going to be a trade of roamers at this point, but it's a trade that benefits APG, who have a 2.6 thousand goal lead.
Exactly, getting that cannon blast off of the gorge here is definitely going to stop any signs of Yulong slowing down now as they get into around about the 12-minute mark.
Right, so APG, they have taken T1 in the mid. This is going to open up the gorge so much more for the side of Alpha Gaming. At the same time, keeping timers on the ultimates as well as the common spells. Everything is up. No, the only thing that is up is Tatsuri's flash on the side of Boom.
Exactly, that's scary, right? Like, if you are Tatsuri, you're looking for a potential just flashing out to keep yourself alive, or maybe a flash in with a Destructive Deluge when you get that up and running. But Migi here just trying to go for a little bit of a split push here, but Siang's like, you know what? I'm already at T3. That's not really what we're looking for.
No, Yulong has been caught. Oh, there's a nice box, but a save comes in, and still they have taken a T2. No more damage. They shut down Yulong in the middle of this, but can the rest of the members survive? Carl, he's trying his best. He's tanking, but no one gets the follow-up damage. Danny is down.
Danny is down, but Shishan and Yulong get traded for Danny, which right now you're looking for the damage, and it's only Sun that's going to be able to kind of commit that over to the side of APG.
But they got the T2, that's the big thing. They got the T2 in the mid, and once again, Boom, they have to deal with the menace that is the minion waves coming in on all three lanes.
They're doing so good so far, right? Obviously, they only lost one member. They still can commit these teammates through, but the Skyfall is going to come through here onto Siang.
Alright, this has to be the big win. If they can get hit rid of him here, no, they cannot. He makes it out with the Battlefield Command, does not get the heals, but who cares? He survives.
Exactly, that's the aim of the game, is surviving here, baby. But bot side of the map definitely needs to be tended here by the side of APG. They don't want to lose that T2 just yet. They've just managed to secure all the T2s so far from Boom. They don't want to lose any for themselves.
But this is a good fight for Boom, right? Xiang does not have the Battlefield Command. If they get the catch now, it should be a guaranteed kill.
It should be, but they're trying to get the poke, trying to get the damage off onto the Shadow Overlord here on the side of APG.
Yep, they're waiting for a reset on the top side. It's going to be Miggy putting his damage in as well. Shishan looking for an opening. Does not find anybody. Oh, there's a shutdown. Danny gets a kill. Boom, this is a dream scenario. Can they force a fight out of APG?
They're trying to force a fight indeed here. Obviously, you see that mini wave down bot side of the map just kind of creating that pressure once again, but they didn't add to the call.
Danny, oh, Miggy, what a catch! And that's going to be big. Danny survives as well. Can they get the finishing blow? Sun is now caught in the middle. Miggy is here. And with that, 2-on-1, they finish the job. Boom, they're coming back. The dream is alive. Now Yulong, he's going to try and run, but his stun is going to come in. 3v1, 4v1, he's gonna try, run on the wall, but draw one more stun, and he is one-man army against the rest of Boom.
Boom is back, baby! They take the T2 top side of the map here, and only Yulong and Siang alive. They have to wait until Shishan and Sun come back here, maybe to even try and contest this Shadow Overlord, but this could be spelling the end of what looked like a potential win here for APG.
Yep, I mean, PKL fans, you have to be proud. This is the version of Boom we were hoping for. We got it finally at this point. We asked, how long was it going to take to be able to come to this stage of the game? They have done it, and it is only at the 15-minute mark. Boom, they can end this before the Tempest Dragons.
Yes, they've got to make sure they're choosing this end point very carefully here for the side of Boom to try and bring this to a 3-2 scoreline, potentially get that best of 7 onto the cards here for the PKL second seed representatives right now. But that Tyrant is looking very fruitful for the side of APG. If they get this, it could spell disaster.
They have all the cards here. They're going to try and secure it. Nice ultimate on the backlines, though. They are doing it. Full attention. And with that, they have gotten the Tyrant. They have the attacking prowess. The life bar is not looking good for the side of APG. Nice stun from the side of Draw. But I think it's safer to disengage, and Boom make the better decision. They keep their members alive. They're looking for map control instead.
Looking for map control, but also dropping that Shadow Vanguard into the mid lane is gonna be Boom Esports. Maybe looking to open up the base of APG just a little bit further, help themselves to the Azure Golem as well.
I'm not sure about you, but I'm feeling it. Boom, there is a very good chance they could come back into this game. Xiang once again threatened now, finally, by the presence of Miggy.
Exactly. Miggy has definitely been the guy to be the spearhead into the side of APG for now. Obviously, getting those crucial pickups in that last team fight really just ballisted and opened up that team.
Nice to get the stun onto Saber as well. The biggest problem here on the side of Boom is actually Danny. He has a lot of damage on hand. He's already at 13k. He is 6 slotted right now.
6 slotted indeed is going to be Miggy as well. So far, Danny also, but now we have the Azure Golem go over to Danny. That's going to obviously help.
Oh, Saber! They just deleted him, but Miggy with the comeback as well to slam him against the wall. But it stuns APG. They have turned the whole fight around. Danny's down. It might be the end for Boom. Carl, he needs to run for his life, and he will not make it. It is an ace for the side of APG, and that might have been the dreams of Boom Esports gone.
Exactly, you've got at least 24 seconds left on the timer here for the side of Boom Esports. APG will be your last top 4 team going through to the lower brackets.
And congratulations to APG, the Alpha this time in the best of 7.
Honestly, it definitely looked like Boom was going to retake that one back from themselves to go for another game, but APG was just like, we don't have another one in the tank. It's going to be hard. We have to finish this now.
They had to fight for this, for the side of Alpha Gaming. It wasn't easy because up until the very end, Boom Esports did not give up. But in the world of esports here, they are always victors. And with victors, they are losers here. Today, Alpha Gaming take the stage here in Manila Bay here in Ayala Mall. And they prove to the world that they have bested PKL's second team, Boom Esports.
This is a big congratulations to the side of APG. Well done in taking this series. They have won it 4-1. And of course, this spells the end of the dream for the PKL #2 seed, Boom Esports.
But I mean, even brings up a better storyline, right? That Blacklist look to revenge their brethren tomorrow, right? They look to slay an MKL representative, which would be huge for the fans here at Manila Bay.
And we will take the final bow with Boom Esports. We thank their participation and their journey here in making PKL Philippines proud as they secure top 5 to top 6 in their run here in honor of Kings International Championship 2025.
So that is actually quite a big bag to get as well out of the $1 million USD prize pool. But of course, with that being said, they wanted more, but this is where your journey ends. So Boom Esports, they take a bow. We have now one of the most crazy stories possible because Blacklist now potentially the only team left in a pool of MKL monsters.
Oh god. Yeah, that's pretty scary. But I mean, if there's any team that's going to rise to the test, they've already brought that flavor to Homeboy's Blackshrew Esports. So I feel like with Boom being able to take rounds off of APG, Blacklist can do that too.
I feel like with the side of Blacklist International and Boom Esports, the growth of PKL has been really prominent here throughout the entire year. And with the loss coming in from Boom Esports in today, that energy will be channeled into the side of Blacklist International to really funnel into their route to take down multiple MKL giants with starting at APG tomorrow.
Alright, so now let's jump back into this particular series. 4-1, impressive performance by Boom nonetheless, right? Yeah. I think the way they recovered in this series has been great. But against APG, this fade by Yulong once again, is this another MVP guarantee for the boy?
It feels like it. It definitely feels like it. But I mean, at the same time, I feel like Siang may be given this one as well because he was the saving grace.
His Battlefield commands has been very consistent thus far, and even in the final approach where we saw Alpha Gaming's Yulong jumping on towards Tatsuri's Lady Zen, he was immediately used on the Battlefield command to save out his brother in, which is the jungle player here known as Yulong here. And this is the damage chart here coming in for both of these squads here, with a lot of consistent DPS being funneled by both Son and also Dani on the respective marksman picks.
And you have to take a look at the damage in the soak as well, right? Saber with this Lapu Lapu, with the Reef Hadato, really doing so well.
Great.
I mean, over 6 digits of tank.
I mean, look at here, right? Obviously, this gold grab definitely paints a picture of where we started to see Boom potentially come back right there. It was a literal gap here between these two big blue waves that could have definitely continued in Boom's favor. But unfortunately, that's when APG was like, all right, okay, that's when we need to strike harder. And that's exactly what they did as they got towards the end there.
Yeah, dreams are shattered here coming in for side of Boom Esports here, but however, they do show signs of improvement here coming in towards this tournament here. But let's check out the head-to-head matchup here featuring Yulong and also Carl here. I gotta say, both junglers did what they exactly needed to do. Carl's job was to really disrupt the backline here, make sure that Dani on that early had sufficient room to do that DPS. On the flip side, Yulong was always on the consistent front end, looking for the pounces, the assassinations on towards Boom Esports members.
Yeah, the same potential by APG is really what gave Yulong that advantage. But of course, we talk about advantage. There is one player that gave it all for the side of APG. We'll take a look at the MVP, and it is Saber this time, tanking over 100,000 worth of damage.
Yeah, so it wasn't quite Siang with the Battlefield commands. It was definitely a Saber with the Lapu Lapu, obviously getting those 10 assists, taking a lot of that damage as well, really soaking it out of the way of Yulong's fade, the Feather Thud.
He was very flexible with the Reef Datu Lapu Lapu here. And one of the plays later that we can see if it was highlighted, the mid lane, the way that he counter-engaged and disengaged for his teammates, that was beautiful stuff with the ultimate coming in from Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, I really love this. I mean, soaking damage is one thing, but to open up with after soaking damage for the team, I think that's one of the biggest difference makers for the start of APG, because this allowed room for Yulong to come in for the finish onto the members. The save by Xiang as well. Look, Boom threw everything they had. They had Miggy's ultimate, they had Draw's ultimate, and they even bought space for Dani as well, but still they couldn't win the fight.
And these are the few moments in towards the game itself that you really see the side of Boom Esports finding the signs of hope in these team fights here. They got Xiang, they got Shisan here, and Dani was playing beautifully, hiding away with the parasol.
Yeah, he actually baited them in, right? And then, you know, once Yulong found himself in a very awkward position, they thought this was the fight. Wow. But this one draw, he got stopped because I believe it was the ultimate by Saber, or the knockup by Shisan actually.
Oh, absolutely. The knock by Shushan is going to be the pinnacle of just stop and draw, having such a fantastic crowd control in these team fights. And if it wasn't Shushan, it was Saber with that ultimate knockup.
And Saber played really well in that fight. The reason why Tatsuri even got caught out is because the side of the Lapu Lapu used the spell to charge into the flash to extend the range, getting the ladies at the tip of the spell knockup here, which gave the side of Alpha Gaming the team winning fight here, making it a 5v4 at the start of the fight.
So now we have seen what is required for teams to make it into the next part of the competition for the grand final stage. And right now we only have one team left from the PKL, which is the #1 seed, deserving of the title of #1 for PKL. But now the final 4 teams are left alive in KIC 2025.
We finally have our top 4, and we finally have a Philippine representative in that top 4. So history has been made. Unfortunately, Boom won't be one of those PKL teams going through to it, but it will be your #1 seed. The boys in Blacklist that always break the code.
At the very least, with Blacklist International in towards the top 4 here, all the energy channeled by Boom Esports fan will be funneled into Blacklist International to represent not only PKL, but Philippines as a nation as a whole. Because where are we right now? We're in Manila Bay. We are at Ayala Mall, right in the heart of Manila, Makati here.
Yeah, so this is going to be very important because, I mean, the challenge is set. You have 3 of the strongest teams coming up from MKL. PKL has never reached this stage of the competition in any international stage. For the first time, they're going to be able to do it, and we'll take a look at it.
Well, that was a heck of a game so far coming in towards this tournament. And this was the entirety of the 2 back-and-back series here. We do want to hear the winners and losers interview here, so let's pass it over to Mara. Mara, do take it away.
Congratulations to our winning team, APG. Congratulations, Saber. You've made it to the top 4. You guys are so strong in every single match that you've been in. In the entire tournament of KIC 2025, what would you say was the most difficult moment and how did you overcome that? Because it seems like you're breezing through this tournament.
I think the difficult thing is our maintain, and we will try our best to win. Yes.
And your rise to the grand finals is going to be a long one. From potentially the hometown favorites of the Philippines and the possible 2 strongest teams in the world from your region. Now, my question is, what kind of preparation, or what kind of mental preparation did you guys do for this certain stage of the tournament?
I think we cannot look down our enemy and try our best to win every game.
It's great that you're not underestimating anyone, and you just went up against Boom Esports, defeating them in their home court in front of everybody here. What would you like to say to Boom for their next journey?
Good job.
And what about for Blacklist International, because you'll be facing each other tomorrow?
I will say the top 3 team is Malaysia.
All right.
Top 3 teams of Malaysia. But now, Saber, it's now time to thank all the APG fans that have supported you all throughout this tournament. What do you have to say to them?
Thanks for support APG, and please keep support us.
Thank you so much once again. Congratulations, Saber. You're proving that Malaysia truly is the strongest region. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Butters, now it's time to call our brave warriors who fought hard until the end. Let's welcome on stage Boom Esports, Carl. In every tournament, there are winners and there are fallen brothers whom we have to say goodbye to. Carl, regardless what the results are, there are those who keep on supporting you, who cheer for you and your team no matter what. What would you like to say to everyone here at Ayala Malls, Manila Bay, and everybody watching at home?
Ayun, thank you sa mga sumuport sa amin sa online and lalo sa mga nag-effort pa pumunta rito. Maraming salamat, guys. Medyo lumalayo na naman yung PKL kahit sobrang early pa lang natin. So, ayun. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody who's watching and supporting them here and online. And he acknowledges that PKL is getting better and better. And that's what they've shown today. And that's really, truly amazing. If you think about where Boom has started from the beginning up until now, we're going up higher and higher, and that shows the growth of Boom and the entire league.
And you know what, Mara? We have this saying in the Philippines, malayo pa, pero malayo na. And that directly translates to, we still have a long way to go, but we have gone through so much already.
And tomorrow, your brothers and your bestie, Joshji, will be going up against the very team that you just faced. What would you like to say to them to motivate them for their fights for tomorrow?
Siguro bigay lang nila yung best nila kasi alam ko naman kaya nila. So naniniwala pa rin naman ako sa PKL. So good luck, you know.
He wants them to give their best because he knows that they can do it. And he believes in the capability and the power of the teams from PKL. Congratulations, Carl. This might be the finish line for this tournament, but your story is far from over. You have a long way to go, and you embody what we call greatness. Thank you so much for everything that you've shown. Everybody, let's give them the honor that they deserve, and let's give them a big round of applause. When I say boom, You say esports. Boom. Boom. One more time. Boom. And that is the cheer that everybody wants to give you. We are supporting you all throughout, regardless what happens. Thank you so much, Carl.
Thank you.
And we're going to be talking about what's going to be happening tomorrow, so we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara, and also Butters for the interview with Carl coming in from Boom Esports and also Saber coming in from Alpha Gaming here. Definitely a heart-wrenching experience here for both us casters and also the side of Boom Esports players here, but we do have to bid them goodbye in the harsh environment of the tournament line here.
Yes, this is where competition is at its fiercest. We need to see who is the best out of the best. And for now, it is still the MKL teams that are, on the top of the table, but that could change. Blacklist, tomorrow they are going to be featured on, I think, the first game of the day.
Not quite the first day of the game. It's going to be Nova against HBSE. We're getting the MKL matchup. The MKL 4 season finale coming through here. But obviously the game we've just witnessed there is APG taking that 4-1 against Boom. But then Blacklist earlier taking a win for the PKL against Twisted Minds at that 4-2 victory.
And so far, the first series featuring Nova Esports and also the side of Homeboys Blackshore Esports. The recent history has shown a 0-8 in favor for the side of HBSE here, but with HBSE's shaky performance here, things might have changed here coming into KIC 2025. And you can see, this is the full schedule here coming in for tomorrow. Action-packed from match number 1 all the way to match number 3 here. Starting off today, Nova Esports taking on Homeboys Blackshore Esports, like Glenn mentioned here. Rematch of the MKL4 Grand Final, and the highlight that we want to see who will be going onward to that top 3 slot will be between Blacklist International from the Philippines taking on Alpha Gaming from Malaysia.
Yeah, we'll show you the premier standards of Nova against HBSE. Revenge needs to be had between these two teams, but it's also about the Blacklist journey, the last remaining burning flame of the side of PKL. Can they hold their own against Alpha Gaming?
The scary thing is the fact that 2 of these teams may potentially play 14 games tomorrow, because one's going to win, one's going to lose, potentially at a best of 7. So there's a lot of games for these 2 teams that fall to that lower bracket matchup.
That is definitely a long journey for both of these teams. So for that to happen, it's a very difficult stance for both of these teams here, but it has been a fantastic day so far here at the Ayala Malls Manila Bay here. My name is Sagi Choke. Alongside of me is none other than Kim Dofu and also Blam Mobile. We bid you good night, and we will see you tomorrow.
In these stages, there are always 2 sides of a story. One is of heartbreak, and one is of triumph.
While we mourn for the fallen, we look forward to the new chapter that has opened before us. Because job's not done for the teams that have triumphed today. Because tomorrow is another day of survival.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, the upper bracket finals, the match that will give us our first grand finalist.
It'll be the penultimate day before the heat reaches boiling point. I'm Mara Aquino.
And I'm Butters. And we'll see you tomorrow for
the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Keep it good vibes, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night. Mabuhay, Pilipinas!
sound of the rain. No